Hello. Yo, what is good,
Hello.
people? How are
Did
we
you just
doing?
switch your light off?
I did just switch my light off. Dude, I always
I
stream
just
without a light.
noticed. I just noticed it.
With you.
It's so dark.
Should I make it a bit lighter? Is it too dark?
No, I meant like your top light. Like you stood up and it just went dark. I was like, oh, you switched your light off. Anyway, good morning, welcome everybody. It's Monday. It's a brand new week. We are the live stream hosts, myself, Richard, and Will over here for the 5ers live stream. We are here to provide you guys with all kinds of entertainment, be it on the charts or be it off the charts.
Indeed.
How are you this morning, Will?
I'm
You
good,
good?
other than the fact that I can't seem to shake a tickly little annoying chest. Other than that, I am gravy, baby. It is 8 in the morning here in the UK, and it is quarter zip season. It is indeed time to start. It'll probably come off. It's not quite quarter zip season yet, but it's 7 in the morning sort of thing. It's getting up in the morning. It's a little bit crisp, and you're like, just gonna put a jumper on. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
that. Little bit of tickly, put a jumper on, a little bit nibbly. But I can
This
see
is where
myself.
we overlap. This is where
Yeah,
we
exactly.
overlap.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Yeah.
where I leave the summer and you enter the summer.
Yeah, we had a very nice and warm weekend. Uh
Yeah,
and
right.
the flowers are blooming already. So a bit
Really
early.
nice.
Yeah, little bit early. So usually like the 1st of September is spring here by us.
Mhm.
But there's like lavender and like peach trees that are already like they're flowering, man. They're blooming.
I do.
So
That's so funny
early
because
spring.
we actually had the conversation that we're having an early autumn, like it's already autonomous. And my brother's partner came into the house the other day and was like, "It's sad." I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "The trees are already starting to go brown. Like all the
Oh,
leaves are starting to change color already." And I'm like,
yeah.
"That's fair." And to be fair, we've had an amazing weekend. It's been super warm, like 20, 22 degrees, sort of warm. It's super nice. Took my partner to a local island of mine that we have monks on, which is pretty cool. So like it's a very almost historical island. So took her there. So that was super nice. The water was crystal clear. Took a selfie. We could have been in the Caribbean. That's how nice
Oh
it was.
wow.
But 2 hours before leaving to go there, it was windy. It was a little bit grey. So, dude, it was. You can see the weather's starting to change.
Mm.
Which, dude, to be fair, I don't mind it. We've had one
You've had a
awful.
hot summer,
We
so
have had a great summer. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay to have world's crappiest winter now because I'll leave the country for a minute.
uh, yeah, we had like I think it was like 28 degrees
Nice.
over the weekend.
Yeah, that's nice.
Maybe like 26 somewhere around there, but
Yeah, we've not had
banging
that.
weekend, like really nice, like clear blue skies, just nice. Now Monday morning, it's that I don't know.
Typical Monday
There was like
blues.
there was this cool brisk like wind yesterday, like late in the evening, and we're like, oh, it's probably going to be a cold evening and a cold morning. Yeah. So jersey on, coffee in hand, soon to be. Wife is making it. So let's get into the charts.
Lovely stuff, dude. I do love a good crisp morning though. I love winter days. I'm a typical Brit. Like the idea of like, so I don't know if you guys see on social media, but again, maybe it's because I'm a little bit of a patriotic Brit and I'm a typical country guy. But I see on TikTok and I see on like Instagram on Reels, and it was like, it is nearly time, and all of a sudden it has like winter days in like the Cotswolds and winter days and like fires in the pub and you know out
Mm.
shooting and hunting and you've got you've got that crisp, you've got a vintage Defender driving through the town, and I'm like, oh dude, I'm excited for that. Like as much as I bloody love a good hot summer, I'm excited to just have that. Put my trench coat on, put my overcoat on, put a scarf on, and walk to a pub with a fire, with a live roaring fire. There's just something British about it.
The most quintessential British thing is to go to a pub and have a beer and, lager and some vinegar chips.
Yeah, have some pork scratchings.
Pork scratchings and vinegar chips.
Yes,
Um, yeah.
some Nobby's nuts.
Noggies nuts? What's
Nobby's
Noggies
nuts.
nuts?
Nobby's
Oh,
nuts.
Nobbies.
Yeah,
What are they?
it's just a brand.
Okay.
Yeah, Nobby's salted nuts.
Nobbies roasted and salted nuts, I hope.
Yes, of course, of
Nice.
course.
All right. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'm going to go straight over into NASDAQ. This was last week's end of week price action. We did have a very nice run up. And then at the New York Open, we struggled to push higher. And then we had this volumetric sell off, which then eventually came into this lower end of the previous day, which was Thursday. So Thursday's lows, we just wicked into that area and then we rebounded. And then the late session of New York, we ended up having this slowed, real, unimaginative price action until we eventually reached rollover on end of day. So it's funny how we can go from price action as lovely as this, nice volume, to flat. Anyway, so what we've had was a strong rollover candle. So we opened up slightly higher this morning than with what we closed last week. We pushed nicely bearish and then flattened out. Nothing really to test on the left-hand side where we started to pick up again. But the important thing is, when we did start pushing up again with a little bit of momentum, we did not break the highs of last week, Friday's New York session. We wicked it. We just tapped it. All right. And then from there, we started to produce what was a higher low on the day, but then immediately followed by a lower high, and then a lower low, a lower high, and then we had a bit of a push lower, like with conviction. So nice bearish candles, follow-ups, much as like what we had here. And then we just went into consolidation, just straight up into consolidation. From said consolidation, we had a nice break, volumetric, a retest of that consolidation, completely rejected it, and then followed through, pushing lower, eventually making the low of the day. The low of the day had swept last week's lows. This was last week's lows, Friday's lows. So we've already swept all of that with one nice strong move, eventually now coming into what seems to be a potential attempt at a pullback. So how deep can this pullback be? Are we coming back all the way to this area of consolidation? Are we going into these base areas over here? Or are we just going to try and get into the lows of last week? So let's say something like that, just push back into that and then start pushing lower. I'm unsure. I'm unsure at this point in time what NASDAQ wants to do. This is the London Open. Nice bullish candle. But overall, if you just have a look at this, you'll see bullish attempt, more bullish attempt, nice bearish candle, but nothing that, breaks the lows, creating new lower lows. More bullish attempts, but it's very sideways. It's very, 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 very lackluster. It's not really like convictive upward movement. So in this case, I would like to see us potentially have a retracement, maybe just to this upper end of this base, and then start producing a little bit of a lower attempt, eventually sweeping these lows and then pushing lower. Because as it stands right now, the Tokyo session was very bearish. I want to see whether or not we can have continuation of said bearish price action. So something like this, not entirely the best, but you will maybe something like that. So slightly bearish, Tokyo session, the whole movement of Tokyo from Tokyo high to Tokyo low is 347 points of movement. It's quite bearish. Um, Being Monday and whatnot, no real gap. I mean, the gap was there, immediately filled, and then eventually pushed up. I'm looking at potential retracement, and then we'll see. I am not 100% sure where exactly I want to have that retracement, but for the time being, I'm just going to sit and wait. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
nice.
see what.
I was looking at the NAS, and it's bearish, but it's bullish. It's sort of in between that if buts and maybes. I don't quite know what I want NAS to do. Whether I want to see it continue higher, but if it does continue higher, I'm not ready to trade it yet because it's starting to move bearish. And then I'm trying to look for like where does it want to come down to. I don't think it wants to pull back and start moving bullish. I think we've still got some bearish momentum, maybe down to 28,556 level. But I don't know. Oh, go away. I don't know. I don't know what I want to see on the NASDAQ right now. And this is on the hourly. Even on the 4 hourly, it's still starting to leg lower. And I'm asking. I think the only area that I'm interested in right now is here until we start diving on like 50-minute and below. Once we start moving down to the 15-minute, then I feel like we can start finding maybe around here somewhere, which is almost like the sort of 29 level flat. I'm not
29
sure.
level
I'm not sure.
flat.
I really do like this area on the 4 hour. Okay, there you go. 4 hour and the 1 hour. 1 hour especially. 15-minute looks good on that level, but you can start to see some more levels to the left, and then same on the 5 minute. But I still prefer this area as the most high probable. But who knows? That's the thing. We can't predict the markets. We just got to wait and see, because
Mm.
at the end of the day, price is reacting from this consolidation zone here. It's pulling back. We got to ask ourselves: at what point is this a pullback? At what point is this a reversal? Should we say? We've got a really nice area of interest here. We've got another area of interest just over here. At what point are we going to call this bullish, and at what point are we going to call this a pullback? So yeah, Naz, dude, I agree with you. I don't know what I want to see at the moment. Gold, very, very nice movement on gold over the past few hours, past couple of days, past week. Those trading gold, those looking at these levels here, you watch me mark these over the course of the week. We got this. Can't seem to draw a straight line. We got these nice little zones here. Got these again sloping. Got these nice areas here. Got these nice consolidation. This consolidation was super interesting. The reason for it, we didn't just get consolidation break, consolidation break, consolidation break. We got consolidation break, pull back, test, break, pull back, test, then the move. It took 3 attempts to test this test this low here before then moving higher. So that was really interesting. Those who were watching my analysis last Thursday, I think it was. Yes, it was. Those who were watching my analysis last Thursday was super interesting because we did actually have the pullback. It just wasn't as deep. I thought we would have gone down to around 43.35. We didn't. We came to around 44.51, and then we moved higher, which was really interesting because we did get the break and close a little bit lower, which you can see just down here on the 15-minute chart. Now, we do have a nice little area here on the 15-minute, which does look relatively nice on the 5. Yeah, it looks okay on the 5, but it still wasn't enough for me to be like, oh yeah, I like this zone. I wanted it to go a little bit lower. Now, those of you will have heard me say, even if this breaks and closes below, technically, we got to break out to the downside. Technically, we've got some form of structural move to go lower. However, I said, even though I do not want, even though I want to see a break and close lower, I do not want to sell this. This break and close lower is a higher time frame pullback for me to want to enter for longs. And in the end, we did get that. You know, we got bearish momentum. We got break and close under as we headed into New York session. You know, this is around 1 to 2 p.m. And then, as you can see, New York session opened, and then we started to continue that bullish momentum, breaking and closing above. And those of you who traded New York, I don't trade New York. I'm going to start looking a little bit more into New York session. But truth be told, you guys know the drill. Yeah, last week I was ill. I wasn't feeling good. I actually did my breakdown as well. So Richard Wells talks about the trader journey on the Discord. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out over on the Discord. You can see the trader's journey. I even upload mine. I do a bit of a weekly update, should we say? And I did my weekly update yesterday. So I put it in my weekly update talking about my futures and my CFD accounts from last week. And yeah, so that was my update. Gold moved absolutely beautifully in the end. It was super textbook. You know, you could have honed in on some of these areas here. So nice little consolidation breakout here. We didn't really get much towards late New York as we head into Sydney and Asia session. What did we get then? Friday was quite nice. Consolidation. Textbook here. Look at that. Consolidation here. Breaking close. This was absolutely bloody beautiful, actually.
Break, retest, continue.
Yeah, this was so many opportunities here. So this was around 7:45, you know, consolidation. 9:20, you would have had the break and close, which would have been super nice. Stop loss on the low, nice and tight. 1 to 2R, you would have hit a 1 to 2R as well. By lunchtime, you would have hit a 1 to 2R. And if you missed it, you would have even got the ability to have a break and retest had you so have wanted it. So yeah, Friday seemed super, super nice. So this was
Friday's price action was pretty good on gold.
Yeah, given that I don't trade Fridays, I would have seen a few opportunities here, which is quite nice to see. So yeah,
I
Friday.
mean, leading into that consolidation in the morning section, that whole Tokyo session as well, and the previous day as well, very bullish. Just very clean and clear higher highs and higher lows.
Yeah,
just very clearly
very textbook.
pushing up.
Very textbook price.
Very nice.
Nice to see. It's nice to see because gold doesn't always move textbook. It moves nicely, but it doesn't move textbook, and so sometimes that can make it really difficult, especially for younger or like beginner traders to trade. Whereas a lot of traders love gold, a lot of volatility.
Carry on. Carry on.
A lot of traders love to trade gold. There's a lot of volatility, but for me, I think providing you know how to trade gold, providing you can work alongside that textbook price action and be patient and wait, I think gold gives you a lot of opportunities.
It does. We're quite a while away from all-time highs again. All-time highs being 5,600-ish. I do enjoy the fact that we did have. We'll come on to my screen and then I'll show this. This is on the daily. This is on the daily price action. All-time highs being all the way up over here. Quite a while to go from where we are right now. I mean, we're at 446, so another full $1,000 to go. What I do like is the fact that we had an area over here all the way back in October of last year where we had that initial high point of October, which was the all-time high as well. We had a pullback, bit of a sell-off, and then we bottomed out. We had a break, retest, and then continuation. And then eventually we did break those highs again. It just continued going up. Anyway, this area here where we had one of the bigger pullbacks of that season is basically where we came back into it now. So we had a attempt at a wick here. This was in March. Obviously, I could potentially build this up in a way that it, you could see it kind of like wick off of the top of the section here, but the way that I just had it here was just that, or nice break and retest continuation. Anyway, so since June, well, yeah, like 10th of June, we reacted on this area, tried to push up, we failed. Came back into these lower sections here, into this area basically, which previously also acted as a bit of resistance and then consolidation as well. So you consolidated, you broke out of it, came back into a previous area. Anyway, the idea was that when we came back again into this area down here, we failed miserably over many days to try and break through. And effectively, you can say that this was a nice big consolidative range, but it's where it consolidated that I think is important. It's the fact that it aligns with the previous area where we had a really strong attempt at a pullback during a very long upwinded rally. We had a pullback, created that nice little bounce area, broke through it again, retested and continued up. And then when we came back to it, we respected it once, gapped, and then eventually came back into it. So to me, I don't see us anytime soon breaking through this area at all. So to me, this area down here, which is let's say 4,000, because it's 4,046 to 3,886. That area to me is a very, very strong area of support for gold. So now the question stands. Now that we've had the reaction, we've had the consolidation, and also notice on the consolidation, you technically had initially a double bottom, triple bottom, quadruple bottom, but then eventually you had this, how can I put this? You had this kind of symmetrical flag without the long pole below, obviously, but like you had a very strong break, an attempt at pulling back, and then a continuation into consolidation, and then another push up higher. So in my mind, gold, very, very bullish as of right now. I think gold has a potential chance of maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but for us to get back to these previous swing points that we had. So that's 47730, so 4773, above that 4891, and then if we can break above that, we do have a little area over here where we struggled to break through. We consolidated ever so slightly, which is slightly higher, but that whole zone is 5,000 to 5,200. So I think if we're going to have a bit of a pullback, it should most likely be around about this area. So in this upper end, it might actually be a whole zone. Like this whole section like this. So where we are right now, we could potentially see a bit of a pullback. I don't expect it to be a very deep pullback. If we are to pull back, it's going to be back into this area of consolidation over here. And then I expect us to pick up again, potentially sweep these highs over here, have a bit of a pullback again into this area over here, and then continue up higher. This is what I'm seeing on gold right now, and this is what I'll be waiting for gold trades as well. Obviously, this is on the daily. So the way that I trade, I'll probably be looking for all of these kind of like pullbacks and whatnot in the intraday. So 15-minute, as it stands right now. Okay, let's just remove that so I don't confuse myself. We're slowing down ever so slightly here above this top end, but we're still very, very bullish. So if we're going to see a retracement, we need to fail to break above the Tokyo highs or sweep it and then potentially start sweeping these lows down here for a potential pullback all the way down to here, which we can then potentially react off of trying to push higher again. But gold can be finicky, mate. Gold can be finicky. It's one of those where...
Gold's definitely one of those.
You.
Also, let's have a bit of a catch-up with chat, because LJ, my friend, I have already noticed. I'm very laggy. Why am I so laggy? I have indeed already noticed. What on earth is that profile picture?
It's you falling asleep at the wheel, mate. It looks like you're about to sneeze, to be dead honest.
It does look like I'm like, hey guys, hey there. What even is that?
No one knows. No one knows.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
What was that even taken from?
It's when you were in when you were in England?
Oh, yeah, fair. That makes sense with the background, to be fair.
Yeah. I did want to mention EU because last week I had this prediction. Okay, wait. Let me scroll out onto the daily. So we had this downturn of events. Let's put it like that, where we really struggled to break through this channel that we've created. So lower highs, lower lows constantly. And then eventually we came back to this area over here where we had a low, but we failed to make another low. So we kind of just consolidated in the zone, tried to make another low, and then we like very strongly pushed away. Eventually we came to a bit of a consolidation area round about that break. And then my prediction was, look, we're going to be bullish. I think this was, yeah, it was Wednesday. So I said on Wednesday, I think that we're definitely going to continue pushing up higher. We had an area of consolidation. We broke above that. We had a previous area of interest, which we were like playing around. We had just broken above it, tried to come back lower. We failed, and we came back into basically the highs of that Friday with the price action that we had on Tuesday last week. And then we volumetrically reacted higher. Now, my prediction was bullish. However, this pullback idea that I had absolutely faltered. There was no pullback whatsoever. We came into this area, we basically broke above and then decided to consolidate roughly around the upper edge of it. So I was happy about the fact that I was right about the direction, but I would have loved to see my reaction play out, you know, a little bit more like I had envisioned. So basically what happened is we came into this area over here, higher area of interest. So if I just go back a little bit, it acts as a base. Price struggled to push above. We started printing lower. We had a base, a follow up, another base, and then the reaction off of this attempt by the bulls to try and push price up higher on EU eventually caused this massive push lower, breaking all of these swing points, which in hindsight I should have noticed, should have seen it, but I didn't. So can't really take credit for that. But in that case, we did eventually. This is a base. It was a base, but now it is a established zone. So this area over here is actually now not an established zone because we broke through it. So it's no longer established zone in this case. So unfortunately, didn't do what I thought it was going to do. If we do get a pullback on EU, more towards this area over here, we can have a potential pullback. No, actually, no, I don't like that at all. I'm not entirely sure to where we can get a pullback if we do. Maybe to 116.20, 116.08.
I think we can pull back a little bit higher than that.
Yeah, there is potential, but I mean, you do have this imbalance over here. You have another imbalance just below that as well. But you have only a double top here, which was already reacted upon by this price action. So maybe I should do that. So let's say that area over there already reacted. Let's see how this plays out when it goes back. Yeah, maybe something like this. So I'll remove that. This looks a little bit clearer. Wait, is there another? Yeah, there's another bullish candle there. I'll take the full bullish candle. Something like this. So this one over here, I'll remove. That consolidation doesn't play out either. I'll remove this because we are now in bullish price action. Something like this. Is that it? Yeah.
Kara's saying you guys forgot about chat today. No, I haven't, bro. I haven't. We still got you guys. We still know you're there. We'll
You're
have
there.
We'll have a catch up with you guys as soon as Rich is done with Euro USD.
Done. Done.
You done? Okay, sweet. There we go. Now we'll have a catch up with you guys. Guys, you know, we sometimes we just dive so hard in on chat that we'll end up having conversations with you guys and we actually sometimes forget to do the markets. So we thought this time we'd dive into the markets deeply and then have a catch up with chat. So, you know what? You guys clearly prefer us to chat with you over doing the markets first thing. So there we go. We'll jump straight into chat now. Abradov Linkler. Duck.
Quack.
What is good, Abradov Linkler? How you doing, bro? MJ Talent here. Greetings. How are you doing, MJ Talent here? Giovanni. Buongiorno, ragazzi. Buongiorno, Giovanni. How you doing, bro? Chacho. Ciao, bella. Greetings, sir. Nishu, what is good? Greetings to you too, my friend. Good morning, everyone. Ash1, what is good, my friend? Greetings. Good morning to you too. Azrael Trade, good morning, guys. Good morning, Azrael. How are you doing, brother? What is good, my man? Hey, boys. Asman, what's good? How you doing? Hello there. Good morning to you. Cowish, good morning, London boy and Pratia boy. Cowish, what is good, my G? What's good, my man? Love from Nepal. Yo, Vishu. A few people are from Nepal. Big shout out to Nepal. Big up. Hello. There we go.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, what's the? Oh my God, where is it? Up duck. Is it Midlands? There's a saying in England. I'm sure it's Midlands, and it's up duck. Up duck. I love Nepal, saying Giovanni. I've never been. I do want to go. A friend of mine does send me pictures, and it does look amazing. Morning, rich and well, Justin. What is good, my man? How you doing?
Yo.
There's a song, and I can't remember the name of the song, and it's like Justin, and I don't know the name of it. I was in a club.
There's a song about Justin. It goes Justin.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like talking about. It's like Justin. Da da da. Da, 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 da. Dude, I don't know. I'm not a music person. But anyway, I was in a club in Malaga, and it sounds like chest day. So Ewan goes chest day and starts like pretending to do like bench. And every time I hear Justin, I can't help but think of you. I don't know why.
Azrael is asking you, please stop singing.
Will, please stop singing. Yeah, no, fair. I'm not a musical person. I did a 4-hour round trip yesterday in the car to the sound of silence. I don't do music. I'm not a musical person. I don't know why. Justin Bieber, Beauty, and yes, it. Wesley coming out here saving my behind. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wesley, helping me out, helping a brother out there.
A bro helps a bro when a bro struggles.
I mean, you could have come in a little bit sooner to save me at singing at least, but thank you, Wesley. Better late.
I mean, you had to sing it for him to be like, oh, it's that one.
I suppose. True. I suppose there is that. 45 degrees in Pakistan right now. Oh man, that's hot.
That's rough.
That's too hot. Surely.
That's rough.
That's not okay. Are you okay?
I think the hottest weather I've ever experienced was like 44, 43.
I think mine's like 40.
And that was when we were in Namibia, like in the most northern portion of Namibia, where even the grass burnt your feet. You know, it was that hot.
I think mine's probably like 38, 40.
45. That is
45.
Unbelievably insane.
That's tough going. The fair play. Like, I know Dubai gets hot. I know Dubai gets like 45 degrees. I remember chatting to one of the boys in Poker Night, and he was like, "Yeah, we all leave Dubai during a certain time of the year because it gets like 45 degrees, which is just bearable. So yeah, 45, dude, it's mega.
Yeah, that's rough. Oh wow, that's rough.
Yeah,
I can just imagine like people dying of like 35-degree heat if they're not used to it. But
yeah,
then you
dude,
reach like a further 10 degrees above that. Oh,
man, if you're not prepped for that sort of weather, it's rough going. And if you're not, yeah, like you said, if you're not planned for 35 degrees, that's rough. If you're not planned for 45, that's just ooh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la. JJ Trades, good morning, gentlemen. What is good, JJ Trades? How you doing? My area is 36 today with a chance of earthquakes to foot. Russell, where you from?
to boot,
What did I say?
to butt,
No, I thought I said to foot.
to foot. Oh
No,
wow, that's even worse.
like foot. Like
So why did it sound like foot?
What do you mean? Why did it sound like foot? It doesn't. It sounds like foot.
Oh, okay.
Foot.
Yeah, but anyway, it's but it's BU or
Why do you sound
BOO.
like butt?
Why do I sound like what?
You sound like butt.
But that's my surname.
What? Oh man.
BB had the same levels. You see, sometimes the same levels. Great minds think alike, but also fools never differ. So
Yeah,
we could be collectively great or collectively very, very not great.
bit of a feather in that.
Scaling longs into a risk 0.25% into CAUUSD. Copper after dips. I don't trade copper. I said copper.
Looks like we're both on tilt today.
Yep. Private parts, morning, gents. Good morning to you.
Yo, I love that. Now we now call them private parts instead of just PVT parts.
I mean, it's private for shorts. It's a short private.
Hey, leave his private parts alone now, yeah?
Not touching them. Not touching them. Stash saying
Not looking up your towel.
morning in GU shorts. GU shorts.
Dude,
where'd you get in?
I may delete the currencies off my watch list.
How are you then going to do your job on the live stream?
Well, when was the last time I actually looked at GU and EU? In fact, actually, I looked at USD JPY more recently than I've looked at GU.
But that's a currency, isn't it?
No, off my watch list.
Oh, don't
I'm
remove
not
it from
deleting
your
them
watch
off my
list.
trading view. How would that even work?
But that, mate. Watch list. I'm gonna delete it from here. That's what went through my mind.
Yeah, I am. Look, right. Let me bring my chart up. Why am I so low down? Right, Remy, why have you moved me so low down? Yeah, look, like here.
You're gonna delete them there or
Yeah.
from TradingView?
Yeah.
Or from
yeah.
MetaTrader?
No, not from MetaTrader, from TradingView. Here, I may just screw it. You know what? Yeah, how do you like that, Rich?
You missed one. Get rid of EJ. Get rid of it. EJ, remove it. It's a currency. No. What bias is this?
Currency. You're right. It is a currency. It's my swing trading.
Get rid of it.
Get rid of it. It's my swing trading, so I'll allow it. But I haven't swing traded.
The rules that you're coming up with on the fly here is like crazy, mate. Like, no, GU and EU, not good enough. EJ, great, because it's swing trading. Okay.
I haven't swing traded it in a while. You know what? You're right. Are you right?
Of course I'm right. You just said I'm going to remove all currencies from TradingView. Leaves one currency up. Anyway,
you know what?
I wanted to ask Stash, where did you get in on GU? What are you aiming for? What are you seeing? I'm not so sure about about GU shorts, to be dead honest.
There you go. Better? Happy?
You didn't delete it, you just hid it.
Well, yeah, it's still a part of my strategy. EU and GU aren't. They can go away. We're not friends anymore.
Yeah, that's why I have a focus, which is US Tech, NASDAQ, NQ. I focus on that, and then the rest is still there. I can still look at it. Not going to trade it. Have you got no discipline, son? Have you got no discipline?
No.
Anyway, Stash, please tell us where you got in and what is the reasoning. It's a bit consolidated for me right now. I would like to see a little bit more of a break. But too consolidated for my tastes. No clear direction for me just yet. But if you're seeing something, please let us know. Your profile pic, yeah. Victor is saying, morning, gents, from Kenya watching. Good morning from South Africa to Kenya. Morning, brother. Waiting for him to notice. Morning, Queen's boy. He did notice. Nice. Usam, morning all. Hope you're all well. Good morning to you. Earn crypto with Bala. It's with Bala. Morning to all. Good morning to you.
Hello there.
Vish. Morning, bro.
So
let's see. Morning, bro. NASDAQ reacted off that base. Not yet. It just, at the time when you put out this message, it hadn't yet reacted. It has reacted now, though, if we bring back to my... So when you messaged, or when you had that message, we were stuck here in this segment. We had yet to react off of it, but now we have. Now we've reacted off of it. So what do we need to see? Right now, we do have this little bit of a channel. We need to see whether or not we can break these... we can break these lows down here, and then follow up to try and break the lows of the day so far. So now it's reacted, but yeah. The fitness master. Ooh, look at those guns. Hello.
Hope you have a license for them guns, my friend.
Yes, yes. Are they registered with the proper authority? Kavish, please criticize my gold short 4650.
It sucks. It sucks. It's a stupid. It's a stupid short. It's a crap trade. All right. It's just. I don't know. What else can we?
Let's just delete that. All right. Gold short.
Ugly.
Okay. I'm just also going to remove that. Let's have a little bit cleaner. All right. Gold short 4650. So 4650.
I don't actually hate it. It's a little bit risky.
Okay.
Not quite the most valid, but I don't hate it, Garish. I'll be honest with you.
Your stop and your short is exactly the same. Does it mean that you've already taken a partial of sorts? Because stop loss is 4650. Your entry was 4650. And your take profit is 4630. So 4630 is there.
Is that is that like a super scalp or something?
No, I'm assuming it was a mistype, and or he's already moved it to break even.
I'm assuming already moved it to
I mean, if I just look at how it's reacting, obviously. What I will say is, we did have this upper end of the day, which was eventually swept. So Tokyo session high was swept, but we didn't close above. So the reaction then, we had a nice pullback, but this pullback itself did not sweep previous low swings. We did come back into a short... That is not the right one. We did come back into a short-term area of resistance, which we then broke through. Fair enough. We failed to produce a follow-up higher swing. So based on this, so 2 bearish candles, 2 bullish candle, 1 bearish candle with momentum, I kind of like your sell. You know, if we just completely disregard the price action currently, because I can see it happening. But in hindsight, it looks good, because you did have a rejection here with the London Open, and then a follow-up. So 3 bearish candles, 1 bullish candle, and then a bearish candle that eventually did try and come lower. So I like this personally.
I don't know. I think it's a little too hard on the counter trend for me, if you ask me.
I like it. I think it's decent. I like his TP point being down here, because it's basically this high, not high, but like this low over here's reaction. So I kind of like it. If I were to get in on this, I probably would have gotten in somewhere over there. So, you know, when you start printing a bit more bearish candles, a strong attempt at a bullish candle, and then a drop lower. However, great trade so far. I like it. Oh, 4655. Is
Yeah.
that your entry? Oh,
Yeah.
entry.
Entry. Yeah. Entry 4655.
But your stop was 4650. So
40. No.
no, 4650. 4650 short, stop loss 4650. And if your entry was 4655, you already had moved it lower. So 4655 was the entry, which is up over here, basically. So assuming something like that, 4650. And then your take profit was 4630, and then your stop loss would have been where? Because I'm assuming it's going to be
Or was it the
4660.
opposite? Was it 4650 entry, 4655 stop loss?
No, you said 55 is the entry.
Yeah, fair. I'm just trying to make.
Anyway, regardless of where the levels are, if this was your entry point, 4655, having a stop above that swing, I'm assuming that you got in maybe somewhere over there, as an example. Not necessarily on that candle. Or you decided, okay, we did not close above this recent high swing. We wicked. I'm going to enter immediately, which I don't know. I would have waited for confirmation. But regardless, let's say you entered over there on that wick, which makes sense to a degree as well. Having your stop above the recent swing point makes a lot of sense, definitely. But yeah, you probably would have taken... why am I struggling? Oh, it's been a while since I took that one. You would have basically either just taken take profit, or you're, planning on to. It looks good. It looks good. I like it. Okay.
Yeah, it does look nice. Barack Obama. I fucking love reading that. Barack Obama saying, and I'm not even going to do the accent. Good morning, chat. That giveaway was
Good
great.
morning.
Yeah, good morning. That giveaway was crazy. Lol. I thought I was trying my best to type my answer very quick, and when you showed there was so many people first in the leaderboard, I quit trying. Dude, trivia is great fun, man. It is great fun.
But it can be brutal. Really, it can.
It's competitive. Yeah, the guys take it seriously. It's competitive, but it is
Yeah.
great fun. It's a good laugh.
The thing is, and I said this last week, even if you did not win a prize, you weren't in the top 3 or anything like that, you didn't lose anything. If anything, you gained knowledge. So you're either going to win an account or you're going to learn. It's literally the only 2 outcomes that's there. You either learn to be a little bit faster with your answers, or you just didn't know. You're like, wow, okay, I didn't know that. Now I do. So
Exactly. Yeah,
I love trivia. I think trivia is really good. But what I don't like about this is the fact that you said I just quit trying. Never quit trying. Never quit.
God loves to try it.
Keep trying, because today's try is tomorrow's success. It's that like idea. Like what you're doing today could lead to you, winning tomorrow. So never stop trying, mate. Never stop. Never stop stopping. Or never stop never stopping. Okay, it's a film with Andy Samberg about Lonely Island, the group, and it's basically just a play on words. Never stop, never stopping.
Never.
Anyway.
Gotta love a double negative on a Monday morning.
Never stop, never stopping. Never stopping is the action. So you have...
Yeah, no. I got it.
The action of not the action.
I got it, Rich.
Took you a bloody while. Damn it.
Okay.
Moving on swiftly.
Moving on. Martin, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Martin.
How are you doing, man? Yes, I'm just seeing as well. Kaush saying entry price is stop loss is entry. I am in my dark series mode. Awesome stuff.
Entry price is stop loss is entry.
Giovanni, temporary short on gold promote by me.
I have promoted my own temporary shorts.
Yeah.
I am a god among traders. Never say never.
Yeah. Never. How can we double negative this? Stop never, never saying never. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Kawish, it's a good short, mate. Risky though, since gold is super bullish on higher time frames, but the trade's awesome. Well done, bro. You also hit
Yeah.
TP, so congratulations on hitting TP. Protect, you guys forgot me. Oh no, dude, I'm sorry, bro.
No, we're going through. Good morning.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we haven't forgotten you. Don't worry, we haven't forgotten you. We're just trying to go through everyone, dude. Hey, I'll tell you what. Trying to go through chat with Rich and with you guys in chat, scroll through and trade, bro. It's like, can I do all of this? It's tough going. It
Of
takes a
course I
little.
can, but how well is the question?
Yeah, I can do it, but at what capacity can I do it at? Can I do it at a fully efficient capacity, or especially if you wake up like a little bit tired, you're like, chats, I'm gonna have a proper multitasked conversation today.
Sun is out
Oh
temporarily.
wow, yeah, dude, yeah, I guess
Bright.
you just turned into Casper the Ghost real quick.
Look how bright my cup is. Like, just look at the reflection.
Dude, I live life in dark mode. Even my cups are black. Like it's like carbon black as well. It's not even just like gloss black.
What are you talking about? It looks like it's got like a little bit of a, it reflected some light, so it's not that black.
Did it reflect light?
It's not Venta
Yeah,
black. If it was
no, it's
Venta
not
black,
black.
then
Dude,
yes.
I want to paint my car Fenta black.
No
I'm pretty
light
sure it's
escapes.
illegal. Pretty sure it's illegal.
No, I think with the weather that you guys had recently in the UK, it would most probably end up like frying your car.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Because it reflects nothing. It just absorbs all of that heat. It's just like, no,
98%
you're not going
light
anywhere. Anyway, we're getting that nice push lower now. So we had a short term. Where's my drawing tool? We had this short term retracement, getting a lot of volume now. Indeed, reacted very nicely off of that base area. Gotta love it. What am I looking for now to get into a potential trade? First and foremost, I would love to see us break these lows. All right? I would
yeah.
like to see this reaction off of this base level here, push price to take a new low. Price should go lower, try and pull back for another base like this, and then continue. And then what I would do is I'd be in a sell. So, unless we get a fake out here, we don't produce a new low, and we make this as a low, and then we start picking up from there. In which case, I would say that this is then a higher confluenced area, potentially to try and reverse from. So it's all going to depend on whether or not we can actually break through this zone here. So I'm going to keep a wary eye on this one for now, even though very bearish. Very bearish on the day so far. Slowed down. This is the most upward attempt that we've had, the most bullish attempt that we've had recently. This attempt over here was just straight up consolidation. We did have attempts over here, but this was during the Tokyo session, which I can't trade in, but overall still pushing lower highs, lower lows. Now this hopefully will either continue lower, which would make it easy to look for an entry, or it needs to reverse from here, sweeping these highs, retracing, and then continuing up, in which case it would be a reversal. As of right now, it is just continuing its good old-fashioned downward tick with a slightly larger than normal retracement. How long was this? So from that point over there to there, go back one. That was an hour, 20 minutes, about 90 points of movement. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Rahul saying, hey, Richard, my gold long from 4,001.2 smashed all my TPs. With the market looking this greedy, should I fully close it out or leave a small piece running? Good question. Because I would say this. If you're happy to let it run, so take some profits off of the table and let the rest run, do that. Because you've already secured some sort of profit along the way. There's nothing for you to lose if you then move your stop loss up as well. However, if you decide to just close out, the idea of greed is a difficult thing to kind of like juggle. Because on the one hand, you know the zones that you were marking up and the likelihood of them getting hit based on your strategy. And then if you decide to close out now, long before one of your zones, you need to kind of like think, okay, is the market showing me that there's this potential continuation, or am I seeing something that is starting to invalidate this initial idea that I had? The greed portion is going to go in when you completely disregard all of that information that's being given to you. So if the market starts showing that, okay, it's starting to reverse, but you decide to hang on, that might be a greed idea. So it's that adaptability that greed makes very difficult. So I would say this. If it were my strategy, I would have cut a portion, stop loss to break even, and let the rest run. And I would have just accepted whatever happens to that follow-up. So Dave from the futures basically has this idea of the one portion of his trade pays the bills and the other one is bonus. So whatever he receives above and beyond his first take profit point to him is just a bonus. Because the idea that he had in mind was getting to TP1. And once TP1 is hit, that's great. Everything after that is whatever it is. If it's a loss, it's fine. He's already moved it to break even. He's not losing anything. So, yeah, decide. Decide what you're going to do, but then own that decision. Tell yourself, I have made this decision and I'm living with it, regardless of the outcome. Don't look at it in hindsight and say, oh, I should have done this. No, own your decision. The next time you have this decision point that's available to you, you can then think back. The last time I made this decision, I regretted it after the fact because, and then you can give reasons. Or you can say, in hindsight, it was the right decision, but I wasn't sure. If you own a decision, you say, it doesn't matter what this thing does. I've decided that this is the outcome. This is what I'm going to experience. If I were to take a trade right now and it goes to stop loss, I accept it because I made that decision. Simple as that.
Hey, boys.
Hey, Dirk.
Oh, Dirk, what's good, my man?
Good. Everything is good. It's Monday. The markets are open again. Life couldn't be better, right?
Wrong. Wrong. You guys are mistaken. Life is hot. No, I'm joking.
I can continue to work on my island world domination plan. So beautiful.
How's that
Do
going?
I notice a new fixture in the background?
You have noticed
Yeah,
it?
I thought that, but I feel like I've seen it before, though.
Yeah, probably I got it from Etsy. Probably it's like in the background of 9 out of 10 trading channels. But I like
Probably,
it.
yeah.
You know, I didn't like the poster before that because it always came down and it like looked a bit weird on video. So I thought like, hey, like this bull and bear thing is nice.
Do you know what I like
Dude,
about
I like
it?
that.
It's
Like the little
it's a
satellite
geometric
as well.
shape.
Huh? Sorry?
I like it because it's geometric.
Yeah.
So, my wife has this painting, drawing that she did of a heart. So an anatomically correct heart, but as if it's crystallized. So it has these geometric shapes. It is. I still need to get that tattooed on my body, but the thing that I like about that specifically is that geometricness shape. I love that, coupled with the fact that it has like that duality to it. So for those of you who know my tattoos and whatnot, this is a duality tattoo.
Okay.
So okay, you can't see it properly, but I'll send you a picture, Dirk. But basically, it's two things, the same geometric fixtures on this side, not on the other side. Other side is more rounded and fluid stuff. On the one side, it's more geometric, but it's geometric cut in half and then fluidity on the other side. So, me likey.
Nice.
likey bear bull
Nice.
background.
At first, when I had it in my hands, I was like, is that going to be nice, But from far away now, when I see it in the picture, I must say I quite like it.
Yeah, I like, and it's got like a little lightning bolt in the middle.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like lightning doesn't strike twice, but when it does, it fries everything.
It doubles the gun, doubles the fun.
Yeah, that it does. Never say never.
Exactly that. Yeah. How's it
How's
going,
things
guys?
going? NASDAQ.
Morning, Justin. Yeah, NASDAQ dumping quite hard. Yeah? I missed that. I missed getting into the short trade there earlier because it was like I was actually looking at the Standard and Poor's at the same time where I entered a long trade. But yeah, let's see how this one is going up. Other than that, I'm also in a gold long. And once LJ joins, I need to rub this into his face, actually. Where is it? Not this one. My long-term swing gold trade hit take profit. Bam! 3.9 hour in your face. Welcome, DJ LJ.
This is air traffic control reporting Alpha Gamma 4999 coming in for landing.
Those are the biggest earmuffs I've ever seen on a headset. I'm not. Look straight at the camera. Yeah, please look straight at the camera. Oh my god.
You don't look
so
like a
thick.
trader anymore. You look like some kind of
You look
know,
like
third
Princess
row
Leia.
wannabe DJ on ecstasy in a Berlin nightclub.
You look like Princess Leia with like the I don't know, the hair
The
here on the
space
side.
buns?
Yeah, the space buns.
bun.
There we go.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh my
Yeah, so
lord.
my this is really weird as well because normally I can hear myself talk because I've got the AirPods in. Now this is like block. I gotta like put it to the side or something. Like have my ear
You
exposed
can
a bit.
set some settings in EVMux, I think somewhere where it basically emulates. It's called instant monitoring.
Okay.
So you can have it where you hear yourself, or you can have it where you don't hear yourself, and then there's no feedback.
One more.
No,
My problem is if there's like a feedback and it's delayed.
One more option in EVMax to turn on to make it crash even harder.
No. It's not even that though. It's normally like where you have AirPods in, you can still records everything. Like you can hear the what's playing, but you can still sort of hear yourself speak, right? Like that's how they're sort of designed. But for this, it just blocks it out, so it feels like I'm like underwater or just muffled, and just it gives you that weird dissonance where you're used to your voice sounding a certain way, and it sounds like I'm talking really quiet or something like weird.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know. It
that's
just
why
sounds,
I say you get a thing called instant monitoring where you can hear yourself, but it's not at a delay. So if I can hear myself right now, I can talk and I can hear myself. So there's instant feedback. So I can hear myself speak, but it's not delayed.
In your headphones.
In my headphones.
I don't have that. I'm just talking about like my own ears hearing myself.
Yeah, on my
their own?
interface.
I don't know.
On my audio interface, the DAW that I have here, I have a setting that I can literally click a button to create or to have instant monitoring active or inactive. And if it's inactive, I won't hear myself. It'll be that muffledness.
What kind of headphones do you guys have? I mean, I can hear myself talking just fine. When I activate this option, I just tried it out on EVMux. It's like I have a teeny tiny delay between what I can hear myself saying and then it coming back from my headphones.
Oh, I have zero delay. It's as if this, but like this cancels out all noise. So it's complete noise cancelling, but the direct monitoring allows me to hear myself so that you don't have that like weird muffledness, first and foremost. And secondly, there's no delay.
Okay, I'm going to try it. Hello.
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 Hello, hello.
I'm going to... Wait,
Echo,
what?
echo.
Did it not work? I don't know.
JJ, can you hear me?
Hear yourself. I can now hear myself.
And then you just hear
That's even weird. Now it's got like a... I can hear myself, then hear this slightly after.
Exactly,
Yeah.
delay.
What?
That is one of the most annoying things ever is
Yeah.
the fact that you can have that like delay, because as you're speaking, you hear yourself talking and you're like,
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that. I meant just like my own audible voice in reality outside of digital computer land.
Yeah.
is now
Yeah,
delayed.
type thing. No.
As I'm speaking, there's a delay.
The latency
But
of
yeah, no,
reality.
either way, my AirPods seem to have broken. They're not connecting. They're not working. So I had to find whatever random headphones I had. Literally, these are so dusty. They're so old. I don't even know
They
when
work.
I bought them, why I bought them. They're huge.
Young
They
LJ
work.
did
Actually,
have
you know
his
what?
reasons.
They
Let me
work.
change this.
Anyway, gentlemen, it is now the end of my session. Will's internet has crashed. He will be back the moment it is back. But I'm going to hop off. I have one or two things that I need to do. Tomorrow we have the 1v1 battles. One in the morning, one in the afternoon. So those of you today that's in right now, please join us again tomorrow for the 1v1. You're going to go up and battle against myself in the morning session. And then the pre-New York session in the afternoon, you will be going up against Victor. So very, very strong competitor tomorrow afternoon. A very mid competitor tomorrow morning. I'm going to hop off for now. I'll see you guys
Extreme
in
compliment.
the afternoon session. Right.
You will. Take care, Richard.
Yes.
See you later, man.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
See you,
bye.
Rich.
So here we are, and I was thinking about getting myself some AirPods actually for streaming because I'm always get sweaty ears.
They are way better, honestly. Mine broke, I think, because I plugged them into. So, talked about before. The the wiring in this building is terrible. Plugged them into one of the outlets. I think it's gone off fritz again because they just don't seem to charge. Whatever, they were perfectly fine. They're not very. They're only like 3 months old. So I think it shorted them out, just like it did to my old iPhone. But yeah, myself personally, I think they're way better. I prefer them for.
Yeah, I should change that too, but
Generally, yes.
you know, I also love these headsets because the sound quality, especially if sometimes I like to listen to music a little bit, you know, while doing my work here, and it's
Of course.
like very nice. Maybe also because it gives me the feeling of being cancelled out from my environment here, although there's nobody else than me in this office. But yeah, you know, whatever you're used to, I guess.
Yeah, when I want to do that, like I just unplug everything, don't have headphones in, like obviously because I'm at home. I don't know about you in your office with like noise restrictions, that kind of thing. I can just have it loud, you know. So I've got like a,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. Yeah.
speakers, subwoofer, that kind of thing.
Wish amazing. Don't spam, please. Yeah, as you've been told numerous times now, tomorrow there are one versus one battles. You can join these. Today there is no giveaway. Please don't repeat and spam. You'll find all the information you need down in the description of this video. I'm sure you can read this by yourself without us being parrots and repeating everything.
Yeah, forgive me, Dirk, sometimes if I like pause because it's so weird hearing this. It is really so like disorientating, right? When you're so used to something, and this just feels like so weird.
Reminds me a couple of years ago, I was like a speaker at a crypto expo in Dubai. So I had to talk like in front of like 500-600 people. It's about why I thought back then, you know, that we've seen the worst in crypto and now summer is going to begin. That was 2020, I think, or something, and or 2022. Doesn't really matter. I got COVID after that one for the second time because all the people there. But anyway, I was standing there on the podium and I started talking. And then I could naturally hear my own voice, but also the voice being reflected from like 200 meters away from the wall back at me.
Yeah.
And I was so confused. It's like, I hated that. I really thought after this, my God, you've just made a fool out of yourself.
No, it's completely fair. Like, the funny thing is how a lot of these things are engineered. We'll get into charts in a sec. Just a final comment. It's the same thing with speakers with like lighting. because light engineers are never like speakers,
Oh,
and hence
yeah.
often you
Yeah.
have light coming straight into people's faces, and it puts them all off, right? That kind of thing. Because it changes your natural perception. The same way that police interrogations used to be run, right? They, shine a light directly in your face whilst they're trying to. It puts you off. And so people come up on stage. They've got so much light intensity they can hardly even see the crowd
Yeah.
because it's so intense. And you're just like, who am I talking to again? Like, right? And they feel completely off, But it's because from back up here it looks good, but the person on stage, I don't know where I am, type of thing. So totally get that. Hopefully I'll get used to it. Should I take these glasses off as well?
I don't know
I've had
if you still want to look like an 80s porn star, keep them on.
no, I actually had. You can see it's still a bit rough.
Yeah.
Like, see this side compared to that side.
Is that sunburn or what is that?
No, I had more of that autoimmune
Oh,
thing. I'll show you
yeah.
guys a quick. This is just funny, and then we'll get into charts. This was me yesterday evening, all right?
Look like you've been in a brawl, man.
No, this is me trying to open my eye as much as possible. It was really like that.
But it looks like a bruise underneath your eye also.
Yeah,
Shadow.
yeah, because it gets all red, sort of discolored. Eventually clears. It's all puffy. It eventually cleared up, went like that. Like my eye was just fully closed. Migrated a little bit to the second one as well, but that one cleared up, didn't take on. But anyway, there's your funny photo. I'm sure someone will screen clip that, just like I did with Will, and you can use that as a profile picture. There you go.
You look like you start in Hangover 3 or 4 or whatever the next one.
I've got a better picture for that, which actually fits very well. We can maybe share that next time on Wednesday for fun. But yeah, guys, so markets. I have not been trading too much today. I've been in amongst trying to get moving stuff sorted and doing a bunch of other things. I have been looking at the markets in general. We've had this push up in gold, which is pretty nice. I wonder what you think about gold.
Well, my
Dirk,
take profit is
now that
reached.
we're up through here.
A bit more insanely rich, so.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, you've
But
been
really,
stacking it.
we turned around exactly on my TP, man. And guys, this really, I mean, I don't want to brag, guys. I want to brag, but I don't want to. Don't
No,
get me
do
wrong.
brag. You've had some amazing gold shorts through. Longs through here. We both have. You've stuck in them longer than I did.
In the
I
swing
sort of
ones,
jumped in,
for sure.
jumped out.
I'm not doing as well as you on the shorter ones, though. This was a trade both of us, LJ, took live here. When was that? I think like 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. When we were trading at almost exactly 4K in gold, we said, like, if we're going to turn around, we'll turn around here. So this is live, This is not like in hindsight that we drew something on the chart here and say, like, oh, look how amazing we did. This was like entered live and talked about on every session. Why LJ exited that one on a Friday. I think the Friday you exited this, the first week. Why I held into it, and so on and so forth. So for all of you who righteously, question like, hey, are those guys just talking? Are they actually doing things live? This is one of those examples where we did live. On the other hand, of course, I'm also always willing to share when something like this happened. Like last week was not so good for me, honestly speaking. With the gold trade that didn't went as well. Like a slight negative week for me last week. This week, I probably should stop trading. Actually, I should probably stop trading for the quarter and just enjoy what happened with gold there. But yeah, just one example. Of course, extremely happy, not only for my own sake, also always extremely happy, when we can show something like this live, because I think really that it makes that difference from a lot of other so-called live tradings, live analysis rooms out there.
Yeah. So this was, ignore this. This was like a short-term thing on, I think it was a Thursday or Friday there we're talking about. But this is what Dirk was talking about, this wedge pattern that we had formed through here, that rounding out of the bottom. We had the lower low into a final low, higher low, that rounding out, and this wedge pattern forming through here. This is the 4 hour, eventually snapped out of that, broke much higher, all the way to these top retracement kind of points and pushing right on to the eventual top end of that. So, oh, Will, you're back.
Welcome back,
Yo,
mate.
can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah,
LJ cannot
apologies about
hear
that,
you
guys.
well, but this is due to other reasons. To the,
Yeah.
I don't know, like psychedelic acid trip rainbow thingy going on with a set.
Yeah, this guy. I'm air traffic control today. Will.
I was gonna say, dude, they are like you got your own sort of like aura going on over there, haven't you? Like, damn, son, look at that.
Yeah, like
thing.
Rich was saying, dude, they're huge.
They are big ass headphones.
My AirPods broke, or are not working. They won't recharge. Whatever. I think I plugged them. They got like shorted out or something. So I've got these. Dug them out of like a old computer box, just trying to find something that would work. Don't even know when I bought them,
like
why I
those-
bought them.
Strike days and stuff like this, probably.
Yeah,
like
yeah. I
those
think.
old, like Go-Go's. Have you had like Go-Go's as a kid?
No, what are Go-Go's?
No, like Go-Go's. Dude, we grew as kids. We grew up on like Go-Go's, and you'd collect them, and you'd get like funky ones with like massive headphones on.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
no,
What are they? Headphones, or is this like a?
No. They're like little. How do you? I can't even access my.
Oh, like a
massive
figurine
computer.
type thing.
Yeah, I can't even access my big ass computer. to
Oh,
show you.
okay.
They're like
Yeah.
they're literally probably. They're probably like that tall.
We had. I think I know what you mean, but I think there was a radio station that stole the same like mascot thing here for them.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. Hang on.
Ooh, hang on my back.
Here you go.
No. Damn it.
Something.
Oh.
they
Yeah,
had this-
yeah,
kinda like that.
exactly.
I remember.
They
Yeah,
they stole the
exactly
same kind
that.
of mascot thing. I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. Like it was this little dude, kind of like that.
Pretty cute, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. There you go then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, yeah.
I'm going to get like 2 of those, one with Will's face, one with LJ face, and I can get them on my desk here.
But yeah, no,
Me
Will,
too.
your sound and everything is good. There seems to be like a minuscule delay between like the video and sound
Okay.
stuff, but it's fine.
But I think
Like
it's
we
because
can
I'm
hear
on
you
my
fine
data.
and everything.
For me,
Yeah,
it's fine. You're like a
I'm-
perfect sync.
Literally using my data at the moment, so
Yeah, it's only very minor, so you're all good.
Okay.
You're good.
yeah. That's right then.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know what's going on. Like my Wi-Fi is fine. Like I'm looking at, I've got all the green lights, but I got no Wi-Fi. Really weird.
Yeah.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
I've also tried kicking. I've tried kicking it as well, Dirk. It doesn't.
That's helped sometimes too. That's true.
The old school kicking it, and then I've tried blowing it, and. No, it's
Or
not
like the old cartridges for Game Boy.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like a quite nice cartoon. You gotta look it up on YouTube. Like that from the point of a cartridge, you know, like, hey, you have a new one. You know, try to not work. You know, why should I do that? When the boy comes like, and the cartridge goes like, oh. Dick joined again, and the PTA
Classic. It's right, Dirk. You're
18.
sorry.
Such
Dirk.
an old pervert.
Yeah, it's right, Dirk.
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 Yeah.
Dirk. I'll get it
Dirk.
The
naturally.
problem is when Will says it, it always makes me sound like a Nazi name. Dirk.
Heil
But
Dirk.
Ay.
It's right.
No, Pedro. Okay, guys, chart,
Good job, so-
trading, and so on.
Yeah. How we doing, Azrael? Sorry, there was just one or two I was going to bring up. It was, yeah, so no, I didn't get into any hooliganism. Like I was saying before, yeah, it's just that autoimmune soft tissue thing once again hitting me. So,
Are we seeing the turnaround on NQ right now?
let me have a look. I haven't looked at NQ just yet.
I'm gonna try and reset my PC because
God damn, I've got a lot of stuff just here from.
Picasso again.
yeah.
Oh, this must have been from Friday's Discord. I think I was saying like, oh, not sure on yeah, that was this period through here. Not sure on total direction on Friday. As far as the turnaround, I could maybe see this. I think so, to be honest. I think that's a fair... We've had a fair drawdown. Like, I can't really hide all... I need to clean this chart up at this point, but if we just go fib...
Usam, I'm on Ethernet as well, by the way, not wireless. Everything else is wireless but my PC. I'll make sure that's straight direct Ethernet.
Yeah. Likewise.
Yeah. The Yellow Bunny, have you tried talking to it passionately? I'm going to try that when I get off stream.
This might be a bit faint, but you can probably sort of see it there. It's 61.8% fib retracement from the bottom that we had up to those highs. So I don't mind that in general. And plus, just this seems like a nice cluster down with those heads. Fair retracement. I think most of the concerns and stuff are washed out at this point. I might tend to agree with this, actually.
I mean, I'm long already S&P, so ES, but so I don't want to double down since I'm already also in gold in a position. We have Nvidia this week.
What are you in on gold, actually?
Hold on. I'm in a
Is this like a intraday?
Yeah, that's an intraday thing.
Yeah.
Just based on order flow levels, so to say. Same in standard ES. Also just based on order flow, order footprints to be more precise. And so I don't want to triple down, so to say, on NASDAQ into the same direction, because if I lose them, I'm going to lose 3%. Of course, you could argue, if you win all three, you're up 6% minus fees. But let's not go overboard there, since the week already started very nice with a swing trade.
What's your trade on gold then, though? If you head over to gold?
On gold is this one here. So I entered... Long, yeah, I entered around of the future 4692. Let me quickly check. Yeah, 92. Take profit up here 725. Stop loss down here at 678.5.
Interesting.
And the difference is here, this one, because the trajectory is still very much up, of course, on gold. A bit like detached correlation-wise, at least from the NASDAQ. We have a mild uptrend when it comes to the S&P 500 or ES. On the NASDAQ, we are still in a downtrend. This is why I actually was more looking to short this here, but I was a little bit late to the game and didn't dare to jump into that one anymore earlier. Would have been nice, like in hindsight, because it's also a bit of a hedge to the other two trades. But, whatever, there's always something going on, of course. So let's see. We have NVIDIA coming in today, tomorrow already, isn't that something?
Either of you guys in the summer plan competition, by the way?
Summer plan competition? No, I'm not in that. In 2 days.
What's that, Will?
I think there's a few taking part. I'm trying to find... It says my DNS server isn't responding. Whatever.
Your DNS server?
That sounds like an that would be an ISP trouble, right?
That is ISP
it
trouble.
Says
yeah.
The DNS server is not responding.
That's what I had last week as well.
Then you have like some outage on your DNS, nothing you can do. So you can connect to your Wi-Fi probably still, but once you access internet, it says like, no can do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there you go then. Okay, so great. Fantastic. Love that. Ill last week, DNS issues this week. It's just like life doesn't want me to work.
Yeah, sometimes like this, really. Yeah.
Sometimes it does feel like this. Oh well.
Yeah.
What they don't realize is I've got data.
One real quick thing. What's this? Okay. Jatin Singh. They not reply me. What were we saying? Let me scroll up. You've said it 36 times. So please unban me and give me that payout. Do not scam me. Okay, so first of all, we can't do anything about that here, right? If for some reason, I think you said, give me a withdrawal. Like if you have been banned for some reason, there's going to be a reason, right? Now, if you want to appeal that, if you have some kind of evidence for whatever happened, you got to talk to support. We can't do anything here on the live stream. That's not our jobs. That's not our role within the firm, that kind of thing. We don't handle any of this stuff. So you guys got to talk to support, either email support or jump on the live chat, try and sort it out. You can find that through the Discord. If you've got an account, you should be able to access that, no problem. Go through those channels and you'll be able to figure it out through there. Now, obviously, if like you haven't provided us with any kind of information about why or whatnot, right? You've just said, give it back. Tell us why. We can probably give you some quick information now with our general knowledge of how things work. But overall, your best bet is to go through support. Email through those channels. If you believe you've done everything right and something has been done wrong by you, come up with all the evidence, all the documents, all the whatever to appeal that, supply that evidence, and then support will absolutely go through it thoroughly and make a proper, fair judgment. Right? So Fivers are very forgiving. They will understand. They will hear you out. They will let you speak your piece. If there is some kind of misunderstanding or mistake or something like that. So definitely you have that opportunity. Just go through the proper support channels. Yeah, we can't do anything about it here, unfortunately.
Don't be one of those guys that come out as well and say, scams. You guys banned me. Blah 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 blah. And then it turns out that your arbitrage, reverse hedge trading, multiple high frequency trading with someone else's accounts and
sharing accounts, that kind of stuff.
And you're doing stupid things. It's like, guys, look, do some research. Like, if you've been banned and I got a saying: if you're willing to break the law, be willing to, suffer the consequences. And what that means is if you know that you shouldn't be sharing account details, but you do it anyway. Not saying it doesn't happen. I'm not an advocate of it, but good luck to you. If you get caught, use some common sense. It ain't gonna go. They're not gonna be like, oh, cheeky boy.
It just reminds me of that meme. You know that what is it? Where it's like straight to jail.
Exactly.
Sorry, that just popped into my head. I just couldn't help it.
Exactly that. It's like, dude, like if you're going to do, if you're gonna do something stupid, and you get caught, because look, chickens come home to roost at some point, And I said this to a friend of mine. A friend of mine cheated on his partner, and we're not friends anymore, But he cheated on his partner, and then he comes up to me. He's like, "Oh, she caught me. She broke up with me. I'm brokenhearted." I'm like, bro, like,
dude,
what do you want?
What
do you expect?
Accept the consequences. Chickens come home to roost. You've done the naughty boy thing. When you get caught doing the naughty boy thing, then.
That being said, however, nobody's saying here, of course, nobody wants to make fun of you. Nobody wants to say like, oh, you did something, Of
course not.
I tell this from my own experience as a client of a Fiverr, not like in my role as a streamer here. That whenever I had a problem and I reached out to support, I not only got in 8 out of 10 times like a really quick support. Quick, I mean here within a day. Don't expect like, within 5 minutes to resolve anything, and a knowledgeable response. Whenever I was thinking of deploying a trading strategy where I had like a doubt, like, hey, is this within the framework of what is allowed with the Fivers? What I always did, I proactively reached out. And ask support, hey, am I allowed to do this, or is this going to become a problem? To avoid exactly the situation you might have right now, 300 accounts, but not getting any payouts. So, I mean, the Fivers are the top one for a reason when it comes to customer satisfaction, in my opinion. So, please be patient, reach out to support again. If you feel like you've been not treating fairly, support them with evidence, and if anything was breached, you just gotta accept it, man.
Right, guys, bear with me. I'm gonna hop off. I think I'm back.
Okay. We'll
Right,
bear
bear
with
with
you.
me 2 minutes.
That's right, man. All good.
All right. What else? Quite a nice bit of movements actually today, I must say, for Europe.
Yeah, do we want
on
to
Monday?
jump to your chart for a sec?
We can. Sure. Why not? Who was that again?
Yeah, I just want to see what movement you were talking about. That's all.
Well, we have been, like a little bit of up and down here in the S&P 500, NASDAQ like reacting a bit, not like crazy volatility, of course, but the last weeks, especially on Mondays, like whenever we started our stream at 10, the markets were a little bit deadbeat. I especially like to see, honestly speaking, between you and me, that we see a little bit of detachment of gold and risk on. And it's funny enough that gold is moving so much together with Bitcoin right now. I mean, whatever happened in crypto anyway, right? A bit insane.
This is a very good point. I want to see whether that correlation actually continues or not.
Yeah.
So obviously that's off the back end of Scott Bessent saying they're going to double the Treasury buybacks at the long end of the yield curve from last week. If you guys weren't aware of why we got this massive dollar sell-off in general. Obviously, they doubled it from 2 billion to 4 billion. I think that's 0.0125% or something like that of the total Treasury bill issuance. So it's very small, but it's more the, I guess, kind of the sentiment that what the US administration, the government is wanting to do, and obviously where the Fed is right now. And people are seeing them as in kind of opposite standpoints. And also with the Fed now, obviously we've got Kevin Walsh running a very different ship. We did have some chatter through, was it the FT, the Financial Times, where there was talk of participants close to the Fed governor saying that they would look to raise rates.
Okay.
Now, that goes against the whole no forward guidance type thing where we've done these kind of leaks in the past. And then there also was an echo chamber of that potentially being Kevin Walsh himself signaling that, which I would really hope not, because that just deletes everything.
Very mean,
They're very, very bad. Very bad. So I think with that, right now, obviously, the market's trying to figure out this split between the US administration, Trump, and obviously how that interplays into the Fed. Everyone was concerned about that with the Fed, and then now what the Fed is doing into its new kind of era. Because at the same time, we've had the most divergent opinions in the Fed since, I think, the 80s, since way back, like at least, Paul Volcker times, way back when?
You mean the yields right now?
No, divergence in the Fed.
It
was Paul Volcker where everyone voted one way, and then he said he would quit the Fed if everyone didn't swap their vote.
Probably.
And they did a new vote, and then they swapped. And for the past 40 years, it's pretty much been whatever the chairman says, the Fed kind of goes with, right? But now we've seen the biggest divergence.
But I mean, that is to be expected, no?
Yeah, because we also had the Trump thing where they're trying to signal that Fed independence has not been squandered. So this is where we're in this, we've got this weird gray zone where everyone's trying to figure out
and Walsh is
who's
trying to do the impossible. He has to appease Trump, of course, a little bit. Not a little bit, a little much. And at the same time, he has to juggle the board members, to show them, hey, what I'm doing here, the changes I'm applying, they are based on data, they are based on forward guidance. Please, believe me that I know, based on my vita, that I know what I'm doing here. So that's to be expected, that you have kind of like this mini revolt within the board members. They are all the local board members, like from the local dependencies of the Fed. They all have a very big ego. It's like this.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we've got obviously Kevin Walsh's speech coming up 28th.
Yeah.
I think it's Friday. Is it Friday? My calendar won't pop up for some reason.
Sorry, guys, can you hear me okay?
28th.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Perfect.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay, sweet.
While you were looking at this quick answer, Clarity Act for crypto in the USA has been postponed until, the vote on it until September. So no news from that side.
But yeah, so I think it's going to be quite interesting, given that stuff with the Financial Times, whatever else, whether that's true, not true, or if it's been other participants from the Fed somehow pushing that through. This is going to be very interesting to see where Kevin Walsh actually comes out with his speech, what kind of tonality, what kind of direction, that kind of thing at Jackson Hole.
What have I missed with FT?
So there was a potential leak of insiders close to the Fed chairman that they would be more leaning towards raising rates from the Fed, right, of other members. Now, people are speculating who that might be as far as these members close to the chairman. And then there was also some other line that came through that it was potentially Kevin Walsh himself in terms of trying to do some indirect direction as far as the market's playing the ball rather than the referee, or whatever he said last time, right? So people are trying to speculate what part of that is true. And also we've got the Fed kind of letting rates just run higher, essentially, letting the market do the work for itself. And then we've got the US government, so Scott Bessent, the administration, trying to buy back long-term yields to arguably suppress that yield or create some kind of disruption, or whether they want yields to be high and then the dollar to come down in some weird way. They definitely want the dollar to come down. It's very, very clear. But that move is very counterintuitive to what the Fed is currently doing. So it's also interesting doing that in the face of the Fed with where they're currently positioned. And then once you also take into consideration tangential components like dollar yen and that kind of thing, like other bits and pieces going on within the bond market and all this kind of stuff, they're basically at odds with each other, which is very abnormal. We don't really have that. And so that needs to come back to some kind of normalization and become streamlined through that. So either you get some surprise thing from the Fed where they do come back into streamlining this, or the US government goes harder, or I don't know. People are waiting for what Kevin Walsh is actually going to do as chairman. Speculation around him being a Trump puppet or being completely independent, that kind of thing, up for grabs. That's the summary.
That, honestly speaking, sounds like something some sort of dumb local governor would also do, like contact the Financial Times. Hey, I've got information for you guys. Financial Times, of course, jumping on it because that's what journalists like to do. And, trying to place a bomb there to kind of discredit Kevin Walsh.
Well, yeah, it's also weird because, Janet Yellen and Jerome Powell, they used those avenues in the past.
Yeah.
Especially when they felt like they didn't get through the independent speakers talking at fireside chats and that kind of stuff. Their communication was somehow misunderstood or misheard. They'd leak something through. Because previously, for guidance was pretty much, it's not even guidance. It's like, we're telling you we're doing this, right?
Correct.
So we're not going to see this 98% probability into Fed rate hike or rate cut or staying stable probability anymore. It's always going to have a bit of a at least 70-30 split, right? The 98% times are gone. It's a bit odd.
Except the pictures crystal clear. If you have inflation at 9%, something that would be clear, or at deflation minus 2%, something like this. But of course, in order to get there, we would have a lot of stuff front end for a number of years being done wrong, not only by the Fed, obviously, but also by the administration, by the US Treasury, and so on and so forth. And when we talk about bonds, we can also argue always, like we've talked about this in the past as well, that we see a lot of the credit market, especially for AI, going offline, so to say, to the private credit market that's not supervised, or at least not as much, or not in open statistics as what we see with normal bonds. So with the amount of investment that goes in that, I think this is going to be another dimension, to look at when it comes to how a central bank can actually decide and what data to work on in the future. Because it's like not anymore like, I need this statistic, and this statistic. Then I kind of know, what the real yield curve is across the whole economy. No, there's a different kind of yield curve on the private market, a higher one, but one that potentially can also invert very much more quicker than any official treasury market.
Correct. And so we got to find out where they're going to sit with that overall. And then also, hence, Kevin Walsh has said a number of times now, he doesn't care so much about the jobs numbers, right? They're only good after like 3 revisions later, which is 12 months to 18 months later, like to get the full stack.
This is how it was 1.5 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Which he is right. They are way too old. Like that kind of thing. Like the how they measure it, it needs to be reworked. He's definitely correct on that. So yeah, I think definitely that inflation component is going to be the key lookout for the Fed, for Kevin Walsh at least. Jobs is always a thing, but that's going to be reformed in some manner. I think inflation is more predictable, and I think that will be their prime movement mechanic, right, overall. And I think that's the primary thing to observe with them. Rather than trying to interpret forward guidance, that kind of thing, what is the... I just had the word for it just before. The central banking word. What's the mechanism?
Sorry, come again. Repeat your sentence. I was like with my mind somewhere else, honestly speaking, right now.
The mechanism that would make them change their stance. I had
a mechanism for that.
Yes, yeah. Another
forward guidance.
Outside of forward guidance. I've lost it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Basically, the component that would change them, and that's predominantly going to be like inflation, it looks like. Once they've got these new revisions to how they want to calculate and measure inflation overall, I think the jobs market will matter less, just like Kevin Walsh has iterated a number of times. So hence, when we've had the NFP numbers coming in a bit lower and having a bit of disruptions, that kind of thing, we've had, a response from the market, but considering NFP, what it's been in prior, this should have been way, way, way bigger of a response. Seeing 200 pips plus in Eurodollar, we saw instead about like 80 or something. Yes, we do have summer markets, but also with summer markets, you often get in those expanded moves a bloviated move. So, yeah, inflation is definitely the one to watch overall. Inflation might take over NFP now as like a market impulse, total ATR, total volatility going forward.
Which is a good thing. I agree with you, because like, who's going to believe those job numbers anyway? Like when they're revised, like the total opposite, like 12 months later. Oh, sorry, somebody couldn't use Excel or whatever the reason for that is, It's like, I don't know, and like them getting rid of independent contractors that did exactly this work probably made things worse. Probably we are seeing the effects of that right now, that nobody can believe these statistics anymore. So for me, it's inflation. For me, it's also something like consumer spending, because I think consumer spending gives you same like what job numbers actually should do, a forward guidance, on how is the individual household right now doing. if consumer spending goes down or is negative, or people are sitting on the money or just cannot spend anymore, that tells you a lot of things of what actually is going on in the job market right now, or what is about to happen in the job market. And so that is a figure I personally look at. If I never would have the competence, of course, to be a chairman of a Fed or a member of a Fed, but I would more lean on stuff like this to get a picture of how things doing. Because you cannot forget also, if you raise interest rates or you lower interest rates, it's not going to have an immediate effect on the economy. There's a delay of at least 6 months, if not longer, until that trickles down to the individual household. And let's be clear, the individual household, the consumer, that's the driving force of the U.S. economy. It's not government spending. It's not in a way like what companies are spending or importing or producing. It's like really based on consumerism of the individual. How are people willing to max out their credit cards for items they might not actually need, cars, luxury items, food, and so on. I mean, food they need, of course, obviously. Most of them that are not yet cyborgs, but
most of them, yeah. Unlike me, this is my cyborg recharge station for like a. It's like a walking battery.
With that headphone, if you are a cyborg, you're like the cyber truck of cyborgs.
No, I don't want to be that. No one likes the cyber truck.
No one wants to be that, exactly.
Yeah, come on, Dirk.
Or you're you're Optimus Prime, and do you do this?
Yeah, Optimus Prime. I used to get the nickname in high school, Loctimus Prime.
Loctimus Prime.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Dude.
This is going to stick now, you know that, right?
Loctimus Prime.
Yes, that's something. That's something.
Because back in the day, like going to the gym, that kind of stuff. There was a couple of us that played sport, went to gym early. Everyone else was behind, so I don't know. It just stuck somehow. Anyway.
Yeah.
I quickly want to answer this because Robert has been waiting for my answer for a while. Is the same trade as me. So I have to say, like I'm in the future right now in that trade, but yeah, definitely can sweep 7,700. I have my take profit at 686. So what's the difference there to the S&P 500 CFD? Let me quickly look. Where do I have it? 668. So we are. ES is at. So it's like 14 points lower. Can definitely do that. For me, it's just why did I put my take profit there? It's just for the risk reward ratio, because on these futures, at the moment, while I'm still collecting, statistics, I decided, I want to aim for 2R on every trade. So over like 150, 200 trades later, I have some data that can make it can make me really compare, is this good or do I need to adjust something? But I don't see why it cannot, especially if we see a turnaround now, which, I mean, arguably the S&P 500 does better. Well, NASDAQ up now again as well. I really like the long side at the moment, honestly speaking.
I do as well. For NASDAQ, definitely. I think so.
Yeah, that is, I love this comment, Randall Paul Trader. Consumer habits don't change until they have to. Absolutely.
I think the other thing with consumer habits, like there needs to be more look at the whole K-shaped economy type thing. Because, we got retail sales printing a pretty negative number last week. That was pretty terrible. But even through that, like the lower ends, like lower 50% has been printing negative for quite some time, right? And it's been that top end holding it up. So now if we see negative prices overall, that top end is also starting to pull back, right? Obviously rates much higher, that kind of stuff. This has been going on for quite some time. Potentially people are seeing the AI / the run in stocks, that kind of stuff, potentially petering out. They pulled back a bit of spending, who knows just yet. But we do need that reconfiguration of how we actually analyze that. Because it's the same thing with like consumer confidence. We've seen that in the bin, some of the lowest levels for decades. But obviously spending has then kept going on. right?
Yeah.
So we've got this differentiation because retail sales and consumer confidence are definitely much more of like a vibe indicator. There's a strong portion of that. It's not so raw quantitative. There's also like a vibe, energy, motivational type aspect. People's belief of are they going to be able to continue to be employed, potentially get a raise, or if they lost their job, could they get another job, or so on and so forth, right? So I got to say, this is where I do agree with Kevin Walsh's whole thing of trying to strip apart everything else that has worked prior to a more real-time economy. Like, we don't have these same business cycles that are kind of 8 to 12 years
Yeah.
anymore. And maybe occasionally you get like a 5 to 7 year cycle within that typical 8 to 12. We often have these weird, like, almost 2, 3, 4 cycles, and then like 5, 7 cycles, which are much shorter. And so you kind of get a couple stacked in between that. Just with technology, the rapidity of tech advances in computers, disinflation for tech, even though we've got inflation going on at the same time, you give people more access to this stuff. The capacity for them to increase their productivity goes right up, even though, yes, the costs come down per that compute, but then they go up slightly. Like, they need to remeasure everything. It's accelerated. It's an exponent curve that hasn't been updated to how they measure stuff back from like 2000, essentially. So I do agree with that.
Like a good example for that is like news that we saw coming out last week. Like it shows like that on company levels, like how that can put companies out of business basically within just a couple of months. I mean, we had who was it, Moderna, announcing they have a vaccine that passed the clinical trials for black cancer.
For cancer, yeah.
Cancer.
Yeah.
And you can get vaccinated, and then you have a pretty good chance that you cannot be able to get this specific type of very dangerous cancer, skin cancer anymore. Black skin cancer, I think it's called, you know.
Wow.
And which is, I mean, this basically came around the corner from nothing, you know. I don't think anybody had this on their screens before, but it's a good example, first of all, because, you know, that's very beneficial for, of course, humanity. Another good example of, I wonder how many biotech companies were researching exactly this that are basically overnight put out of business now. If they cannot quickly, you know, generate a generica. And this is just one example. We are going to see this in not only biotech, but in almost every aspect of life. Now, I used to be heavily into venture capital. Like I would act as an angel investors to new companies, like give them my expertise in the beginning. I've completely stopped doing this because now my go-to mantra always is like that I have to ask myself, and I ask the founders, how likely is it that within the next 6 months your product can be replaced by ChatGPT or Claude? Like that I can do the same product when I ask Claude, you know, make this product for me. When I get into the bus, drive to work or whatever, 2 hours later, it's done. And most of them are pretty perplexed, if not angry at me, when they have to admit, like, yeah, actually, you know, this is probably going to be possible at the speed that things are moving. So if you don't have something that can be easily, or that can be also somewhat at a more difficult level, be probably regenerated by AI, by LJ sitting at home and prompting something, you know, or Will or whoever, you know, you're in big trouble. And this is going on at company level. And of course, like LJ just said, this is translating to the overall economy as well. If on an individual company level, this is moving this fast now and accelerating, because like LJ said, we're talking about exponential growth or exponential change here. Means the same for the whole economy of a country or of a continent, you know, or of a trade union. And you gotta have, if you want to still stay ahead of this game as a central bank, you gotta change your tools. You cannot work with a statistic anymore that, shows you how things were 1.5 years ago. That
Precisely.
way you cannot, stir the fate of a currency anymore.
Yeah, dude, I love that. Like you said, there's going to be a lot of companies that are either going to go bankrupt overnight or they are going to start struggling severely due to AI. And like you said, it's not so much the companies that are already established because they can just integrate. They can say, right, shit, guys, we need to bring this on. Even if they look at the pups, even if they go to the college students and say, guys, we're looking for a group of small students that are coming out with honors degrees. Maybe if they even go into the tech side and say, guys, we're no longer looking for the serious med brains. We're now looking for the tech brains that our sort of veterans can med up. That we can say, right, look, we've got all the med brains we need. We now need the tech brains to integrate with. It's going to be the younger companies that they're just not going to be able to compete.
Or you have the extreme opposite of us as well. You have like 99% of the company's new ones failing because it can be replayed. But then you have like this one company who has like this idea, starts, I don't know, with an individual founder with 50K under his belt, and a year later it's a $1 trillion company.
Yeah, exactly.
With 10 people working there, whatever.
Yeah, literally that. Anyway, guys, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I'm going to skew-daddle. So, guys, if you haven't already, I can see there's 130 plus of you already, nearly 140 of you watching. Guys, please smash that like button and do subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And keep asking these guys some fantastic questions because I've just sat here absorbing the information that these guys are sharing, and I've been in the markets 8 years. So if you are relatively new into the trading industry, then these guys are going to fry your brain, but stick with them long enough and you will learn a huge amount. So guys, thank you very much. I shall see you all tomorrow morning. Peace.
Take care.
See you all.
Robert just answered this question like 10 minutes ago, so you might want to scroll back later a little bit to hear me talking about it. Back to you, LJ.
I was going to say, so guys, we got a few questions for EU, GU, gold, dollar yen, dollar CAD, all this kind of stuff. We'll definitely get into that. So normally what we do here for the first hour with myself and Dirk, kind of run into some of this macro, and then basically the second hour go into the setups, how you actually play this, how you take advantage of it, actually exploit that and make profits out of it, right? So we're coming up to the end of that hour, and then we'll run into the structure of the market, what we're seeing, that kind of stuff. Obviously, Dirk has made some absolutely blistering trades this year, particularly in gold and such, running through with all these exact structures and our framework and that kind of stuff. So we hope to present some of that stuff to you guys for both swing trades, intraday stuff, the week-on-week, end of the month, and even the next hour and stuff as well. We'll talk a bit about that also. So the final piece I wanted to add, this is a thing I got from Goldman Sachs, right? Again, this is the leverage ratios. I think this kind of perfectly explains the kind of K-shaped economy type thing, where you would see this as US household leverage is on the floor. Everyone's really good, in good economic shape. But, I mean, you can just look around, that's not the case. There's some people that are really good and other people that are absolutely cooked. So because they're cooked, they don't have much leverage because they're cooked. Other people that got in before, everything is skyrocketed so much, they paid it all off and now they're massively wealthy. So that creates that exact economic divide that we're seeing. Not just in the US, this is obviously a US statistic specifically, but it's across the globe. We see that in housing, older generations, younger generations, across the globe, Europe, Southeast Asia, the US, Asia itself, that kind of thing.
This is the exact graphic you would show Donald Trump, Say, hey, look, sir, everybody's doing fine, Everybody's sitting on money, It's nothing to fear. We are doing better than we ever did. And then he would go out oh, we're the richest right now, all because of me.
Until as well you say, look, no one has any leverage and the economy's running hot. So therefore we should probably raise rates because We've got capacity for this to go up, and then it's going to be very angry, you know. But yeah, so this is a perfect chart that explains that kind of distortion, where we're seeing things very good, but good for certain people and not so good for other people overall. Like, this is so plain. I was surprised how aggressive this was.
Yeah.
You know?
It's very
and it's
deceiving.
purely because so many people are literally just out of the game altogether. And I think I've got one more.
This, I mean, this is super skewed. Like for every billionaire, you know, you need like 100,000 people to bring this
exactly. So hence, this is a standpoint of it. Real median earnings, say this is from 2020, and this is like the S&P, right? So if you've been invested, hence that's what that comes down to. Your overall capital base, your leverage has come right down because you've made a heap on your assets in general, and anyone else that wasn't in assets has gotten crushed. You're plus 3%, other people up 136%. That's just based on the standard S&P rate. Obviously, there's other people running much higher rates if you're not just in the bog standard S&P from basically COVID time. That is a massive differential.
So real median means inflation adjusted already.
Yes, correct. Yeah, inflation adjusted.
Congratulations, you are earning 3% more than 2020, but you need to work harder now.
Indeed.
Do more.
So it's,
sacrifice yourself for the company.
Yeah, it's not like you kept your obligations in line. Like they've probably gone up and up over half a decade, but you're getting essentially nothing for
exactly, because there's no budget.
Yeah,
we are not doing so good anymore.
You can buy like
everybody
half a new iPhone.
Needs to put in the extra mile, guys.
Yeah.
As a team, we are a family.
Yeah, exactly. Because if it's 3% over 6 years, and if you're on just 100K, but that's $3,000 US iPhone. Like you bought like 2 new iPhones. That
not everybody's at 100K, you know, like
exactly, and that's my point,
30K
right?
Or something. It's like
that. Yeah, precisely my point. So
and that's median, you know. That doesn't mean that the inflation that counts for you, which at the lower income levels is for sure going to be groceries that have risen more than the median rise you got in compensation, you know. Like if the cost for buying X or whatever is up by 20%, you're not going to get very far with a median rise of 3% if you got one at all. Because the lower income levels tend to perform worse, you know, when it gets to salary increase, like overall. Would you mind me stepping away for 5 minutes? I need to go to the outhouse very quickly.
Yeah, of course. All good. No worries, Doug. All right, guys. So this is now brings us to our second phase of our 2-hour stream with myself and Dirk. We now go into the charts, that kind of stuff. So we definitely had a couple of comments from you guys. What I will say is just now definitely layer more of those in right now, and we'll systematically run through everything. Targets, both now, sort of the next like hour, 2 hours, intraday into New York, throughout what we're looking at for the week, so on and so forth, right? So whatever you guys are looking at, whatever time frame, if you guys give us as much information as you can, why are you looking at this asset? Are you looking at it on like a scalp type time frame, intraday, a swing trade, whatever it is? Let us know, and we can run through all the dynamics across the board for that overall. So let us know. Giveaway, please. Well, we don't have giveaway today, but we do have the 1v1 competitions coming up again tomorrow. It's going to be against Richard Butler and our other favorite masked man, Victor. All right. So if you want to turn up tomorrow and think you're in for a shot to compete against one of these guys, we'll have the wheel to find out who's going to compete, and then you'll have a chance to battle them tomorrow. I don't know what giveaway account we'll be doing tomorrow. I assume we might still be doing the 100K summer plan giveaways. like we did last time. That's what we've still got going on till the end of the month. You guys do have another week for that. It will go till, next Monday for the summer plan, whether you're looking at the 100K, the 200K, the 10% and 5%, or the 8 and 5. Either way, we do still have them running on for another week, so you guys can pick them up there, no problemo. Novel Navigator saying, LJ, thanks to you for picking up on the micro and macroeconomics, not trading it, but acquiring a little knowledge. Yeah, it's something that you do have to eventually acquire a little knowledge, a little knowledge, a little knowledge, and it adds up to a lot of knowledge, and then you can actually trade on it overall. Any individual piece is just like a small piece of the puzzle, and you got to build the entire mosaic, essentially. So it does take a bit of time, but as you continue to listen, understand that stuff over time, again and again, so I'm getting an update right here, it eventually all builds into that framework in the back of your head, and then you can execute on that daily as it sort of updates when you get new stuff rolling in. So yeah, it's like when a bunch of you guys ask you about macro all the time, like, where do I start? How do I just find, like, this is the secret sauce and now I know it all? It does take a lot of time and effort to get there, but when you do, makes a massive difference. Because pretty much these days, same deal with massive funds, you have a lot of macro or quant funds, essentially. Right, those are the two. Technical, they both run technical for entries, but even quant as well has like a macro variable, right? This is the same reason that markets move off data every single day, right? It is it's the entire reason we have markets. That's why we have markets, why we move every day. So understanding it, in my opinion, is essential unless you're running pure quant, of which case you probably need to be at an actual firm with all the infrastructure in general. But anyway, just my opinion. So, Novel Navigator also saying gold might have now a second entry long, or a long signal might not take it. I have gym in a few minutes. That's fair enough. If you got gym in a few minutes, I mean, it depends. I normally want to be training fully when I'm at the gym. Maybe sometimes, depending, if I've got a very clear signal, I'll take it. But if it's an unclear signal, I won't. Or if I do, I'll take it in like a reduced sample set, right? So that'll be the thing there. I did just realize we're past 7 o'clock. It's been so quick. I was trading the competition account. I completely forgot. I had to exit my trades. Dang it. We've gone 7:08. I don't know where I ended up then. Oh, that sucks. Wait, where did I end up? Oh, I can't tell. We'll see. Anyway. I gotta say, I know Dirk was saying he wants to go long. I am a little bit more questionable about that for today. I think eventually we do go long, certainly, right? But I don't know if we get a bit of a retracement through here and then come back up. That's what I'd kind of prefer to see overall. I think we might be a little bit extended through today.
I am long. I don't plan on going long. I am long in gold.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we might pause through here.
Maybe, absolutely, yeah.
Hey, I gotta find. I was in the summer plan competition thing as well.
Okay. So how did you do?
I forgot. So it only ran for 2 hours. It ended 10 minutes ago, but I forgot to close out my final trades I had in.
Oh, what happens
about
when?
macro stuff before.
Are they like going to be judged on the last price or?
I don't know because I was running in first before. So that's what I want to find out. But I think I had, because I didn't exit it before, I think I think it missed my TP by a hair.
Okay.
So I was short earlier when you said
While you are looking, a quick
long.
answer to this question, if you haven't answered already. So Ramon Kinosis 5377 asking, can we do MT5 instead of the trading view interface for the CFD accounts in the USA? Yeah, I mean, we are just using here trading view a lot of times because it's nice to present. Arguably, I think when it comes to charting, trading view is the state of the art at the moment. What I would never do, and I tried doing this, guys, is trading off TradingView. So connecting my live accounts and trade off TradingView, that doesn't work. You know, they are not good in precise data, honestly speaking. So for visualizations, TradingView super good. You know, when it comes to the actual trading, that is done on the MT5. At least for the 5ers, or like when it comes to future trading, you know, maybe on Black Arrow. I personally use NinjaTrader a lot for my futures trading, but there are better platforms when it comes to actual execution. So just because we have trading view on here a lot doesn't mean we actually trade from this. Like when we draw our trades, we usually show you, okay, this is what we did parallel to this, either on a future tradings platform or on the MT5. The MT5, same with, in my opinion, any proper trading platform, actually, that's a little bit older. It's just, it doesn't look very posh, let's be honest. But that doesn't mean, you know, they have their strength on the execution side. Did you find it?
Yeah, so I ended up just under, because the final trade got closed out for negative after, because I didn't realize. Dude, I would have been set up first, firmly. That's so sad.
So where did you end up now?
I'll show you guys.
Welcome, Bart.
Thank you. Good morning, guys.
Come on, number 7. What do you
I got
want?
7th. Yeah, but I was at 780 before the final trade. I was short gold through here. I'll show you the actual trade. That's long. Hello, Bart, by the way. Hey, man.
Good morning, LJ. As you're already busy.
Yeah. I had the trade through here, but I didn't have the TP set.
Oh, okay.
It was just set in here, and then we ran up, and so I think it got closed out wherever
Got
it's
eaten
7.
up on the rebounds. Then.
Yeah, just up through here, yeah. So hence 85%, so I had one losing trade out of the 7, which is that final one that would have got closed out at the 7 p.m. piece. But it should have been then, I was at 738, so that would have put me at 1,020. Should be above. So congrats to ITM.
How long
Congrats to
did
ITM.
this trading computation like?
2 hours.
Oh, 2 hours. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
so that was the trouble. The second hour I've just been on stream talking with you guys, so I can't really trade, right? We've been talking.
I mean, 2
chatting, that kind of
hours
stuff.
plus
But
3.07%.
yeah, 3% for 2 hours, not too
Is that
bad.
on it, like as a yearly return on investment, 2.5 trillion % or something?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's on a 20K account, I think it was. But yeah, damn, dude. I thought that was a shoot. I thought I'd already TP'd on that. And then we were talking about this. I was like, all right, done.
I know one volatile alternative. You cannot use NinjaTrader with a futures account on the 5ers. They have their own platform called Black Arrow. I was just, telling you this is what I use personally when I trade futures as an individual, not like with any connected prop trading accounts.
Yeah.
Just an example, there are plenty of other platforms out there for future trading that work just as well. Black Arrow being obviously one of them.
Yeah, we first had like NinjaTrader, but like almost nobody used it, so we just moved it away and we got with Black Arrow because we thought it was better.
NinjaTrader is very, very good, if you know what you're doing. If you're a beginner, it's not what you want to use. It has a very high learning curve to get into it. But if you are a developer like me, you're going to appreciate all the nice things you can do on that one. But it's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, I'd say I'd like NinjaTrader though. Overall.
You don't like it? Huh?
No, I would like it.
Yeah,
Overall.
you definitely will. Yeah, especially if you're into like automated stuff. It's great. They have APIs for everything.
Yeah.
I just started translating some of my indicators to NinjaTrader after I finally got into getting my boots on with C#, which was like my nightmare, always learning encoding. But finally, I think I got a knack of it. And for some of my indicators, especially the ones that work, like the one I always display here, the Aurora indicator, that work with order footprints, it's a whole different game. Because that indicator normally needs to keep track of hundreds of levels with detailed tick history and order book history to actually display what I wanted to display. You cannot do this on TradingView because you are sharing your compute with millions of other users because everything is calculated on TradingView servers. So of course they're going to limit what you can do because they don't want an individual to eat up the compute of 1,000 other people. And on NinjaTrader, everything is calculated on your computer, like in a compiled code readable by your computer. So the only limits are actually your own hardware. And it's like, I was like, wow, okay, I can do this and this now. Trading on easy mode, I guess.
100%. If you give me a sec,
Yeah,
it'll pop up. Real quick, I think my internet is starting to lag out. I might have to just reset, come back in.
Sure. But what's been going on? How is your Monday treating you on the markets?
Yeah, let's see. It's always loading if we go to my screen. I still can't move it. It's so annoying every time. Like we always have like problems. So like LJ is leaving now, and always somebody has problems with it. But it's just not moving my screen.
I think you might want to restart there.
Maybe it's loading now.
But your internet connection is fine, as it seems. Let's. Where you?
I have now my connection, but the thing is, I haven't got into a trade today, but like a long time ago on gold. So we're now on the 4,635, and I got in on 4,449. So that was not my TP. So I'm in here for a very long time.
Oh, you've been trailing that one, like you.
Yeah, I'm now in. Yeah, so
that is an insane
like
arc. What is that like? Wow, what
yeah,
a trade!
so you need to pay a lot of like swap, overnight holding, weekend holding, and everything. So that's not very nice. But yeah, I've like in like so big position, and also like the last week, yeah, gold is just breaking out again and again. So I got in.
I was thinking about you there actually. I thought like, I think this is going to be nice for him with his long only trading system. He's been waiting for that for quite some time now.
Yeah, it's amazing. So that's when I make the most money. So we break again like the last high. I got in. I took a little bit of trade. I got out, and then like the same, we broke the last high, and I did it a few times. And here when I got in, I thought, we're going up again and again and again. I'm just waiting in a position, and now it's not looking for a position to get in, but I'm more looking when do I want to get out. So I don't risk a lot. So I think now with every account I'm like 3-4% in the profit. What still is nice because you have a 100k account, it's like 4,000.
It's nice, no?
But the thing is, do I want to take profit here? But I think we're still going higher, so I think I'm just gonna wait. So if we're really gonna make like, let's say we go we break this level and we close here or something, then I'm going out of my position because we're getting too low.
But that's the thing, you're never, going to get out, or rarely especially if you're trailing a stop at the very, very top. It's like, this is the beauty and also what makes trailing stops, in my opinion, so scary. You have the potential, of following. If a trend establishes itself, you have the potential of following it for a very long time. So you can get to those 5, 7, 10 hours. I remember Victor once had a 30-hour trade, which is unbelievable, unheard of, in my opinion. But at the same time, of course, you'll very often have this, oh, I got stopped out. Maybe when the trend continued, or something. It's always a compromise, but you leave your chance at least open to have those massive gains where, like you just said, gain like 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, or 10% within a trade. And, I rather have a trade like this, honestly speaking, than, clicking buy and sell for 100 times and ending up with plus 0.1% or something like this. Far more stressful.
Yeah, that's right. So, and always with the strategy, you can't sell the top because you're also going to your ATR or to your moving average, and then you're got stop out. So I tried to just like randomly close it myself, and I think we have the top for the few coming days. But for now, I think we're going so much sideways. I think we're doing like the same over again. So we're going here like sideways and then going up again. And like sideways going down and up. I think we'll continue that. And this is not my biggest trade I'm in. I think Dirk is also interested in B2C. It's going crazy.
It surprised me. I didn't expect that, to be honest. I mean, I suggested to you, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, stay in your long trade?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, that's right. It was like, I would say I got out here on my last trade, like on a 64, it got like to 65 or something. So it was okay. I thought, a few hundred in profit. I got out. Then I got in again when we broke here on the 64,000. We broke it and I got in here on like 64,500. And since then, I am in this position until now we have 77. Wow. So that's more than 10K. And I'm still in a position. Yeah, it's like it's the same as gold. So I want to sell, I want to take my profits, get a payout. But on the other hand, I think it's just like the same. It's just we're going like sideways. And eventually, I think we will break down again to the upside.
Not so sure about that, honestly speaking. I think we've still not seen the bottom of a bear market, but I could be wrong, as, of course, always. I was surprised by this. I was surprised to see Bitcoin and gold moving so much into the same direction, whereas other risk-on assets, such as the NASDAQ, for example, struggled a lot more. But it's of course nice to see. It's like hey, Bitcoin is still alive. It's doing something. This meme like where this guy is like poking Bitcoin with a stick. Hey, come on, do something. This is what's done, and I saw in the audience a lot of people not a lot of people, a couple of people asking like, hey, what do you guys think? Is Bitcoin going to move higher? It's like the typical question, of course, we get, after something has moved a lot. Nobody's listening to us when we say like, hey, now is the good time, slowly get in. You don't need to pour all your money in at once. You can DCA every day, every week, every month with your leftover money. In total, we are still at levels that are very low in Bitcoin. But before, theoretically, this cycle plays on the same like it did before, we always used to see a bounce into what would be the low. In the past, not as much, as we do now, but I would be surprised if we end up like here. Theoretically, actually, we shouldn't end up here at 100,000 if we want to talk about fair value. Although I have to say, this logarithmic regression channel you see here in the back, the red and the green lines, I need to rework this. This is not based on reality, in my opinion, anymore. But that being said, we very easy could see something like this. Oh, we go up to 90. So every bull is trapped again. And then we bounce back to 68 or something like this again. What I think is nice is being as close now to what should be the theoretical bottom of Bitcoin again, which I said should be somewhere mid-October to mid-November. We're getting close to that date. So unless we don't see like a massive crash anymore of 20-30%, maybe we're going to settle somewhere around this, which would be very nice, because that means after the bull market kicks in anymore again, we can, in 2 years down the road, see prices maybe of $180,000 or $200,000. It's really, for me, the most soothing thing is we are seeing a life sign of Bitcoin. We are seeing that AI is going to kill Bitcoin, that this kind of narrative is not becoming true. And it's a narrative that didn't make any sense to me in the first way. Because if we're talking about AI, in the same breath, we need to talk about crypto, especially Bitcoin. Why would an AI, let's say we have independent agents soon or something like this.
Why wouldn't it protect it?
Yeah, exactly. It would protect it. It would never go I need my robot to go to the ATM to withdraw euro or dollar or whatever to pay.
Yeah. And it would defend against every other AI, whether you had whatever trying to hack the 50% 5149 protocol, whatever, that kind of stuff, whatever. Everyone else would go against it because all the AIs know that would be their prime medium of exchange. They still have to exchange in the world or amongst each other somehow, and that will still be the best distributed system. No other AI is going to trust something else, like a new crypto created by another AI or something, right?
Absolutely.
It just wouldn't. So I think
the biggest hashing power there is in terms of decentralization, which still is Bitcoin by a far margin.
Yeah, I think even if you had quantum and stuff, you'd have some of the AIs running in quantum, and you'd have every other AI trying to work against it. Blah blah. It might be a mess. It might be a bloodbath in between somehow. But either way, I think they would all be on the defense of Bitcoin.
If we talk about quantum hacking, V-Day,
that's still it's decades away.
Your
get out of here.
Investment big account is going to be hacked first, and not your Bitcoin wallet. And if that happens, we're again, at this version of reality where we hack around on fire around at night, try not to get radioactive poisoning, and hunt for rats with 3 eyes and 2 tails to have something to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome back, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
LG.
Yeah, sorry, I had to do Windows updates before I came back in.
Isn't that funny? Windows updates are always coming at the time you don't want them to come.
Yeah, correct.
Ah, man. Look at this here. Very narrowly at my take profit when turning back. Yeah, market falling a little bit asleep right now.
Yeah.
Bart showed us some amazing trades just now, by the way. That guy has been making a bank on Bitcoin and on gold.
Yeah, what did I miss? I was trying to trade some Bitcoin on the weekend.
But he has been into accounts. I think you need to repeat your trades, Bart, for LJ, really. Especially the Bitcoin one. That is just pure insanity, really.
I didn't realize how much the Bitcoin commission is on 5ers as well. I was trying to trade it on the weekend on some of my personal accounts because we did have good.
Yeah. How much is it?
Well, it depends, because in order to get enough, trading 5 lots, I think it's $250 commission.
For 5 lots, but we're talking about, what is that, 5 lots if you bought at 70K, so that's 280K.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of commission.
it depends. If you think you have
Really
like a
can.
really good trade and you can make
Yeah.
a lot of it, then it's okay. But
Yeah, of
for
course,
like
but that
scalping small trades, I think it's
yeah.
not perfect.
0.1% basically.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So it's good if you've got like you buy in at like 75k, you run up to 78k or something.
Yeah,
You can
okay,
clean up
fair enough,
a
yeah.
very healthy amount, right?
Round turn.
But if you're
0.2, yeah.
going kind of every like 200, 300, 500
Yeah.
points or something, you're cooked,
Yeah.
right?
Plus the swaps are going to kill you if you are
Correct.
holding onto this for long term.
Yeah.
That's right.
Show the trade bot. Show LG what you
Yeah,
just
tell me,
did on
Bart. I want to hear this.
Bitcoin
Sounds
and on
sounds good.
gold.
We are very small now. Do you also see that?
Small.
Oh, I see myself small on the screen, but it's okay. And LJ.
And yes, I'm a
Maybe
German
I'm the only one seeing
Berlin
that.
boy.
But yeah, like the trade I got into, if it's loading again, it's always so slow when I'm on the stream. Yeah, I'm in.
You guys just need
So
more RAM.
I trade, as you know, a lot of breakouts. So we did break this low here. We break this last high. I think this it was on 64,400, and I got in here on 64,400, and I got all this way up, and I'm still now on the trade on 77,000. So it's more like 10k in higher now. So that's very nice. So B2C made a lot of losing streak trades, and now it's all got back up and a few thousand more. So that's
That means
so
next
nice.
company party drinks are on board.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful trade, really bad.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, but you can win everything. Like normal, my trades on the US 500, they're always going well with if we're getting a red day, I get a buy-in. So let's see, I think I did buy, let's see, I think like here on 7,700 or something, and also like here 745. So I'm also in like losing trade for like 1% or anything. So normal, this always goes right with like the EBS. So if we make a red day and then we come up and then I make a lot of money, but this time it got in a loss. But eventually, like two big trades in a win and this one in a loss, and still very much up.
You mean you have losing trades? I thought you're a professional.
Yeah, what happened to hedge fund Bart? Like I thought quants just got 100% or 98, 99% all profitable trades. You know, it might be small like slivers, but it's all profit.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible. But yeah, I hope we get like a little bounce here, then I just go out and getting my payout. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
nice.
waiting.
Go out, get your Lambo.
That's
my
good though,
Lambo.
man. I like this. I like the Bitcoin trades as well. Very nice. Very good. Yeah,
So yeah,
solid.
we will
dude.
see. I
Solid.
think gold is gonna break a little bit higher today. That's what I'm really focused on, I think.
You reckon today? I don't know. I think we, like I was saying to Dirk, I think we might be a bit capped out on Bitcoin. A bit of exhaustion just for now.
On Bitcoin?
Sorry, on gold. Sorry, my bad. I think we might have a little bit of exhaustion. The same way that we were talking about the gold Bitcoin sort of ratio, like correlation right now. Like Bitcoin's definitely been a bit more depressed today. They were tracking pretty similar earlier in Asia, and then they've slightly disconnected coming into London. So I mean, gold ran to some new highs for today. This was, 46.50. That was where my So the topping point was. I don't know if we push higher from here yet. I think that's a bit generous.
Yeah, but what do you think then? That like we're going sideways for today or a few days, or do you think we first go back down?
So
What do you
I'd be
think?
looking for retracement to about 46.10, first of all. On gold. Hang on, we can go to my...
Yeah.
So first of all, about 46.10. So down through here. This is on the 15-minute right now. This is where the 100 moving average is. Basically back into this cluster by the head there that we have. And then potentially a lower draw down towards this rising 200 moving average on the 15-minute just by that wick low, which was a trade I had in here. That was a TP. I ended up getting out through there on that wick low. It was like last week sometime, Friday. I think if we came into support around there about 45.70 at the extreme, that would be the extreme lows. I don't think we'll get quite that low, but I could see us coming down towards here for running up. But then I'd say we have a bit of a decision point potentially down towards here and then higher.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I feel like a straight run on from here is a bit generous, bit aggressive. I think we're starting to peter out a little bit as far as momentum. It's still definitely positive, but I think we are now starting to ask for some kind of retracement near term, temporarily. For us to pull back a touch, you can see this a local time frame right now. We've got this test here on the 200 moving average. This was actually the trade I was in for the competition account, but I forgot. Only runs for 2 hours. I've been sat no.
You still did well, man. You still
Still did well. I was just, so I had the TP here, basically by this bottom on the original trade, which sucks. So it was kind of like that. So I just missed it. So when we were talking about the macro stuff, I thought that got tapped and we came up here. And then I had another limit entry after that got tapped to go long on this, because you can only have one trade active at a time for the comp. But that didn't TP, and then the order didn't enter. So that sucks. But I do still think we get this lower retracement through here, and then eventually either pick up or decide to go sideways a bit, another pullback, and then push higher after that overall. I'll get rid of this longer term one that we had. So that's what I think. I think just going up from here is a bit... I think we've already kind of had that all the way through here. Right? I think the market needs to digest as far as the Fed, Kevin Walsh coming up at the end of the week, all that kind of stuff. The actual momentum drivers that have really pushed us on from here. We've also seen euro dollar, for instance, we've seen that dollar strength. It's come down towards general support through here after the massive drive up that we had. Seems to be pausing. I'd say we probably get a bit of a pickup through here as far as the dollar, which that whole dollar prospect is coming into what we're doing with rates in the Fed and such right now. So I think near term, we can get a pickup higher. And then gold, I think, comes off a touch further. Euro dollar is just a general retracement. Then we've got the question through here. Do we come back a touch and then run much higher or not?
Yeah, I like that you compare like the euro USD and the gold chart. So maybe I will like close my gold trade now, and then I still, if we go like much higher, I can still go in the trade again. So for switching, it always needs to load in again. So if I
'Cause
see
they've
on
been-
gold,
Yeah, we've had stuff running very similar, and it's had a very nice charge. But just looking at what we've got going on now, I think we might be at that pause point. Like, it's been the same momentous story with that buying of the long end of the yield curve from Scott Bessent, which it was only an extra 2 billion a month, not that big, but basically the narrative, the willingness for them to do that is obviously what set the direction. So we've had that carryover, hence crypto's been up, Bitcoin's been up, gold's been up, all that kind of stuff. We've seen the dollar come right off. Stock markets have been very mixed around it. Net, slightly lower. But I think right now, I think we're coming to the point where everyone calms down. And we're now looking to Friday with Kevin Walsh, and given that new information, how he's going to posture his speech and everything else. So I think we might just be saturated in this like inducement of the current trade. And we had that first initial push higher, we've ripped on, we've got the second leg, and then sort of somewhat semi-third leg today. But that semi-third leg today seems to be petering out. Is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I will get out in here. So still, if we're gonna break like so much higher today, you never know. I get in on the next high again. So I will lose like 0.5%. Or we're really going downwards and I can just go in back again on some lower positions. And I think it's good. Or maybe I want to wait to, if we make like a little green candle here in like the next 15 minutes or something, I think I'm getting out. Because if you're like risking a little bit more, and like with high accounts, if you're going to 4,637 or 640, that few euros can be a few hundred euros on your payout. So if this making like a beautiful green candle, I will go out. And also like a little bit watching B2C. The last hour we're just getting up again. I'm also waiting on that. Will we break like the last high or not? If we're getting to this high and we're breaking down again, so something like this, I think I'm also gonna step out. Like I've been in a trade for a week or something, so one time you just need to step out because like the swap costs and everything are getting higher and higher. So we will see the next hour what it will do.
I think if I saw BTC going higher and breaking out higher, that would implore me to buy gold.
Yeah, exactly what I would have said now, yeah.
So I wouldn't be buying BTC, I'd be buying gold. I think gold will have the momentum, the drive, but if BTC is clearly going higher, we've definitely got that impulse to run on.
If you zoom in there, Bart, on your BTC chart right now, I don't know like if that really happened or if that candle is an artifact. There was this one crazy wick to the downside just now on the chart you had.
No,
Earlier, like when we were in this trajectory up. Yeah, this like a little bit to the right, left. Yeah, that one.
Dude, that's the one I caught on the weekend on Saturday.
You did?
For me.
Oh,
yes.
wow. Yeah.
I sold right from the top, literally 15 minutes before, purely by luck. I thought we were topping out. I was looking for a general retracement.
Yeah.
And then we plummeted, and I cleaned house on that because I was actually over leveraged a little bit. Not over leveraged, but just in terms of I was higher leveraged because I was looking to scalp rather than like swing trades or whatever. But then I didn't have a TP on it, and we literally plummeted. So I took that on a personal account and then on the 5ers one after, which was good.
Because this is like
And
exactly
another.
like what we see in gold when gold really starts running to the upside or downside. Also, these wicks are going to kill you. If you have a stop
Correct.
loss when there, you're going to be stopped out like 100, 200, 300 bucks worse when
Yeah.
you in price. Of course, even worse on when we talk about account balance or equity than you expect it to be.
Yeah. So this is what I was looking for earlier on the weekend. We had this old block level. I don't know when I was talking about that. I guess it must have been the Friday on Discord or whatever. But either way, we had this push up through here, the pick down, almost basically a double top. And just knowing crypto and it's the weekend, that kind of stuff, we've ran to new highs after being in the doldrums for ages. You get almost a 30% lift based on the lows we had. I think, 25% or whatever from 58K, yada yada. You do tend to get some kind of push through here and then a bit of a liquidation. So rather than running onto 80, 81, 82, whatever, I figured we're more likely to retrace, pull back into this general cluster that we were trading at before. And so I got short. It was literally on this candle through here. Now, the original TP I did actually have a bit lower, which was this further stop down there, which was a pivot point. I'd have to set that up to the multiple days, but anyway, that was down there, and then hence it was by this wick candle through here. We didn't quite get there, so I think I got out up through here after we snapped down to the bottom of the wick, but this was still very nice. Literally just a weekend trade. I think I've only traded Bitcoin or anything on the weekend, I think like 9 times total over the past year or something. But this happened to be very nice, just at the right time. It was quite good. So
Amazing trade.
yeah. And then I caught part of this over here because I was looking for this lower area that we did get to, but sold through here on the top of this. Oops, that's the wrong one. Structure that we had, which you can see I had laid out, but I got out down here. So not the full thing, but still pretty good. We had this wedge forming. I figured we would still fall out of this. I just had it a touch above these wick lows over to the right. So I got out through here. So this is pretty rare for me. I don't really trade Bitcoin. It's something I more tend to invest in, just like we had the positioning ages ago that mapped out. I did get tapped in on this down here, just above 60K. So I'm still sat in that for like a long-term position.
Did you buy spot Bitcoin for that or?
No, direct. Yeah.
Yeah, spot one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You
So,
don't
cold
pay
wallet.
any
Yeah.
swaps, overnight financing, and all of that stuff. I mean, sometimes it's also nice to be in the future long term, because especially if you're long, you tend to reap in the financing cost.
Yield.
Every 4 hours.
Yeah.
The yield, yeah.
Yeah, totally fair.
But
Yeah,
that means
I
you
think
need
it's
to hold it with a crypto exchange. That crypto exchange can go bankrupt.
Yeah, this.
Bitmart, you're
I'm
still owing me 25K.
I'm very skeptical on like just the numbers that every single crypto exchange wants to tell you you're going to get in this like APR, annual return type stuff, or monthly return or daily return. It's kind of like
Yeah, and
dude, I can do some math, and this does
in
not
general,
make sense.
it's like,
Like,
especially
come
for
on, bro.
those, like meme coins and something, when they're like, oh, you have like, if you stake your coins here, 300% annual return for you, guaranteed. And I already know, like, okay, this can only be a Ponzi scheme. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not sustainable. It's just pure nonsense.
Because even if it wasn't intended to be, there's someone out there with enough money that is willing to go, I'll take the gamble, pump so much into this that my return, therefore, will be bloviated and take up this much of the market cap, then I'll dump it and I can rug pull the whole thing, even if it's a sort of genuine intent type measure through the crypto, right? So people can exploit it very easily. As soon as you have that kind of math, people can do their own math of how to exploit
Exactly. Yeah.
something. So, NASDAQ sells? Question mark. I don't think so. NASDAQ longs. I'm in this long right now. I believe Dirk is looking long also.
Well, I'm in the S&P 500 already, so I didn't want to take the NASDAQ one. But it looked tempted.
Yeah, but
I was
same
tempted
I
earlier.
guess.
Yeah.
So this would be my 1, 2, 3. As you guys know, I like different incremental TP points and consideration points. So if we've still got strong structure momentum coming up to here, I'll keep holding it up to TP2. Potentially, I'll take off half or a portion. Maybe it'll be 25%. I don't have a determined amount at each point. It's more based on the current momentum that I'm seeing both within the current asset I'm trading, as well as the surrounding assets. So where the dollar is going, I'll look at Euro, the Aussie, the VIX, S&P, the Dow, whatever else, right? All of it to gauge that general momentum factor.
Yeah, I'm also like for long for like the NAS 100 and the S&P, but I did it on the S&P because I liked it more.
Ooh,
Dude, why are you guys both on the S&P and I'm on the
nice.
NASDAQ
I like
today?
it.
What
Because
is
I
this?
think the S&P gave the signals earlier than the NASDAQ today. The NASDAQ
I
still
haven't
was
actually-
like a bit like, pointing down for me. The clearer picture was the S&P 500 just.
I haven't looked at the S&P for a bit, but I was looking at the VIX versus the like VIX EQ the other day.
Okay, yeah.
So we're definitely getting expansion on one versus the other. So I was considering changing to S&P instead to kind of express the same thing but reduce volatility, but the same head-to-head exposure, essentially. And somewhat cap the Kospi volatility that we're still seeing, surprisingly now.
Yeah.
I would have thought that would have like calmed down, but we're still hitting these like 5% daily levels every single day, pretty much.
I think we are like mid-rotation a little bit, honestly.
Yeah.
Speaking. This is what we are seeing being reflected, where you have like still the big beautiful 7 being and the tail end of it like being a little bit behind the curve right now, whereas you have been seeing buying for traditional rotational assets in the S&P 500. This is why we're ahead, but it's a temporary thing. Eventually, the NASDAQ is going to pick up again and outperform, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And Dirk, I had a question for you. Like 2 weeks ago, we talked about that you're gonna ask for maybe in the winter to have like a live stream house, so we're getting all to the same place and streaming there. Did you
Yeah.
already ask that, or
No, I didn't. I was just this morning thinking about this. I was like, I should check out some locations, like get a price gauge on it, like, and then see like, do the 5ers want to participate in this? I mean, it's like if you want to do something like this, it's a quite big project. You probably need like a separate camera team for this, editing and so on. So we're easily talking like all in all, a couple of 10,000 Ks, like for as an investment. And I still think it would be worth it. I would be willing to pay for some of it out of my own pocket also, I have to say, because it's something that has never been done. And I remember back then that was done in a poker format, like 20 years ago, where like some crazy high stakes poker players, they rented a villa, and then they had this goal of within the next 4 weeks, we want to earn $1 million. And
Oh,
it was just super entertaining, but of course, I don't want just the entertainment factor. I want like to be an educational thing as well. So the tone needs to be like what we are doing here, still with a lot of entertainment, of course, and individuality in between. But I need to sit down, put some thoughts in it, like draft out what this whole thing actually cost, who's willing to participate, of course. I don't think everybody probably wants to participate, has the time to participate, because we're talking about something like 4 weeks. I don't know about you guys, but I cannot leave my family alone for 4 weeks and say like, I'm off to Bali in a trading house. Take care. Here's some fun.
4 weeks is fine. You can do a month, right? Your partner can look after the kids for a month. You know, it's
always
fine.
coming from somebody who doesn't have kids.
Arguments not too long, like 6, 8, that kind of stuff. 4 weeks is like the edge of it. Like, but
still,
it's probably doable.
I mean, there are like
come on, Dad.
Other formats. We don't need to go all in on this. We could also do something like a weekend edition, or
maybe you can be there for
Monday
2 weeks.
to something like this, you know.
2 weeks, and then you can do the other 2 weeks remote.
Yeah,
you'll just have to tune it. I know.
But definitely, it's definitely something I think, like you guys out there would super enjoy this. You know, see us in like our daily setting, see us how we resonate to each other. You know, when we sit really next to each other instead of being apart, like by 15,000 miles, like Bart, me, and LJ are right now. And
I agree. I think this could be really cool, like having like a direct camera on everyone, like doing your daily stuff, whatever. Everyone's just interacting normally. We're not on stream or whatever. We're just trading, doing our thing, talking amongst ourselves, that kind of stuff. And you'll get like a different piece. Still all taking our own trades, but then someone says like, I'm doing this and whatever, and someone will be like, nah, that's garbage, blah, 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 this, that. Like, I think it could be very entertaining. It reminds me of...
I think the smack talk would be very high.
Yeah.
Especially
that
if
alone.
a bunch of guys locked into one room.
Mate, you get me I've got a bit of breathing room, all on it. Great content. Great content.
Like this one. The real husbands of 5ers.
Yes.
But yeah, also for me, I think like 2 weeks is enough. Like, I also have like a life. I don't have children, but still other things. I know it's like fun to be like 4 weeks, but that's a bit difficult. And yeah, maybe also what Dirk said, maybe we pay our own like plane ticket. So if the costs are too high, we can do the plane ticket ourselves, and they just hire the thing.
Like a subsidized thing, like a split, whatever. Yeah.
Then
like that.
you do like a fake portion to it. Like I love on that laugh. I don't watch them, but when I used to do, I always had to laugh at these fake interviews they do, you know, where I'm sitting there like, I don't know what's up with LJ, you know. If he continues talking smack to me like this, he's going to receive the high end of it. the low end, sorry. I'm not one to make fun of, you know. I'm going to get my brothers here, and they're going to show them where Germanism is at.
There are too many jokes we could do. You know, I'll be throwing a boomerang, be like, look, Dirk is talking rubbish to me. He's going to get, you know, I'm going to throw this out. He's going to get what's coming back to him, blah, 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 something like that, right? You know, there's too many. This would be great.
That would be super fun.
Definitely need to do it.
Yeah, so Dirk, if you need help with something, so with
I will
making everything
put
out.
it on my very, 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 very long list of projects, products, and trading stuff that I'm developing here.
Yeah.
I haven't told Richard about it anyway.
I'm sure he's heard about it. I know he's
Probably.
already in the background, so he's definitely hearing it anyway. But there you go.
Yeah, maybe
We've talked about it for a while though. Right.
We have.
I think it's a plan. At some point,
is.
we need to do this.
We need to do it, but we need to sketch it out, and maybe I should,
Yeah.
you guys should help me
Okay.
prepare.
Yeah. Maybe we stop talking and actually get a task
Yeah.
force together to actually do it.
Task force with a
Just like Kevin Walsh, a task force. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, and maybe the
Beautiful.
chats have like IDs we can do there. So we want to see like trading to each other or maybe some other stuff. So we can do that, because if we're gonna do that, like I would say 2 weeks, we need to plan this 2 weeks with like making content. Of course, that's why we're
Yeah.
there. So
why you need a separate camera stream, and somebody to
Yeah.
edit the whole thing.
Yeah. There's definitely a way to do it. I think we can work it out. So, I will say we are coming up to the end of this portion of the stream. Then we're going to take a half-hour break. So, is there anything left from yourself, Bart or Dirk? And you just finally, before you guys start, you guys in the chat, Margaret has sort of settled down for a bit right now. So, if you've got any questions, line them up, get them ready. We'll be back half an hour after this. We're going to allow Bart and Dirk to say their final pieces before we go to our half an hour break. And then we will be back after that with Rich and Bu, I believe. So get ready.
Yeah, I will do
Anything-
it first, so Dirk can end the whole thing. If you guys are still like chatting, I will read that. So if you have IDs, I see like BVT parts, challenge trading, all those commodities. So I'm still reading it, and I have nothing to say. So maybe Dirk, you can shut the stream off for 30 minutes.
Yeah, see you again in 30 minutes, I would say. I don't have anything to add. You know what we're trading right now. You know the positions we're in. So everything has been said, except for the house of trading.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can get the House of Trading thing going on. All right, guys, get your questions and everything else ready. In the next half an hour, we're going to a half an hour break right now. So from me, good old air traffic control LJ today. Alpha, Gamma, Niner, something out. We're coming in for landing. We'll see you guys in 30 minutes, half an hour. All right. Peace out, guys. Cheers.
Yo, back
Hello.
again.
Welcome back, guys. Hey,
Round number 2.
fight.
How was your morning? How was your morning, mate?
My morning was exciting. Done a few new things that I've not done before, which is cool. And yeah, I have a challenge this week. I mean, I'm in a competition mood in general today, but I'm gonna try and see if I can speed read through like an entire book thing because I want to try and get it done by the end of the week. So that's a little bit of a challenge for me.
317 pages?
355 was updated this morning.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I initially told him that it was like 300 and like 80 something pages. So yeah, he moved it up then.
Yeah, yeah. So I have to get through that. And I am not the fastest of readers because I never used to read growing up. So yeah. And in terms of new chants I've heard this weekend, I didn't actually hear any new chants this weekend. Not sure if anyone checked out the other chants I had heard. I've still thrown out the gauntlet to LJ if he wants to chime in with some of his. I doubt he will because I don't know how good the Aussie chants are.
LJ will maybe be in this segment of ours. We'll have to wait and see. But you can ask him straight up, dude. Where's my chance? I want my chance.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been thrown out there. If you head to the Discord, to the break room, in the music section, you can see what I'm talking about if anyone's confused about the chants that we are referring to. So, yeah, I discovered South Africa. Well, I was reminded of the South African rugby school chants, which have a vibe to them. They're just simply amazing. So I had one here that I posted in the break room. There's another one here, and yeah, wonder if the Aussies can match that aura.
Well,
Who knows?
if we were to talk about this weekend's rugby, I'm pretty sure every South African would be dead silent this weekend because we lost to New Zealand, and
Oh,
subsequently lost the number 1 position on the the rankings. We are now second to New Zealand. That's how close they are.
oh,
The New Zealand and South Africa is always like, if we beat New Zealand, we'll be above them. If they beat us, they'll be above us, and it just keeps doing this little rotation. Anyway, yeah, let's get to the chart. Let's not talk about all things negative regarding sporting and special events. Let's
yeah,
focus on the rugby.
right. I think we're a good place to start with NASDAQ. But before that, just had a quick question to ask anyone. Who is in the competition? Is anyone in the crowd in the competition? Started this morning at 10 a.m. Believe if you aren't, if you get a trade in, who knows? You might do something amazing in the next 30 minutes before it ends. But let's see. I mean, it is competition week. We've got the 1v1s tomorrow as well, right?
That we do. You're gonna go and battle up against good old me and Victor for a chance to win a 100k summer account. Speaking of which, nice segue, Buyu. Glad you
Yeah.
thought of this. Oh my god. This would be the last week, if you include next week Monday, would be the last week for you guys to get the summer accounts. I don't know if they're going to disappear, but would you run that risk? Would you run that risk?
Yeah, it's a pretty big risk to take.
Yeah, it's the last week, guys. End of August being next week, Monday, the 31st. It's going to be the last day to get yourself the not high stakes, the summer accounts, either a 100k or a 200k one. Just take into consideration the limitations. And yeah, if you are keen, you can buy up to 600,000 in purchasing power effectively. So you can have one of 3 combinations if you want to max allocate. You can have 6 100Ks, all 6 the 100Ks. You can have 2 of each. So that's 6 in total. That will give you 600,000. You can have two 200Ks and two 100Ks, giving you pieces, giving you 600. You can have 400Ks and one 200K for 600K. So those are still available until Monday next week. But Monday's the last day. If you haven't had it on Monday, I don't know. I agree with this. I agree. I agree with this. This summer plan should be forever with small price hike, same like the 2.5K account before it was 12. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Justin, how do you enter the competition? Of course you know how to enter the competition. You participated in the competition not 2 weeks ago. Come on, mate. You know how to enter the competition.
Which
you mean
competition?
this one? Oh, yeah. This one.
So this one is for those who qualified for the Pro Booster. To qualify for Pro Booster, you had to have 4 summer plan purchases, either on the CFD or futures side, I think. And that would have given you access to this exclusive competition with a top prize of 2K. Not bad for 2 hours work, I'd say, but that's just me.
Mate, it's already over. It's done.
It's already over, yeah.
I thought it was 2 hours. Maybe there's like 20
it was.
minutes
It was
left?
2 hours, yeah. And I was in first the whole time. And when I was talking with Macro, with Dirk, when we were on stream, that was the final hour, and I had the TP right there. It would have set me at 1100. I forgot to take it because we were talking about Macro.
Oh!
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, LJ.
Dude, I was running
What
first
position
the
did
whole
you
time.
end up in then?
8th then. Because then the fun trade that I had that would have put me then in first was then minus 100 at the hour, which then I also realized only like 10 minutes after the hour. I was like, oh, it's close. I was like, oh, dude, I've been talking about macro stuff for too long. I forgot about the competition and the accounts.
Well, in that case, it means that you win yourself a 5K evaluation account. Congratulations to LJ, everybody! Woo!
Round of applause.
I mean, hey, that's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. But
$39.
I was very firm on actually taking first place with this. Like, I was literally right there the whole time.
So what? It ended 40 minutes ago. So in the UK it's GMT +1 now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I was like 10 o'clock GMT. That's UK time. No, we're in summertime now. So
No,
we're GMT +1.
Add an hour to get UK time. Add an hour. Come on, mate. You know
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
But that's unfortunate. But still nice going. I mean, if like I said last week, I wasn't going to join this competition. I've just got too much on my plate right now. I just couldn't. I mean, it would have been great if I was like, all right, guys, we're in the competition. Let's start the morning. Let's fight. And when I woke up this morning, it's just like, nah.
Same deal. Because obviously we started the stream an hour earlier since last week. I was like, I'm going to be in on stream at the same time. I got to do all of that kind of stuff, plus doing.
You could have just shown your trades. You could have been like, guys, I'm in the competition. What do you guys think? Currently sitting in first place. Air traffic controller LJ made a plane crash.
If I do
2
that,
planes crashed in the air.
Then people are going to be like, I'm going to reverse trade that and like, I'll, get around that, blah, blah, blah.
How are they going to reverse trade you? How?
Because we'd be talking about that the whole time. They'd be like, okay, he's in this. So if I reverse trade that, trade something else, and I get just a touch up above that, whilst I'm hedged out on his trades, I win.
I mean, maybe, but still, you maybe they would not have done that. You never know.
There's enough smart people here in the 5ers. That's exactly what I would do. And like mathematically, you win, right? There's got to be at least 1 or 2 or 3 people that do that will do it, right? And do it right.
Yeah.
So, either way, 8 out of. I don't know
you
what
could
the
probably see
total
how many
people. It's like.
Can you see how many people entered, or?
You can.
I'm trying to now. It's showing me it won't even turn up.
showing maybe an error.
How many people were in? Actually,
I think there was a few thousand. There's a few thousand that
What?
that went in on that.
So I think I was first for the first hour and 45 minutes, and there was the last 15 minutes. I got danced. And I'm trying to find the men that initially took over to give you guys all congratulations. Or females, or...
Let's just call them traders. The
Traders.
traders.
The traders.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
While LJ is looking for that, I'm just going to answer this quick question from Vinny. Good morning, my people. Do you go for a 15-minute break these days, and how does it work exactly? So what we have is we've got 2 sessions. We have a London session in the morning, which starts at the London opening bell, which is 7 GMT. That's where we start. We stream for 3 hours. So we get into the rush of the London session, some of the movements, and our expectations for the day. Then we have a half an hour break, which we're still busy putting information together for that break itself. So we're going to have interviews run there, videos like for the anniversary events, things generally that's all 5ers integrated stuff, like internal integrated stuff. And then after that half an hour, we have pre-New York, which is what this session is all about. And in this session, we're going to be predominantly talking trading, obviously, but our expectations potentially for the New York session. If there's any trades that are busy setting up that we're looking for. That's generally what we're doing. So there's 2 sessions. Like, to give you an example, let's say hypothetically a Thursday has, I don't know, CPI during the afternoon. LJ on that Thursday is going to potentially talk about his ideas for what the market's going to be doing on that Thursday for CPI in the morning. And then the afternoon, we'll see how it plays out. And then we can, correlate like how close or how far the price action movement was to what LJ had anticipated, and then so on and so forth. So the idea is just to kind of like give you a specific section with specific information, and you can choose what to do with that information.
What you will?
Yes, LJ. Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, you can choose what to do with that information as you will. But I will say, myself and Dirk, now it's been a year and a half. We've hit every single measure, month on month, point to point.
Okay, Santa Claus, stop giving
Even I will say
Yeah,
that is a
it's
hard
precise.
record. That is hard to beat, right? That is a...
Well, you need precision when you're in air traffic control, right?
Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, planes.
Yeah, cringe. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I was saying, all right, Santa Claus, relax with all of the gift giving. Let people think for themselves a little bit. Come on.
Yeah, of course. But so basically the point is, we'll run that stuff through you guys, with you guys, and obviously go over it after it happens, what happened, belated, so forth, and
After
so
the
on.
fact.
Yeah, after the fact. But yeah, so we do pretty well with that. Yes, we talk about macro, that kind of stuff, but don't get bored by it. Yes, we give the executional portions with that as well, just like Dirk has cleaned up on gold, same on Bitcoin. I think, Boo, you've done the same with Bitcoin on your own swing trades and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Has he?
But it's
Has
the
he?
same
I think I have.
Okay. All right.
I think he has. I also, because of you, Boo, did take some Bitcoin, some further actual trades, not just longer term
Holding.
stuff. Yeah, which I've got for other portions. But I was inspired.
Ooh,
You were
I like
corrupted.
inspiring.
Actually,
You were
I
corrupted
deny
by
everything
Griffin
I said.
Buyu.
Not inspired, 100% corrupted.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Have you
Definitely
noticed
better.
that his headphones have a rainbow? Just saying. The rainbows are everywhere.
Dude,
I mean,
Air
South
traffic
Africa is
control.
known as the Rainbow Nation.
Ah, okay.
So there's rainbows everywhere. Conspiracy guys, get your tinfoil hats. Put them on. It's conspiracy time.
so this is actually my real-time recharging batteries here, so I don't have to plug in manually
into
It's actually because
his
I'm a
back.
robot, just like we've talked about before.
But LJ, you can see that your earphones are like really old because here
Yeah,
by
they
the
are.
side of your face.
They are breaking down, dude. I took them off before, and I had bits of it. Of
If you
the
lift it now,
little.
you'll
The
see more
fake,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah. It was stuck on my beard. I was like, what is that? I was like, oh, it's the.
It's the age of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I
I
said,
have-
they're
I-
old. Like I literally had to pull them out of an old computer box because I had no other headphones. So
I have a few of them. They're not laying around here. They're probably downstairs. But
Yeah.
I have a fair few of them as well.
I-
Buyu, please, mate.
Yes.
Take us through your trades before
Yeah,
LJ
continue.
starts talking about how his earphones are falling apart and
Okay. Well,
Moment.
I have actually jumped out of most of my trades because I saw USD starting to weaken off. So I jumped out of my USD GBP, my USD trade, Euro USD trade, and my GBP USD trade as soon as my USD JPY trade got taken out. And since I was like, okay, well, I reckon USD JPY is going to reverse. I don't want to be in a counter trade. I don't want to be longing USD on one pair, whereas shorting USD on the others. Shorting USD basically on the EU GU long, and longing it on the UJ. So decided to jump out of these two trades. Also got scared out of Bitcoin because I'm an idiot, but I've jumped back in now because I'm also an idiot. But I've tightened my stop loss to be more reasonable. Tightened my stop loss to basically be kind of roughly the same risk that I had entering. Don't trade like me. That was an impulse trade. I did originally have my stop loss set to 73,800, and looking for it to get back up to that level. Was going to move it up to here, but I was like, I'm scared that it's just going to keep going down. When it went down earlier this morning, I was like, I'm getting out my USD trades. You know, I might as well close everything out, start fresh Monday. And then I was like, well, maybe Bitcoin still has a bit of juice in it, so jumps back in there. So my positions are UJ long, at least up to here, and BTC is a little bit of a riskier trade. I'm trying to see if it will retest this line here at the very least, and then I'll see what I do from there, whether I jump out again. And those are the trades I'm in at the moment. Yeah, why don't we, because we already had like a request on it, check out what's going on in NASDAQ. For me, I am not going to be touching this one. It had its chance here, potentially to form a equal low. It's gone straight through that, so I'm not really interested in it until it either touches down here or up here. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily going short on it. I haven't got my short set up on it. I don't trade continuation, so I tend not to.
that's
So,
the 4 hour.
Yep, I'm on the 4 hour. So I am out of this at the moment. I mean, from here we've got a potential equal low. So you could have a bounce off of this level. You got equal low here. At the low was 29,042.6, and the low here is 29,050. So if it comes up 15-minute time frame, we have our low, high, lower low here. So I would say if it comes up to around here, which is a fair value gap, then I might be looking at a long, provided it doesn't go lower than its blue line. Then I'd be looking at a long on that. But otherwise,
wait until
I'm
then
out.
to buy.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Well, what's your reckonings?
I was going to say, Buyu, I was going to say, do you want me to print some of my swing trades as well? Because I started off swing trading.
Okay.
That's where I made the bulk of everything. Nowadays, obviously, you guys want real-time action, that kind of stuff, whatever. I talk a lot more about that kind of thing. But obviously take a bunch of swing trades in the background myself. So if you want, I could actually post some of this stuff now that we've got you here. Otherwise, it was kind of boring because it was just I might post something or Dirk will do something, but he'll do it for like several months or outside, or have certain conditions and it's through options, which people a bit don't quite understand, that kind of thing. And outside of Griff, but as we know, he'll take like one trade every 12 months.
He's going to be here
It's
tomorrow.
just like,
We can ask
hey,
him.
we'll go, have you taken a trade, Griff? No, never mind. And then he'll take like 5 in like 4 months, and that would be like a record for him, you know? So, anyway, so maybe I can join some of the swing trading stuff, because
I love it. More swingers.
I like a lot of your swing trades as well. Like, obviously you've been in the stuff, like I've always like you're on some stuff. You're on some of the same things that I trade, so maybe I can represent some of them here. And I might even pull up like a separate account that I can do that with just, I don't know, just swing trading, or just make it like a just stream account or
Timberlake?
something like that with both. I don't know. We'll see. What was that, Rich?
No, nothing.
See,
What
I
did you
am here trying to bring the swingers to the 5ers. Even on Friday, I was like watching a stream with a female swinger on there. You know, I'm trying to like find all the swingers, and if I can, I will bring them all to the 5ers, and we will all have a huge swinging community here. It'll be
I
wonderful.
gotta say, everyone wants very active trades outside of what Rich does up here. Richard Butler, he has a very defined thing. It is very active. Bang bang, this that done. I will say outside of that type of approach, in terms of a intraday or active strategy, swing trading, I gotta say, I see it across the board makes the most money. That is the people that survive the longest time, compound the most amount of profit, that kind of stuff. It does work. I've made the most amount of money from that myself as well. Obviously, trade more active with you guys, with the accounts and stuff here. It is shifty. It doesn't. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's really bad, but you've got commission, especially after commission, spread costs, that kind of thing. It's the other extenuating costs that basically bring you down. So I would say swing trading definitely puts you in that upper bracket. You have a longer time to think, to evaluate. It takes a bit more time. Yes, you have to consider things like swaps and that kind of stuff, but outside of doing exactly what Rich does, where it's very defined, he's got these levels, it's going to be within this next like hour, 2 hours, bang, 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 done, and you're out. And he's also trading it on that commission spread basis consideration, where NASDAQ there's essentially none. He can be in, out, whatever, low cost, right? That's the other benefit. If you don't do that, I see people get hurt.
I mean,
Again.
just to your point,
Gotta say.
the detriment of the trader that is trading lower time frames is commission and spread. So any higher frequency trading, like scalping, not higher frequency trading to the idea where you're doing tick scalping, but just regular run-of-the-mill scalping, you tend to have slightly more space in order to alleviate that idea of having either too much commission. So you really need to go and select the right asset, and also on top of that, the right broker to trade with. Because it's not the same across the board. One might be a $7 round trip, other is a $3.50 round trip. But exactly to that point, me being intraday, but also a bit more scalping intraday. If you look at how long
scalping intraday, definitely.
Yeah, how long I hold my trades for, they are less than an hour in general per trade. So the idea is, how do you get around that, let's call it the big fall of scalping trading, which is paying commissions and higher spreads? Fine, you go for one of the two. So you either go for an asset that either has no commissions or the spread is really, really tight.
Yeah.
I mean, NASDAQ with the 5ers, you're running on average a spread of 1.5 to 2 points of spread on CFD, but it's 0 commissions. So I'm already eliminating one of those factors that potentially can have an impact on my long-term results because it's that price of entry, it's that price of participation. The same point as how Buyu trades his trading at night is he does that commission to swap ratio. Is it worth it to re-enter a trade? Is it cheaper to hold it out overnight, or is it cheaper for me to have the exact same trade but cut it a little bit short and re-enter? So it's just I don't know, it's like that. You go and buying food with coupons. If you can save a 50 cent here, $1 there, that kind of like thing, you only realize in the long run, wow, I saved $100 doing this, or that it's that equivalent idea. But it doesn't seem like much in the moment. Like even with your swing trading, I've seen some of your swing trades as well. Like you've held your oil trade for so long, the one that you held last year, I think.
Oh, that one, yeah. But that was also positive commissions.
Yeah. So it's the same point that I was trying to get to. It's just when you do decide to swing trade, are you going to swing trade on a pair that has positive swaps or negative swaps, as an example? That's also something that you need to incorporate into your swing trading. So, I don't know where I was going with that point, but just kind of like saying, like, if you it doesn't matter which one you choose, there's going to be these little things that you're going to have to be like, okay, is it worth it to do this? Is it worth it to do that?
Yeah, so, exactly. Is it worth it? Basically means, I think what you're saying, there's a lot more intent when you place the trade on a swing trade versus like a short-term trade. You're kind of just like, okay, yeah, I've got a lower breach point to place the trade because I'm going to be active in the next couple hours, and just like, I'll place it and I'll get stopped out or I'll take profit or whatever. Whereas a swing trade, you have to have a much longer discussion with yourself, longer looking at the market, going out, the past, prior, that kind of stuff, and actually like, okay, hey, does this actually make sense? Do I want to take this position here now and potentially hold it for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, even up to 8 or 12 weeks even? And is this going to make sense? Because I have to take the position now. Yeah, exactly. And I have to build some kind of construct as to the reasoning as to why I'm actually taking this, not just because, oh, cool, the line went up and I'm going to do that.
I mean, the intention behind both will be the same, but the narrative driving that intention is going to be slightly different. Like for myself, as an intraday kind of like trader, my intention is I don't really care what happens tomorrow. I'm more concerned with what happened to the left and whether or not we're going to respect that.
Correct.
Where maybe a swing trader might be like, look, I know what happened on the left. I'm more concerned with whether or not this narrative that we're currently building is going to continue. So in that sense.
But then you've got swing technical.
Whose phone is ringing?
Swing macro as well, which is very different. So Buyu is definitely more swing technical than swing macro.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that, Buyu? I think you would, but you can tell me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. So that becomes another...
No, I agree with that. I'm technical, just technical.
Yeah. So it's a swing technical, which is very good because swing technicals... What's that, sorry?
Versus swing fundamental, which is more what you're
building
your swing trades on,
Yeah, swing fundamental or macro. Often swing technical kind of aligns with swing fundamental and macro by definition. Kind of the same way you'd look at like dollar yen or whatever, it's kept going up. Yes, you've got that carry trade, that kind of thing. If you're looking at a swing technical position, yes, you'd be going long. You don't care about whatever else is going on. You happen to get some kind of derivative commission because of the swaps, and you'd be like, wow, I got some extra money for no reason. I have no idea why, and it keeps going up, right? You can do that for so long, and it does work. At some point, you do have to have an understanding of the rest. Obviously, for when this stuff flips, and especially if you're running your whole trading portfolio and that kind of stuff off a certain profile, you do have to understand the rest of the market, right? The same way that people went long on NASDAQ or S&P through certain points, or on crypto or whatever, until it fails and then they get blown out, that kind of stuff. So you do still have to understand the rest, but if you do find these certain aspects which are key and core and keep running, layer into them. Definitely nothing wrong with that, right? But understanding the other side, the main point is for when you need to get out and see that this is now capped itself, or at least it's got diminishing returns on the upside. We're now at the top. That it would be sensible for me to take profits, jump out, see what happens, and potentially you can then also short. And that's where you get that double bubble of the entire upside and the downside. Very few people get that, because most people are too greedy on the upside, thinking we're going to go to another level. And then they double down up there with the profits they've made from earlier on. It picks up a little bit, but then it doesn't quite kick on. It starts to come down. They've then halved their profits. They got to either jump out or hedge or whatever else, and they've just cooked it.
I mean,
So
that's
just be,
one of the things that Rich talks about quite a bit. It's that the amount of time to output ratio.
Yeah.
So you want to, like, as an example, when you're trading with a prop firm, you obviously know that what would be the most sustainable way for you to go forward was to not risk as much. But at the same time, while you're in the evaluation phase, you're not getting paid for your efforts. So in the evaluation phase in general, you want to risk a little bit more. You know, let's say your intention was to trade 0.25% during funded, but in the evaluation phase, it would make more sense to do that exact same thing at 1%, the same kind of trading, so that you can get out of the evaluation phase a lot faster. That's kind of like, there's a lot of more factors in that scenario, obviously, that comes into play, but just the example itself, the amount of time that you put into something versus that effort versus what you get out of it. It's the exact same thing with the swing trade. You're going to be in that position for a very long time, hopefully, and hopefully that very long time is going to provide you with constant ups, you know, constant higher P&L. But there is going to come a point, exactly as you explained right now, where the upside, holding it even longer, diminishes. Like this, it doesn't make sense for you to continue to hold it now, because there is that potential where it's going to start turning around. It's maybe run its course and stuff like that, where you need to start looking at, okay, I've made X amount of profits. I need to start looking at that potential area where I can either completely de-invest, take a short as an example to kind of like get the pullback a little bit, or say, look, I'm going to close out at this point. If it comes back to this point, I'm going to re-enter again. Obviously not willy-nilly. You're not going in there with like no analysis. You do so with proper analysis, but it's just that idea that at some point holding a swing trade too long might not be worth it.
But I'm also curious, for yourself, Buyu, exactly where do you determine that point? So say your certain swing trades don't quite get to their ultimate TP and they start to stall out a bit earlier. And when do you decide that is now, it's stalled out just before the TP, but it's actually starting to pull back, and then it's now not just not got to your TP, it's pulling back and you're even reduced TP overall. When do you bail out, swap, or do anything else within those trades? Or do you just allow them to play themselves out, or furthermore?
So technically I should play themselves out. And so for instance, this is a good example because this is something I wouldn't usually do. So we hit my first TP, as it were, the zone where I thought we could reverse from there. And I said when we hit that level, I'd move my stop loss here. So it was about, I like to add an extra round down by 100 or round down to the nearest 100. So that gets rounded down to 73,800 because it's already in the 73,900 area. So I round down to 73,800. And that would have been where my stop loss is. Usually I would wait until, it comes down and takes out that level. In this case, I was a bit hasty and decided, hey, I don't like the way it's kind of consolidating in this area, so I closed it earlier and then re-entered. Not something that I usually do, but typically I wait for it to reverse and take me out once it hits the opposing TP. Otherwise, I would look for, and let's just pretend this has already happened. Say if this went up here, I'd stick it underneath the swing low on the 4-hour chart. So it's either swing low and 4-hour chart, or the 15-minute swing low if it hits the TP zone, as it were. And those are my two zones where I'd normally just say, okay, that's it. I use a trailing stop loss to those levels. If I get taken out, then it's a stop and reverse situation, and then we go from there.
I mean, that's fair. That's
fair.
That's a fair way to consider doing that. I mean, especially if you're in an asset that tends to have these like long drawn out rallies or long drawn out drops. So if you were to take a short, you would just continue just looking for those higher time frame swing points, which is very clear with the 4-hour. You can clearly see because they almost all of them have these like wick to candle body ratios that are just off. So massive wicks when compared to the candle body in general is just like, look at the one on the the yen one, that 4-hour rejection that you had there at the bottom.
Yeah.
So you get these very substantial struggles. I'm trying to, but there's a lot of pullback. There's a lot of kickback from the opposite end of it. Yeah, we went down very far, obviously, but we've taken a lot of it back again. So
if you want to delete your 5-minute, 15-minute, or even 1 minute, so 1, 5, 15, and 1 hour time frame of any asset, look at the 4-hour. And if the 4-hour is telling you no, you'll see everything reverse on the 15, 5, 1 minute. It will just delete itself, 100%. So I agree with that. I think the 4 hours very much nice sweet spot for that.
Yeah. And we did actually have a question about swing trading, or someone who said they had to change their swing trading because of consistency rules. Just wanted to quickly touch on that. For our summer plan, the consistency rules only kick in during the funded phase, and they are 50%, which is quite generous.
So on the
two-step.
Two-step, yeah.
Two-step.
One step has consistency in that one step.
Okay.
Throughout, yeah.
I will say, before you go on, BU,
Okay.
Rich, did you find out what I said last time? How that works? I will say.
Of the consistency.
Yeah. So the it says per day. Is it per day of total profit, or is it?
So it is total
individual
profit.
Trades.
No. Okay, so it works like this. If you look at your total profit that you've made, you have a 100K account, you've made $2,000. I'm rounding down the numbers because it's much easier that way.
Yeah, of course.
You've made $2,000 of profit. You are not allowed to make more than 50% of that $2,000 in one day. So the consistency works out to your total profit effectively divided by the amount of days that you've made that profit in, of which then a singular day's profit is not allowed to be more than 50% of the total profit that you've made. So if day one, you made $750 of that $2,000, and day two, you made $1,250, unfortunately, more than 50% of your profits was made in one day. So what you'll have to do is you'll have to trade a third day to just get that difference back up again. So in that case, you will take the amount of profit that you've made divided by the amount of days, and you'll see, okay, I made $1,250 on one day. Unfortunately, I need to double that. So I need to make $2,500 in total profit so that one day's $1,250 profit will then be equal to 50%. So the first day was $750. Second day is $1,250. You need to go double that 1,251 so that you can get to 50%. That just means that day three, you need to make $500. So you have 750, 1,250, and 500. When you add them together, it's 2,500 divided by one day's $1,250 profit, bringing you down to 50%. It sounds crazy, but it's not. The example that they give is pretty. Go to the consistency. Go back one.
But
Scroll down a little
net,
bit.
in simple terms, you can tell
on
me
the
if
sum
I'm
of the
wrong.
Yeah. How is consistency calculated? Second one from the bottom.
Okay.
That one. Yeah. You were gonna ask LJ?
I was just going to say, so either way, 50% consistency rule is your best day. I can see we see that here.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's the best day, not a single trade
No. Just
on
your
that
best
day or otherwise, just the best day. So if you have,
I could have had 10 trades
5
on that
days,
one day. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just one single day can't be more than 50%. Right. So if
Of your total profit in the account.
Yeah, so if you got a 100K account, you make 5K in one day, you got to make
5K tomorrow.
$1,000 a day for another at least 5 days
5
plus.
days. Yeah.
Right, at minimum, as a random example. Right, so you can't just punt the whole thing. Now with the 2 steps, yes, you can pass it in a single trade, but
Once you're funded, and you want
once
to
you're funded, that's not
or you want to scale,
that's not going to fly.
consistency comes. And by the way, 50% in my opinion is very generous.
Yeah,
That is
I think that's really good. I think the 50% daily thing is very good. I don't like it on a trade by trade basis. I think that's like too much because sometimes you do get like good, like that's the point of trading. You want to find those good trades, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But on a daily average, I think this is very generous. This is actually a really good construct overall.
Yeah.
I really like this. Like I said when we
Yeah.
began,
And
this is really good.
The consistency rule effectively only impacts the scaling and the profit taking. So the payouts basically. So you can only withdraw basically the portion that aligns with the consistency.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, you'll have to do some maths and stuff like that, but it is to try and prevent people from getting that one-sended day, where they get a news event that just absolutely rips into the atmosphere, rips out of the atmosphere into the stratosphere, and then you make all of your profits in that one trade. And it's just like, it's great, it's good profits, but there's a flaw with that. And the flaw is the 5ers wants to see you be a consistent trader, and having one day of like absolute all of the profits where all of your other days are like menial days, it kind of is, it's a bit difficult to see whether or not you're a consistent trader if you have one outlier, like a massive outlier. So yeah.
Do all of our accounts have consistency rules?
No.
Not all.
No.
No. So the summer accounts, all of the summer accounts have consistency rules. So the summer accounts is technically a blend between our current CFD programs and the consistency rules that we have with the futures program. So with the futures program, you have a 40% consistency rate.
Yeah.
I think all of the future programs, but the summer ones is like a blend. But like high stakes doesn't have consistency. Pro growth doesn't have consistency. Bootcamp doesn't have consistency. Hyper growth doesn't have consistency. What they have across those different ones is profitable days. So that is a different way for you to kind of do the same thing in the sense of looking for consistency. Is you're taking, I want you to make at least 3 days worth of profit be above 0.5%. So you're forcing someone not to be able to pass that thing in one day, or you're forcing someone not to have like all of their profits in one account just be on one trade or 1 day's worth of profit, basically. It's a similar idea, but in my mind, I feel like the consistency one plays better. It is more intuitive. As an example.
Yeah. So on the 2 stakes accounts, we have a min profitable days of 3. So that just means you need to make over 0.5% 3 days. So any 3 days within the payout period, as long as you make that, or within the challenge fee period. If you make that, then you're all good. No cap on how much you can make on those days. So as long as it's 0.5% plus, as long as you have 3 days like that, then that's good on the two-step programs. On the
Remember, it's
free,
also for scaling.
yeah, and for scaling
Also for
as
scaling.
well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
to give you an example, sorry to interject there, to give you an example, if you needed to make 10% in order to scale, your first day of trading was 4%. Your second day of trading was 4%. And your last day of trading is 4%. You've made 12. So technically that's fine. But let's say hypothetically you had 5% on the one day and your second day is 6%. Now you're on 11%. You're already 1% over. You still need to have 1 day of 0.5% before you can scale.
Yeah, and the scaling program is so generous that I think the scaling program is one of the most neatly laid out ones I've ever seen at the
Or
Fivers.
the high stakes.
Yeah, for the high stakes
Yeah.
two-step. So you can
I
scale
think-
all the way up
yeah.
to 500,000 and also get a fixed income.
Yeah. And hold all of the profits that you take. But there you go into a contract with the 5ers.
Yeah, there will
So-
be
Yeah.
rules, determination, how you interact with the firm, what you can place, that kind of stuff. Anyone that gets to that point will have that knowledge, market knowledge, to know that why that's happening, to be honest. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is a goal to work towards, I have to say.
It is. It is.
It's a good goal.
Definitely.
Have one of those people where you turn around and say, yeah, not only am I funded with the 5ers, but I am actually at this level where I'm trading their capital on their behalf, not just on my account, but on multiple accounts.
Yeah.
You know, that like level of interaction.
Yeah.
And the
I might
profit
be in
split is
charge
quite
of a
generous.
pool of traders. Like I might be trading along with the literal best. It's a level above. It's a level above just being a funded trader. As a funded trader, that's already a goal in of itself. It's really amazing. It's a good achievement. It's great. It means sustainability for you. It means sustainability for a company as well. But to get to that level, 100/0 plus 4K, that's next level.
Got some work to do.
Yeah.
Son.
Yeah.
Okay.
That I would say that's a unicorn. That is that blue moon. It's that once
I
every
wouldn't say
1,000
no.
traders.
I wouldn't say unicorn. I'd say 5%.
5% off.
5%.
That's a 5%er.
Maybe
Nice.
5%. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a 5%er right there.
That is a 5%er
There you
right
go.
there.
Yeah.
And the thing is, and we've said this many times before as well, just because you're not there, just because you're not a funded trader yet, just because you are still struggling through evaluation, does not mean that this is not something that you cannot achieve.
Correct.
Hard work, consistency, the idea that you have the right mindset goes a very long way. And it's a slow building process. Nobody is going to become a multimillionaire in one day. I don't care what any freaking YouTube guru has ever told you. Those are outliers. If they are true, they are outliers completely. So statistically, unfortunately, that's how bracketing works. You'll have, and I've spoken about this a lot of times as well before. If you flip a coin and you had every single person on earth flip a coin and you bracket people into they got the guess correct and they got the guess incorrect, you're going to have, just on the very first flip, pretty much every single person on earth, half of them are going to get it wrong. The other half are going to move on. And then from there on, that half is going to again be broken into another half until you eventually have that one person out of almost 9 billion people that got that correct every single time. Until the end where you have one person, literally one person, that got everything correct. Every rendition. It's not to say that that's the norm, that's an outlier, but that is the expectancy. At some point it's going to happen because it's just probability. Probability runs its course. It's the same thing with trading. It's not impossible, but it's highly improbable that is something that happens to every single guru that you see. Every single
Correct.
guru's video of them making $200,000 a day.
Is probably garbage.
It's probably garbage. Really
Yeah.
is.
So you have a highly improbable outcome,
Yeah.
but there are
Not
so
impossible.
many people on the carousel that yes, the probabilistic percentage is very low, but there's so many people on there as well that you can still jump on there. But you have to realize most of the people that are posting stuff publicly, yes, is probably garbage. Doesn't make sense. They wouldn't be doing this posting garbage publicly if they were already making money. Because they're like, I'm making money, why do I have to do that? Obviously. Right?
Don't pay for a course, guys.
Yeah,
Ever.
don't do that. Don't do
Unnecessary.
it. Look, I know a bunch of you guys like ICT, we've talked about that kind of stuff. Don't pay for that kind of thing. If you want to find it for free and if it helps you, great. If you take some components, but realize you got to take some components because the whole thing is just like a throw everything at the board and see what sticks. And then when you get enough other people jumping into this to say like, oh yeah, ICT works, whatever some people see this, some people see that, and you know, it's a bunch of garbage. So obviously finance, trading, that kind of stuff is very difficult. That's the whole reason. It's very highly paid. That's also probably the main reason why most of you guys are interested in it, either as a side thing where you're working a normal job or you want to make it your primary income, right? Because it is very highly paid. Now, anything that is highly paid is very competitive, just like finance and trading. So to think you're just going to look up something on YouTube and be like, yep, that's it. I got the magic sauce. I'm just going to do this and I'm good. Probably not going to work.
Nope.
Take inference from that, but you got to determine what is a bunch of garbage and what you can do individually yourself, where you live, what time frame, when you trade, all that kind of stuff. If you do actually take this in systematically, learn each of these components, you can actually be like, okay, that makes sense, this, that, the other, and you can actually build a construct to actually be profitable. And it does eventually, if you get it right, feels very simple. And when it does feel very simple is when you've got it right. Because it almost feels wrong. Because it's like you're making
like
money
it should
very
be harder.
easily.
It should be more difficult than it is.
Precisely. But you're not, it's not,
You have
it's
to
simple,
fight your way
but
to get
it's simple
there.
but difficult. Like you've just got the right flow state, flow proportion. You're risking the right portions. You're not over risking that kind of stuff, and you're not going overboard with financing that kind of stuff. You're being very sensible with your analysis of the markets, with macro, everything else. It should be initially difficult, become almost simple, then you hit it. You're not sure if it's simple, and it does become very simple. Does that make sense, Rich?
So it's the idea
I
that
don't know.
the work that you put
Maybe.
in from the beginning, seems hard because it's either something new or it's something that you're unsure of. But it gets to a point where the amount of effort that you need to put in to achieve the same results comes down a little bit. Like imagine an Olympic, runner. Let's talk about a marathon runner, somebody that is running a marathon 42 kilometers at a time. For that person, in the beginning, it was really hard to just run 1, 2, 3, 5 kilometers. But the more they did it, eventually it became very simple, very easy, straightforward to run that first half marathon, which was 21 kilometers. But that second half became more and more difficult over time. To run longer became easier over time. But there's still a difference between the person running a marathon and an ultra marathon. So you're at 42 Ks, but now you want to go and double that. You want an 84K. Just because you're here doesn't mean that this is going to be easy. This 84K is going to be easy. It might mean that 21K, 5K, 10K, even like 38K is a lot easier. It's just that amount of effort that you have to put in to get to that point. You're going to look back and you're going to see, wow, I remember a year ago, I was running 10 kilometers and I was out of breath. Like I could not walk for 3 days. And now you're on the daily running that same 10 kilometers. It's the repetition of it that makes it become a little bit easier, because you're getting used to the grind. You're getting used to the fatigue. You're getting used to all of those things, and it becomes a new baseline normal. And it's the same with trading as well. The problem is with trading is that we have this expectancy of being able to run a 42k kilometer run in just a few days, of you having never run 42ks in your life. It's an expectancy issue. It's got nothing to do with your ability to do it. You over believe in yourself. I can do this, until you try and run it. And then after kilometer 4, you realize, I'm screwed. I can't walk. But the more you repeat the process, the more you're going to build up that resistance. And that is what trading is. It is a lot of difficulty. It's a lot of negative experiences building character, getting you to a point where eventually, through your determination and your ability to get comfortable with this new level that you've reached, this new level of consistency, this new level of risk, that eventually leads to you becoming that profitable person that can look at it and be like, this is actually easy now. But I think the word that you were looking for earlier was earned. You need to earn that right to make it a little bit easier for yourself. And that earning comes from all of that hardship, difficulty, building processes, being consistent, trying to create something, but at the same time managing your own expectations. You need to earn that right. So,
Right.
Yeah, I'll say that.
And if you need some inspiration, I mean, we do have some awesome trader interviews on our channel here. So feel free to check some of those out as well.
I heard little birdie sing this morning saying that a sapphire was being interviewed. So maybe the next one there is going to have a little South African flag. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. I just wanted to mention this from Philip Wolski saying, sorry if I'm wrong because I just joined, but did you mean that ICT concepts aren't the way to go? No, that's not what we were saying. We were just saying,
and no. I'll say yes and no, Rich.
Yeah. So
to be fair,
like
to be
ICT,
honest.
Okay.
But go on.
So there's nothing wrong with the concepts whatsoever.
Yeah.
They are concepts that have existed long before he changed the terminology. All right? A fair value gap is an imbalance. If you go back and you look at all the theories of how the market is supposed to move,
Like a
from the
PD
19
array.
like 19
PD array, like it's
1970s. All of that stuff has existed. All right?
Yeah.
All he did is he took all of those concepts that had already existed and he personalized it by putting his name on it. He put a new name to it, which I have no issue with that whatsoever. I do the exact same thing. So I trade reversals and I trade trend continuations, but what I call my zones is like base areas. I call them established areas. Those are all just support and resistance. They are areas of consolidation. Like, these terms have existed for the past 50, 60, 70 years in trading, as an example. So the concept itself, I have no problem with. I don't care what you call it. You can call this a flyby night 27, so long as you, the person that has to trade that concept, understands the reasoning behind why it works. Not just, oh, it works because I said it works.
Yeah.
That's wherein my problem comes in with regards to the ICT concepts. It's not the concept itself, it's the claims that the person behind the ICT concepts make. It's the claims that there is a one central algorithmic thing that controls the whole market. That is just factually false.
Which is, it's just stupid.
And I believe that any person that has the cognitive ability to really reason and look at information objectively can be like, well, that doesn't ring true. So it's once again, I reiterate, I don't have a problem with people trading ICT concepts. I have a problem with how can I put this? The imbalance between what is being said and what the actions are associated with those. So words and actions must align. His words are this, but his results, outcomes, and his actions are vastly different to that. So there's misalignment for me. So I don't trust his claims, but the concepts that he has have existed in the market for like over 50 years. So there's nothing wrong with the concepts. And that is my piece.
So the concepts he's reiterating are kind of like technical analysis concepts that are very standpoint. Some of them still do work, right? Some of them are outdated and have been arbitraged away. Just like the classic like RSI, MACD, stochastic oscillator that you put the three together and be like, oh, when the market gets all three together, I take a trade. Like it sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't, right? Same thing. That's basically what he's done, but he's basically taken those infractions and renamed them something else, right?
Yeah, he's just recoined them.
So
and there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
yeah, recoin them. It's very much the thing. There's nothing wrong with it, but at the same time, you have to realize it's a marketing thing, not for you guys to actually propel your own trading. It's for him to make money, right? And that's where it becomes like a wrong mess. I think. Fair enough. Anyone can do that. He's just renamed the same old principles in a new name infrastructure overall. It's been very popular. Some people have had some profits. I'm pretty sure it's the same stats that 80-90% have not. Overall, most of the people won't post their profits, that kind of stuff. Not had a good time.
We're straying into controversial territory here, and I think that is my cue to go before I get dragged into some conspiracy, some anti-ICT conspiracy here.
Tinfoil hat moments.
No, this is not tip or hat. This is straight. Yeah, fair enough. I mean,
so
Anyway.
my time is up, but just
I'll give you
to
the
quickly
space for you.
speed run through some stuff. Bootcamp scaling. If you go to our fibers.com website /FAQs, or you can get there just by clicking on Get Funded and clicking on the FAQs button there, you can find details of all our programs. And under Bootcamp, if you want to know how Bootcamp scaling work, you can go there to see how it can scale all the way up to 4 million with 100% profit split. So details are there for every 5% generated on a funded account. The account balance basically grows, and it shows you each of the growth levels. I saw someone mention Hindi dabbing, please. And I'm guessing that's meant to say Hindi dubbing, which is why I brought up the 5ers India channel. For those who don't know, we have some localized channels for different languages. So India, Portugal, do we have any others localized?
We have a Japanese stream as well, and we are busy building 2 more. One of them being Italy, and another one being the Netherlands.
Yeah.
So if you prefer to, hear some stuff in other languages, we have some videos on our India channel, for example. So I don't think there's live dubbing on this live stream, but you may be able to see some videos with Hindi dub, for instance, on the 5ers India channel. I haven't watched the 5ers India channel. I can't guarantee that it's there. Competition-wise, I just wanted to take a moment to brag and flex a little bit and invite you guys to bring it on. I believe last week I was talking about a trade and view competition I was in. Finally got the results back, and I came in, drumroll please, everyone on your desk.
Wow, I just made a ringing in my own ear. My word.
70th place out of over 100,000 participants, which is awesome. And if you want to, compete with me or get on the same stage as me, Then there is another competition starting next week on TradingView, which will give you some great prizes, I would say. The prize list is first place, you get 10K. All the way up, if you get 300th place, you get a 3-month TradingView subscription.
Wait, what do we need to do for this?
This is for TradingView, so this is a TradingView specific competition for people
Yeah.
to go into, so they can just follow it on TradingView.
So for those who use TradingView or want TradingView subscriptions or want to cheekily extend theirs, I have been using it to cheekily extend my TradingView subscriptions so that I don't have to pay for TradingView again. I just, do well in these competitions, and then I don't have to pay for TradingView, which is great.
Oh, so if you get a
Yo.
even lower down, you get a extended subscription.
Yeah, it extends whatever subscription you're subscribed to. So if, for example, you notice you're in the top place and then you buy a subscription just before the end of the competition, then you could be a bit cheeky and use it to extend.
I'll jump in. That's fine.
Yeah.
Awesome. Booyu, you can hop out. We did just have
Yes.
a news event that is currently causing the market to move around a little bit.
Okay,
Oh,
so I'm going to hop out, and good luck on the charts, everyone.
cheers. Cheers
Cheers.
to Booyu.
See you, B.
I'll just bring my chart up very quickly. Bassett
Yep,
could tap
go for
near
it.
1 trillion Treasury general account to fund bond buybacks, source says. That was 1 minute ago. And if you have a look at the NASDAQ looks like it wanted to start with a bit of a rally. But if you go to gold,
Oh yeah,
Gold itself.
Gold, dude. This is going to be a gold mega right here. This is
gold has reacted quite a bit. And inversely, DXY has dropped as well.
and check
So
Bitcoin right now as well. Bitcoin should also be up.
Crypto. Yeah, it's also started pumping a little bit. So
Yeah.
this off of that, I don't believe that this was, no, it wasn't.
It wasn't scheduled.
No, it was unscheduled. I mean, the Treasury Secretary Bassett was supposed to speak tonight, but it seems as though he's already jumped the gun ever so slightly with this one over here. So interesting. Let's see.
I gotta say, this is the same stuff myself and Dirk were talking about. This definitely highlights the exact point where the US administration wants the dollar to come down, rates eventually to come down. Where Kevin Walsh is, he's going to have his speech at the end of the week on Friday. Given this, right now, everyone's looking at Kevin Walsh is at the other side of the table of the US administration. So right now, this is not good. But if Kevin Walsh then turns tables to the same side as Scott Bessent and the US administration with this right now, we see a washout of dollar, any kind of dollar longs in general are done. Gold runs to the moon. Bitcoin runs to the moon. NASDAQ therefore also would run to the moon because
Start picking up as well.
treasuries and yields should then come down, right?
Yeah. Positive effect, yeah.
And if you look at what everyone was looking for, what Trump actually wanted later on, this actually makes sense. People going, oh, Kevin Walsh is not so in line with Trump.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
This is starting to come in line, and all the other data. The other thing is, all the other data has actually come in line for, regardless, for Kevin Walsh to come in line with Trump on that basis. So he's not standing out politically or whatever else, where he's like, I'm an outlier, and I'm going to say, hey, no, let's hold rates or hike them higher, whatever, or reduce rates. I see that, but no one else does. On the next print, you would have every measure to see that through from here. So
I see that we have Victor in the background. Victor, are you ready to hop in, yourself and Samir?
I am always ready. Hi,
Excellent,
everyone.
because I need to hop out. I have a meeting that is starting in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Richard. I hope you have, together with our viewers and everyone present, a wonderful day.
Yeah, before I hop, I'm going to use this last 3 minutes just very quickly. First and foremost, welcome to Samir and to Victor. Happy to see you guys.
Thank you.
Second thing is, tomorrow is the 1v1 battle. 2 of the participants are on the screen right now. Myself in the morning, so if you want to beat me in a live trading competition, tomorrow morning will be your opportunity. It will be during the first session, so... Yeah, I'm cutting it close. Yeah, you're right. The first session tomorrow morning, the London session, 1 hour into the stream, you can get your question, or you can get your participation in on the Google form. I will print that one out tomorrow for everybody to select. And then the afternoon, you can go up against Victor. So that will be tomorrow for the 1v1. And this is effectively the last time that you can win a 100K summer account, because the summer account is coming to an end next week, Monday. So this will be your last opportunity. So after that, we're going to revert to maybe 50Ks or 20Ks, that kind of like stuff. But this is your last chance. Yeah. Last chance. Tomorrow, two people. All right. That's all I want to say, guys. I'm going to run because I have 2 minutes. All right, gentlemen. I'm going to love and leave you. As always, after the stream is complete, you will all be redirected to the Futures channel to go and keep Dave and I believe Alejandra and Cesar company there. All right.
Yeah.
Cheers.
See you, Rich. Ciao.
Take care, Rich. All right. I'm good. I feel happy today. What about you?
Very nice. I feel very happy today as well. We've got this. Okay, so I've been looking at this peak point for gold. If we then pull down from here. On the bat, what do you think, Samir?
You're talking about gold?
Yeah, on gold, yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at gold. Gold has kicked me a lot of times, so I don't trade gold, but just for the analysis purposes, let's do it. Maybe Remy can share my screen so that, okay.
Yeah, you're up now.
Let's go to the monthly time frame actually. What monthly candle is trying to do. Okay, seems like this is a support creation because this monthly is way too strong. And we still have like 7 days left. And with this momentum, I think next couple of months, very high up, like probability we can continue higher. Monthly definitely bullish, going to the weekly. Weekly also after a huge downwards trend, we are having this impulsive candles. So weekly is also transitioning into bullish, going to the daily. Daily also has started to make higher highs. So right now, definitely, this is a higher high, potential higher lower than continuation of this move, at least to this area. So this is the nearest target for me, which is, let's make it a round number, 4750-ish. Okay, let's make it this. So I think gold is likely to continue higher. This can be the target. Now it comes to the entry. Maybe we can take a look at 4-hour time frame for the entries. Okay, I have this trend line going on, which was broken. As we are trending aggressively, I don't think that we can pull back way too much deeper in this level. So I'll just take a retest of this and continuation to the upside. And we also have some reference point here, some kind of level, so which is making sense. Retest buy zone gold, making sense to me, going to the 1 hour. Even if I draw the Fibonacci from this point to this point, yeah, this is aligning with that 50% retracement. which is a healthy retracement according to that this leg right now. So one scenario for buyers can be here, another one can be here right at the support area. If this area failed, because I'm eyeing on a buying opportunity, so if this triggered a stop loss, don't worry, somebody can also plan for buys around this area, maybe some kind of liquidity, it's fine. You can keep your stop loss a little bit wide, still there is a lot of room for the target. So definitely gold, I will like to stick with this trend that we are having, which is uptrend. I don't want to go against this. This was a different story, but here we have a new story, and I don't want to make my own story. I will just like to follow this move here. So yeah, and I was in the background. You was talking about USD going down. I didn't caught the whole conversation, but I would like to know like what is the fundamentals behind USD going down, or why you feel that, or what kind of information you have.
Yeah, sure. So I definitely like that. So as far as individual stuff for US dollar going down, so we had these standpoints for the US dollar this is from last week. So we've had the dollar index, which rose around 98, just above 101 between March and July for traders established their largest wager on the appreciation, 51 billion, right? Has already surrendered half of that gain, while speculators have paired only 12 billion of bullish bets, right? So you guys can read this the whole way through, but the point is, in summary, because I will have to jump off in a second. Firstly, we've got this. This is the net of positioning for US dollar versus the rest overall. So through here, you can see we've been quite point to point overall. Now we've seen a big differential, right? So this past week, with everything going on, we have seen that collapse. But either way, this needs to come right back to fair point, right? So the same thing with this stuff. I looked at this with Dirk as well, with the household liabilities, and we go back to here. Either way, we're going to see the US dollar come right off through this. That's the entire point. We've basically got that on this set market, set differential, hence yields kind of down. We've seen them pick back up, which is hence led to gold going up and then down and then back up. But as long as we see that hold strong, we see dollar basically come off as well overall.
Okay, that
So
definitely
that's
is
the
backing.
prime differential that we're looking at right there.
That is also backing the technical point of view. So
Yes, both.
definitely,
Yeah.
I think this can be a good opportunity. Fundamentals aligning with the technicals. So yeah, I like it.
Correct. All right, guys.
And
I'm going to have jump off. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Adios. And yes, air traffic control, LJ, out for today. This has been very, very annoying. I don't like it. I'll see if I can get some more headphones tomorrow. Either way, I'll see you guys.
no problem.
See you guys later.
Take care,
Ciao.
LJ. So
Adios.
all right. Maybe Remy can. Okay, we already have my screen, and Victor will be back in a couple of minutes. So might be some connection issues, but here we are. Let me analyze indices today, because to me, or the price action today, it is very interesting on both of these assets, which is NAS and Dow. So let's break down NAS. Let me delete this session break first of all, so that we can focus on. All right, we have Victor back here. Hello, Victor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
I don't know if it
That's
was
awesome.
my my side or what happened, but there was some server problem, I think, with our platform.
Yeah, now I think it's okay. So yeah, I was breaking down NAS. So for that, let me delete everything so that we can start fresh. And today is a very interesting price action on NAS. We have this fair value gap, and if you have seen me like last week, I have this fair value gap almost in every session because this is a weekly time frame and we have impulsive push to the upside. Now, is this a pullback? For that, we have to go to the smaller time frame and we have to check what kind of information we have. This is the information we have on the weekly. So going to the daily we have already swept these lows. You can you see this? This was a beautiful low right here. Let me make it a little bit darker so that you can see it. And this is a beautiful liquidity move. At least I can see it right now on the daily time frame. Now, weekly is aligning with the daily. Let's go to the 4 hour to see what the price is trying to do. 4 hour is not bullish yet, but weekly is definitely aligning with the daily. So we can skip 4 hour, going to the 1 hour. 1 hour definitely, actually 1 hour is also not bullish yet. So actually it is a good sign. If we are right on this direction, I think today can be a good risk to reward move. So what I will like in today's session, I will just wait for price to get above the VWAP, and that will also break these previous structures. That will confirm that yes, we are picking up the momentum right from these areas, these liquidity points that I was having, and then retest of the VWAP aligning with a fair value gap, some kind of fair value gap on the left hand side, or maybe order block. I can easily take a trade here. Stop loss can be below the fair value gap, whatever is presented there. Right now it is something like this, and I can easily hold my trade to any unfilled area. To me, this is unfilled area, and this is unfilled area, and this is also unfilled area. So if today's Monday, so if price started to pick up the volume, I think this can be the first target, this can be the second target. I don't even want to go crazy like targeting this area. I think this is the max that I will go for. Today's price action looks very clean. And this is the trade idea number one. And 1 hour is now aligning with weekly and daily. Yes, I'm ignoring the 4 hour. But if you see the 4 hour also, if I am eyeing on a buy, price will also close above this fair value gap. So it will indicate that yes, we are shifting the momentum and maybe we can go higher. We can also target this fair value gap, which is this 4 hour fair value gap. So story makes sense. This is the trade idea number one again. But what if price, let me delete it and let me delete everything. So what if price broke to the downside, maybe take out this liquidity, and do we have any information on the 1 hour? Let me see. Maybe tap this area and then we see the 15-minute structure shift. I think that is also a good opportunity for buys. So either this opportunity or right now we already have we are presenting the opportunity, but we want, or I want the price to close above the VWAP. And similarly, if we go down here, take out more liquidity, I will still wait for price to go above the VWAP, and that can be the trade for me today. I'm not really looking for shorts today, and yeah. But what if we get a short? Can I make scenario for that also? Let me go to the 2 hour, 1 hour. Okay, for shorting scenario, I think if price decided to reject from here, we can anticipate that maybe price wants to take another liquidity to the downside. We can also take advantage of this, but this will have little bit more lower win rate because it has only one thing is aligning right now, the 1 hour structure, which is bearish. And yeah, other things are not aligning right now. Maybe the EMA also aligning. Okay, that is a good thing. But as we don't have a higher time frame aligning right now, so this can be a little bit risky. But of course, this can also play. Maybe if you want to risk like 0.25%, still this is a good trade. But if price goes above this area, I think I will like to risk 1%. And after the losing streak that I was in the last month, finally, I got a very beautiful trade, I think on Friday. And that literally recovered, like made me recover all my losses. So that is a power of funded accounts if you treat it in a right way, if you follow the risk management. And yeah, this was the plan. This is the plan for today. And yeah, how are you, Victor? By the way, I didn't. I was way too caught up in the market.
No, you're doing great, man. Keep doing, Samir. You are awesome. I've been paying attention to you, of course. Hello, everyone. If I haven't said hello yet, that was the moment. How is everyone doing? Our viewers are so amazing. I didn't say almost a word. Maybe I said a few words before, but I mean, I didn't say much. And we have people in the chat, our great viewers who actually know us that well. And yes, I
Yeah.
have a cold. You guys are amazing. Ha! You are just amazing. So you're not looking for necessarily for a short on NQ, Samir, but you're
Yeah, I'm
also
not.
watching that idea that this could be
Mhm.
a liquidity sweep on a higher time frame, meaning if the market closes strongly today or even the next couple of hours, it has an impulse with the open. Do you think this
Mhm.
could be, that could be a buy opportunity for you on NAS, that is?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The story makes sense, but the point is that okay, I made a story, but price doesn't have to follow my story. It can also reject from any of these areas. Actually, it
Mm,
can even um, both of my analysis can be invalidated and I can take a loss.
mm,
That can also be the point, but at least this story holds a little bit of more confluence compared to that move to the downside. Of course, that can also play, and I don't like to be a part of this trade, but still, let's see how it goes. Yeah,
why,
maybe on the 4 hour.
if I may, Samir, why do you think it is the long it has a better chance than a short? I mean, from the level you indicated of a little bit higher. Why do you think that?
Okay, for that, I think this is the impulsive leg, and this is just the pullback on the weekly. And I like to draw my Fibonacci from here, this point to this point, from where the impulse started. So we are already on that healthy retracement area, according to that move. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that this may be that retracement and then the continuation to the upside. And we are already having a good trend here. As you can see, impulse can be a correction, maybe impulsive leg is there, a little bit of correction, and then another impulse to the upside. Of course, this is the weekly time frame. I'm just, we cannot trade off of weekly, but at least we have this information that okay, weekly time frame is bullish. And if you can see, weekly also broke out from this last area that we was having. So definitely
Mm-hmm.
weekly is bullish. Now it comes to the retracement point. We don't know, or I don't know if retracement is ends here, or it can, even touch that support area. But looking at the daily time frame, I think that this low may be a liquidity point. And to confirm this, I got to the 1 hour area and I gave a couple of scenarios here. Like if we are shifting the structure or shifting the momentum, maybe closing above the VWAP, that will confirm that yes, maybe this is a liquidity point and now the momentum is shifting. And to add on to this story, I like this nature. This is a consolidation, or price is not having impulsive nature coming to this liquidity point. And yeah, that's how I built my foundation, actually, watching these kind of nature or structure, and then taking trades based on this kind of nature. Of course, my entry pattern has shifted, but this has stayed with me because my foundation was built in this way, the people I learned from. So yeah, I like this nature. There is a little bit higher chance that we're gonna get the continuation to the upside. Now, as a trader, I need to get good entry, and for that, I will wait for some kind of structure shift. Ideally, this structure break will give a better entry, but I don't mind if price closed above this also. Going to the 15-minute, because this was the lower high, lower low. Now, if you break this area, this will indicate a higher high, and then I will like to take my trade on that higher low point. So I think this story will make sense. But again, as I mentioned, we can also reject from here. And I don't want to be a part of this story because the confluence is a little bit more to the upside. And this nature is also adding in that. I mean, I'm using this nature as a confluence. Of course, it can go lower. Still, I will look for buys only because of this nature that we are having. Let me delete everything once again. I think if price decided to go lower, this order block, which is on the 4 hour time frame, this area, and I can eye on buys around this area. I'm allowed to take only one trade today. So I have to make sure that I wait for the best possible setup. Even if one thing is not aligned with the things that I mentioned, break of structure, VWAP, this, that, whatever I mentioned, if things are not aligning that way, then I'm not going to take a trade. Either buys will be here or wait for the structure shift and pull back, and then I will take a buy. I don't want to take sell today. Yeah, that is how I'm building story on this today. So yeah,
Nice.
I just have to catch
Uh,
two, maybe one or two good trades a week. So yeah.
nice breakdown, Samir. All right, I'm gonna look at NQ, give you my side of, to the people, my ideas on NQ. Very simple. We are in the middle of on a higher time frame, on the monthly time frame. We're right at that middle from where we broke out and the high we had, right? So based on the monthly time frame, I mean, either side is looking equally good on the full higher time frame. However, on the weekly time frame, you can see that we just created a fresh order block, and actually it's an outside bar, meaning, in order to create these an outside bar, you have to have quite a lot of change in the direction of the market. So, and that happened. Now, still with the printing of that candlestick combination doesn't really mean, this particular candle is going to continue lower or not. It doesn't tell us, right? Because you can also you can still expect some kind. I mean, that can still happen this week, where you have the order block that was created come back and be retested, right? And so either if we get there, then you can expect this kind of movement away from it. But it doesn't tell us, the market doesn't tell us that from, after on the, at any given candle, when and if we're going to retest that level. We don't get that information, right? So it's only conditional to the actual moment we get to the level. One thing you can see right away, the market reacted bearishly on a weekly structure above us that was retested, which is this basically, which is all actually also a reaction on something we had before. So you can see how the market on NQ is getting weekly structures that are indicating that sellers are coming in, and perhaps, and which is not weird at all because we just had an amazing run. So you can expect, the sellers to be interested in pushing price lower, and the market retracing part of that breakout level for a bit. However, there's one thing. If we want to know what this week is and where today's level are going to be, for, where's the line in on the weekly time frame for the lower time frame to be traded, right? Meaning, what levels on the weekly will tell us something that is useful for the lower time frames, maybe a day trade or even a scalp or tiny swing. Well, the low of the previous low, of the previous weekly low, that's a line that you need to be watching, because that's the line in the sand for that continuation lower, right? Whenever we are above that level and we've already taken some liquidity or failed a breakdown, which basically what it is, right? The market took out yesterday week, if that's a word, last week's low, and couldn't hold below it. That's a failed breakdown. And if we can close here, we're only Monday, right? So we don't know where Friday will end up. But if we are able to do that, then it means that the market is likely to be pushing higher. Something we can definitely look at is the following, right? So if So that's the line. Actually, let me make it visible for on the weekly, so it is visible on the lower time frames as well. Hopefully it is. Let me see if it is. Yes. All right. So that's the line. And actually, if you're trading futures, that is going to be 29202.73 75. I mean, for the actual level on your charts. And on the 4 hour, so on the weekly time frame, we have things building up for likely a price pushing at some point, pushing at least a little bit, maybe even lower. But that's what these order blocks are telling us. That's the supply area, and it's pushing price lower. That's what we know. And if we go to the daily time frame, what do we see? The market currently is attempting to break it's no longer fresh. It's already been mitigated right here, but it's in the process of breaking that level, right? That's how it typically goes. It squeezes it first, and then a second time, and then eventually it breaks. So it looks like the market is opening the door for lower prices, although that's not confirmed yet because we need to actually we need to actually print below this level. That's not a straight line, I know, below this level for the order block to be actually broken. But as you can see, we are already showing or looking as if we're going to be printing more structures bearish, and all of that is just putting us at least for the higher time frame, these are the weekly and the daily, putting us for an expectation to look for lower prices. And on the 4 hour, what do we have? On the 4 hour, if we look closer, we had an outside bar and another one created almost back to back, right? So on this time frame as well, the market is still looking as if, so far there's no indication, maybe on the lower time frame, but on this time frame at least and higher, it's looking as if the market is still positioning for lower prices. And if we go to it was until the 2 hour and the 1 hour that we start seeing things that make sense for the market to go higher. So maybe what does that leave us? We have the levels, right, from before. These are the levels in the market from the previous swing low, not that weekly, but the previous swing low that we were supposed to hold. And the market is not holding it, right? The market has broken below it, and let's look at here, right? So it's broken below it, and it seems now to be retesting. That's basically what it did. Broke it, and seems to be retesting from below. If it fails, obviously that's going to be the nail on the coffin. But we are seeing market creating and reacting bullishly on those structures. Higher, fresh order blocks being retested. So where does that leave us? On the 1 hour, we're seeing, market attempting to go higher, and maybe they will. But on the 4 hour and higher time frames, we're looking, if it happens so far, the expectation is, reasonably expecting with, the technical patterns and structures and readings that we're getting here, is that whatever push we're going to have, whether it's going to be here or higher, it's only going to be a matter of time before the higher time frame kicks in, right? That's what it's. There's no indication yet that trend is going to break. So if you go to the 4 hour, I would be interested to be looking for shorts from that higher time frame, from that H4 structure, which would be the first H4 and higher time frame where we could be pushing back lower. Once we close and we create this order block, that could be something, but that would be something for tomorrow. So far, this is the only area we have. So, either we're going to push higher and then from that level push lower, would be my guess, or we never hold this level above this. We never hold this above that level from before, from our swing points. You can clearly see as well on the hourly. Clearly see that we were, actually let me zoom in a little bit. You can clearly see how the market has been playing flirting, so to speak, with that level. You can see here how we were so close and reacted upon it. We squeezed it by a few ticks, and then we did it again. We couldn't close below. Now it's a clear, failed breakdown. Market pushes in the opposite direction, and then does it again until we finally broke through it. It seems to me, right, it was a support, breaks down. So now it's resistance. And so I'm going to be looking for the market if it is able to break it or not. Price action here is indicating we are building some, buying pressure, but is it going to be enough? We'll have to wait for the market to open in 1 hour and 27 minutes or so. So I think that's the story, that's the narrative of today, right? So we are basically breaking down. Higher time frame is weak, but we might have like a surge maybe today, maybe even tomorrow, before. And the question is, will that surge be, just a lower high from which we're gonna be moving lower? Is that going to be the story? We don't know. We'll have to wait. So that's on NQ. The other thing that I wanted to show you guys is that, by the way, thank you very much for your kind words. You guys are amazing. All right, so let's take a look at the EU. You guys see something in particular? This is called something. How is this called? Anyone? Anyone checking their, candlestick, candlestick vocabulary or knowledge? Anyone knows any? Do you recognize this? Hi, Morat, or not Morat, from Dubai. How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Reversal, yes, it's an indication of reversal, but it has a specific name. For those who are, who've seen those charts, those candlestick charts, CRT, I'm not too familiar with CRT. Anyone? Now is your moment to show us your candlestick knowledge, people. Hammer, yes, it's a double hammer actually. But there's a specific name that only falling hammer, it is a falling hammer, but there is a specific name for the two candlestick combination. Who here in the chat knows that? If not, then in about 5 seconds, I will tell it. There is a delay, by the way, when we say anything and you guys hear it, of about, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. It is a double doji, you would actually say, right? The doji is where the body is almost non-existent and long wicks. It is a tweezer. This combination is called a tweezer, right? Where you have two candlesticks, two hammers, you could call them, two pin bars next to each other in the same direction, and especially if it is at the end of a move. That's a tweezer. Typically, if it breaks this down, you could start assuming it's going to be a tweezer top, right? A tweezer, yes, indeed. Very good, Solomon. Not sure if you heard me first, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. What does that tell us? It tells us that the market, a tweezer is basically a double top on the lower time frame, right? The wicks, right? The upper wicks. That's how you create a tweezer. And the fact that we had not one pin bar or hammer, but two, it really settles, basically, if the first time wasn't clear what the market was doing, the second time is. And actually, I took a short while we came in. When we, let me show you this right here. I took a short, a very small, sharp scalp when we were, right after the news, I faded the move. Why did I do that? Because on the higher time frame, we have this tweezer, right? Tweezer combination, candlestick combination. It indicates that, the bottom of that level is going to be that line in the sand. That's going to be, below this level, the tweezer will get, momentum. The tweezer will be seen, will will be assumed to be in effect, right? So below that level, you could start seeing price going much lower. And on the 4 hourly, we just broke a bullish structure, right? Not only bullish structures or bearish structures on at face value, but when they break, we talk about this all the time. When they break, they become the opposite, right? So we just broke the H4, meaning price will likely go back to retest it and have some kind of a reaction. And that's exactly what we had on the 4 hour. And if you go to the 2 hour as well, there was a nice level here that was broken. It's part of the same movement on the H4, but it's visible on the H2 as well. And the more time frame it is visible on, the better. And we had a 15-minute outside bar that was rating, which is basically the same, just another time frame, but the same area. And price went very quickly to that level, and that's where I had on the 1 minute, I saw these two wicks, rejection wicks, and I said, well, that's the moment I want to get in. My stop was actually a little bit lower, but doesn't matter. And I understood, at least that was the trade. Whether or not it turns out all the time, that's a different thing. But you expect this is the area of a bullish structure that is now being retested for 2 times below that level. And if we're going to push lower, that level, that center line on the tweezer top, well, I shouldn't call it a top yet because it's not a top, but the tweezer candlestick combination was right there. So I thought, if the market comes back to that level when we had the supply zone and we had 2 upper wicks rejecting it, what do you think will happen when we break this line? We'll have a sudden acceleration to the downside, and I hit my TP. And that was the trade. Simple. H4 structures, H2, 15-minute, putting them all together, watching price action, hitting it once, twice, boom. You get in, get out, and that's it. And that's part of the reason why I was so quiet when I came in. The other reason is that as I said, I have a head cold, and it's makes me a little bit quiet, but not too much. Samir, let me. We should talk about Bitcoin as well, because Bitcoin has been on the rise. Look at that. This is it hasn't come back to the level we talked about. This is the daily time frame, and Bitcoin is looking strong. And actually, I think strong is an understatement. Look at that. We are, catapulting towards the moon, it seems. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating after the huge drop we had the last couple of, weeks. But it definitely is breaking. If you connect this trend line, it definitely has a breakout. And the fact that it made it from a weekly structure, from a weekly quasi, makes it actually expected, and it actually gives it more substance to expect that even if it comes back, even if it goes the other way and retests that level again, the fact that it reacted the first time gives it a good idea for either, to continue without retesting, and even if it comes back, to maybe do a double bottom and then go up, something like that. And even if it squeezes a little bit, that's all within tolerable, limits for price action. So there is definitely eyes on the market, on Bitcoin. Maybe we should talk about that as well. We have, let me check on EU. In terms of the quasis and the order blocks, I talked about the the little scalp I took, but there isn't really anything for me right now, right? We had the H4 that was lackluster. I was expecting price, not expecting, but I was ready to get on if we were to, had that reaction, but we didn't. We broke through it, and I took the opposite, right? So I was wanting to short that, and that's what we did. Basically, what I would expect is that now the more we spend below that level, right? The more people get the point that we're breaking down, and eventually we're gonna see some acceleration to the lower. So it's a matter of time. If we stick there, if we hold that level, below that level, then we're gonna be pushing back to some other levels. We have actually, it's been one big push from let me measure how much that was. 100 and if you take the midline of that consolidation, 120 pips. So if price comes back, I don't know, 30, 40 pips of that, retracing that wouldn't be a necessarily a bearish thing, just a retrace of the push we had. Could you take the mic?
Yeah,
Samir?
definitely. Remy didn't switch my screen. I'm kidding, Remy. All right, I already have that analysis that we did on BTC that day. I don't know if our viewers was here, but you knew that, or the way I was analyzing the charts, this was our support and resistance area. Let me make it a little bit cleaner. From here we rejected, okay, we came here, then we again came here. This is a weekly time frame. Going to the daily, very beautiful inverted head and shoulder. We break that. If anybody wanted to enter on the 4-hour time frame, there was a very beautiful entry. Let me go to the 4-hour. I think I have to use another exchange because my chart is lagging. I don't know why. Let me see if my internet is working fine. Actually, it is working very fine. I don't know why. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, now we are back. I mean, the trading view is back. So this was a very beautiful breakout. If anybody took the entry here, stop loss could have been below this 200 EMA. So right now it is at 1:2 risk reward. But if you see the investing point of view, it is 14% up. It was 14% up. So that is amazing move. And going to the dailies definitely has started to pick the momentum. Actually, we are above the 200 EMA. That is a beautiful sign on the BTC, because 200 EMA is a very solid EMA. Now we need to sustain this. So what I would like, one pullback, another break. This is the time even I myself will look for some kind of investment in BTC. I like this idea. So I need one consolidation and then again re-break of this consolidation. It's okay even if I get the little bit late entry. It's okay. We still have a lot of range to cover. This is 20%. And if I go to the highest point, this is still 50%. So I think this is a very beautiful and crucial area where BTC is on. So if this close below the 200 EMA, definitely this is a fake out. But if we sustain and again break out, I am definitely putting money in this because I do like this price action. And we have a very good potential, like 50-ish% is here. I'm not encouraging anyone to invest. Looking at my point of view, I'm just giving you what I think that I will like to do, because this is not the investment advice. Even if I take this trade at 2x leverage, so I think the money that I can risk, or I am comfortable risking, so that can be 2x. I like this trade idea, so I will give it a chance. One pullback, another rebreak of these highs. Right now if we break this, pull back and then another rebreak, my entry can be here. But that's still fine, because at least it will give me a confirmed entry. And we still have like 37% extension. Even if I draw this Fibonacci from here to here, we have that almost 90% correction. Even if I see it, it is still like giving 146 area as a target according to the Fibonacci. So if I enter somewhere around here, still it is a 50-60% leg to the upside. If we get a breakout here, it is a 80% leg to the upside. Amazing price action. I am definitely gonna keep an eye on BTC. I don't trade cryptos, but the way it is setting up, so I think this can be the opportunity for me to grab, because I am a trader So it is my job to see if that opportunity is making sense, or I'm comfortable in taking that position, and then I will execute. So definitely looking good. Let's talk about Ethereum also, because many people trade Ethereum also. Beautiful rejection from the support area, amazing closure above. This also have this similar story actually. One push, another pullback, another breakout. This will be my entry. And if I measure the range, it has a little bit more range than BTC. It is like 70-80%. I think 5,000 can be the crucial area. Did we hit 5,000 on this chart? I think we barely missed that by a couple of points. So I think this time we can hit 5,000. So definitely I'm gonna keep an eye on these two as a positional type of trading, where I will be holding the trade for a couple of months, even if it take like 600 bars, which is like almost 2 years time. But I don't think so. Once impulsive leg starts, you already know how cryptos have some kind of cycles. I think if impulsive leg start, we can hit that in less than a year, which is 365. It is somewhere around here. This is right 365ish days right from this current point here. So I do like the trade ideas on this. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this. I just want that pullback and another breakout. Why I want that? Because we have closed above the 200 EMA for the first time, and look at that. This is something I want. Pullback, another rebreak. So this confirms that 200 EMA is holding. So if I see this kind of scenario, that can be something that I will love to take. So from here to here, this was 40-ish% rally. And if I could have held it at least to the psychological point of 4,500, this is still 50%. So yeah, I like this trade idea, and definitely we will keep an eye on this because I am interested in this opportunity. We come here Monday to Thursday, we will talk about these opportunities. And yeah, not an investment advice or something like that, but as we talk about opportunities, definitely this is a good opportunity, according to me. I will keep an eye on this. US 30, I think that this is.
Before you continue, Samir, if you allow me, since you were talking about Bitcoin, I want to show our viewers something, and then we'll pivot back to you going to the
No problem.
equities, the US 30. We have, well, as always is with our stream, this and all past and future streams, we do not give financial advice, right? Do your own homework, do your due diligence, check, be responsible for your own trades, because in the end you are. These are just suggestions to check. But in that same spirit, what you can see is that we had on Bitcoin, right? We had that huge move up. If you see it on the daily time frame, that breakout of that line. Last couple of days, it's been going ballistic, it seems. And if you look on the lower time frames, on the 1 hour, you can see that we had a consolidation. This is not an order block. That's the consolidation after that huge move up. And what we are currently doing is, if you look at it, it looks like if we broke out of that consolidation right there, and then we went back to retest it as an immediate retest. It's not an order block, but I treat it as the same, right? Breaking out of a range, we came back to retest it, and you can see it on the lower time frame how it looks like, right? This is the level. Actually, there was the high that defines that that level right there, right? And you have the very technical, very beautiful. It breaks through it, right? Very powerful breakout, and then comes back for the retest. What does that tell us? The market is getting ready for that continuation. So if you're interested in, if you were already bullish on Bitcoin, maybe this would be something you would want to consider for your position, either if you're considering getting in or you're already in. You don't know, will this just be a double top? Will it go lower? That's all for you to figure out. We'll give you some idea though. I mean, giving higher time frames. If I go, what do we have? We have a broken structure, right? All of those are levels that have already been broken. So let me take these off. Let me give a small. So this has already been taken as well. You can expect when these levels get broken, right, on right here, right, we already had the reaction for its continuation lower. We already had that reaction, which would be the break. So this would be the second retest on that broken, that flip-flop demand turned supply. That's one thing. On the weekly time frame, we don't have anything, but look at that that huge candle from last week. If we, you know, where do you think the buyers, the trend followers will be waiting? They will be waiting for that line to be taken out. The high of previous week, price will, find more appetite, more buying pressure for continuing higher. We can actually take that out. Actually, let's not do that. Let's just keep that smaller so we know it is there. I don't see anything on the weekly all the way to the 90 area, which is quite a long way to go. But looking at the size of last week, that could even happen in a week. That's what else do we have? We do have an area here which is not part of a quasi. Is it? It is. It is part of a quasi. So you would want to see if the market wants to react to this or not. It's not enough, right? Just one level like that is not going to stop price, but price will at least react to it. Or not. I mean, who knows? That's going to be the quasi. The neckline is here, depending on your rules, and if not, it's there. And in both cases, you do have a quasi there, so you could expect some kind of a rejection. Not completely, but some kind of rejection, and maybe hitting that a couple of times before going higher, because looking at the momentum, you expect that that daily structure is not going to hold that kind of momentum. So we have that, fine. And on the 4-hour, do we have something else that we can use? We went through that level a long time ago, so let's take it off. And this is the consolidation area. Nothing here really that I'm interested in. Well, there is something here I might. Broken level, price might come back, and it actually already did to that move out. On the 2-hour, we already had a retest here before the breakout. On the 1, well, not a lot actually. I like this level. This order block, that's the last one that we used before we had this impulse. So if something happens, let's say it's news, and price comes very quickly to that level but does not break it, that could be a great area to be going long from. And if not, we are likely going to be heading at least to that level before we see some kind of reaction to, we'll have to see whether it gets weaker for a breakdown, or we just, continue much higher, which is eventually what I expect to happen. I just wanted to share with you guys that breakout and retest that we had, which is this candle, and I think that's it. Go ahead, Samir.
All right. So, oh, I'm getting my audio back. I have to stop it. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just looking at NAS right now. So I think we are
Something
rejecting.
happened?
Let me check the financial juice actually. If because I saw a impulsive candle actually.
Yeah, there is
That's
some news coming in about 2 minutes ago about the U.S.
oh,
Treasury. Yeah.
is it the red folder? Am I missing it? No, it is
No,
the
no, it
orange one.
isn't. No,
Okay,
the
so it
news.
is the orange one, and US
No,
30.
there's
I was
no, it's not
yep.
a orange folder news, but the on financial news, U.S. Treasury expected to announce it will broaden scope of secondary sanction on countries and entities doing business with Iran. This was what 3 minutes ago, and that's likely what caused this right here. right? A couple of minutes ago. That's someone asked what just happened on NQ. This is likely what happened. Um, at least that's our take on it. Go ahead, Samir.
All right, I was eyeing on this US 30 shorts, but the point of view is if I go to the 4 hour time frame, this leg is very good. Let me delete everything actually. So this leg is very good. We are just creating a break and retest type of scenario. And this is a good fair value gap. And if you go to the daily time frame, so daily is this order block right here. Maybe we are retesting that. And this candle is having no wick. I know this was a break and retest scenario, but considering this, I think we may can fill this gap here, which is very small, but still I think I can consider that. Going on the 4 hour, okay, we are tapping this fair value gap. I just straight up got to the 15 minute and I was like, can we shift the market structure? Right now here we was bullish, but then we printed a lower low. So right at this point, I was like, maybe this 4 hour is aligning with the 15 minute. 4 hour aligning with the 15 minute. So I think that if I take a shot around this area, stop loss will be here. And the first target can be this low here. If the momentum continues, I think we can definitely come to this low. So this is the idea behind this trade. But I'm keen on this NAS trade. So either push to the upside, pull back, I will be buying, or maybe push to the downside, and then that 4 hour order block, I can take that in consideration. Let's see what chat is doing. ZAR JPY. I haven't even heard about that pair. Let's take a look at that actually. I don't know if that exists or not. Oh, it does exist. Let's take a look at that. What it is trying to do. Oh wow, it is doing a zigzag pattern. Yeah, I know you are not gonna trade this, but yeah, to just see it, we are just creating higher highs. So definitely we're gonna take this high out. But yeah, I don't think so. This pair anybody will be trading. So if XAUUSD, somebody's asking.
Actually, actually, there's a very beautiful, and I'm not surprised looking at the person who suggested it, that pair. Um, uh, if I'm not mistaken, that's the currency from Zimbabwe, right? Against the yen, the Japanese yen. I'm gonna share my screen because I see,
Yeah, yeah.
of course you can always have these, you know, uh, beautiful quasis
This
visible on all
South
these
African
lines.
rand
Oh, it is South
ZAR.
African rand. Okay, not Zimbabwe. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you for that correction.
I just checked the
The
Google.
this is the established downtrend, right? That's the head, left shoulder, that's the neckline, and it takes it out right here. And that to me is the invitation to go long. When you go back and target these levels, you can see that there were a couple of them, one here, but actually the last one was the better one. There we go. That's on the daily time frame. And what does price do? Beautifully, right? And you target this level right here, the highest level between the head and the last level right there. So that would be actually the head would be here.
I'll be back in 1 second.
No problem. All right, so that's the established, that's the left shoulder, the head, the established downtrend. Price takes the neckline out. To me, that's the sign you better be watchful for these levels, and price comes in and moves out, right? So you get in, within or after it breaks out, when the market confirms in your own terms and you target this as the target. And beautiful. Goes into the level, reacts, you get in and you get out. Easy peasy quasi trading. Thank you for that, Abradolf. All right.
People are interested in gold. I think you
All
didn't
right.
broke down gold today.
No,
I've
I don't
given my
think I
point of
have.
view. Anybody?
Yeah, let's take a
Yeah,
look. Gold is strong as wow, man. That is a very
yeah.
nice candle. It is the monthly time frame, so
Hmm.
we are at the end of the month almost. To me, it is the if you see this candle, this as big as it is, the reasonable expectation I have is that it's heading towards the monthly as its next stop before it does anything else. On the weekly time frame, there are plenty of levels there, but are none of them are you know remarkable in any sense. This one has already been taken out, so let's take it. Let's clean that up. What else do we have? Let's measure if any of them are fresh, and they're not. So this means that this is also actually not as impactful or to be expected to be impactful as much, right? It is there. You will see some kind of reaction from the levels, from the midline, from the upper and lower border, but that's it. And on the daily time frame, we're still in that phase where we are creating bullish structures without even retesting it. So actually, that's a sign of how strong the market is, right? Typically, we come back to retest these levels, but when we continue to go with these imbalances, that's the sign of aggression. It means that the market is convinced on both sides that we're going to be going higher. That's what creates these imbalances, and I don't see a reason why the market would not continue higher. So that's the daily, very strong, but nothing that I could trade since I need price to come back to some level of a demand. Here we do have one, and a little one a little bit lower. I would be waiting for price to come back to them and then create the reversal pattern for that continuation into perhaps the weekly level, or this is the monthly level, even higher. But so I'm looking for those levels to be retested before getting in on the H4. H2 is not really, there's a little consolidation here, but it's not much. I would say, either for me to be interested in a long here, either I'm already in the long, or price needs to come back to a level I'm not gonna get in at these moments. I'm not that kind of a trader, simply. And I don't see anything. I mean, there's a little area here. You could have traded it. The price came back and reacted from it. You could have scalped that little area. Let me share you what I mean on the 1 hour. So there, see that reaction there? That's the typical scalp that I take. Price comes back into the area. Boom. That's a nice, that's a move that's about $14. That's quite a lot, but that was the news that caused that. Normally, you get a somewhat subdued reaction to that level. Beautiful level to take long froms. Right, so that's in the H1. Yeah, I don't particularly like. I'm not interested getting long at current levels. Price needs to come back to a demand zone for me to get interested, but I'm surely not going to short this. I mean, the momentum is surely and strongly and squarely to the upside, and you need to respect that. Same thing with the current when you're going swimming, right? You gotta respect that. Or thunderstorm when you're on open sea. Anyways, I don't see a lot here to trade. I mean, I will have just to wait for price to come back to that H4. And on the lower time frames, there are a couple of levels here which might get tapped into as we go higher. Nothing too interested for me. I don't have anything else. That's what I have. Can't make anything of it. It's making higher highs, and it's likely to be continuing to do that so far. I mean, you can see how it's making higher lows.
All right.
All right, my throat left me there hanging.
No problem.
Luckily, I could mute the mic right in time. All right, so yes, what I was saying was that, the market is clearly favoring higher prices with these higher lows made on gold. It just supports the idea that the market will have an easier time going higher than otherwise. Those are the levels that I would be looking for possible longs, but I would wait for the time frames to align before doing anything. That's it on gold.
All right. Market is about to open in 43 minutes. So we still have time. I'm talking about the NYSE open, guys. You might be wondering, like, market is open. What are you talking about? So talking about the New York Stock Exchange open, and somebody is talking about BTC is rocketing. Right now, it is not that much of a rocket, but if you go to the higher time frame, so definitely this was quite an impressive price action or this volume here. This move right here is 13% and it took like 1 day. So definitely quite an impulsive push here, which makes sense actually. So if you take that inverted head and shoulder, I saw, I don't know why my chart is lagging. But yeah, you get my point. You're watching the stream. I gave my point of view already. So yeah, let's see if any other chart is loading up. Okay, I think.
Did I just unmute myself to cough? I think
Yeah,
I did,
we
right?
heard that, but that was a very small one, so it's okay.
Instead of muting, I
It
was already
happens.
muted. I thought I was muting myself. Instead, I was unmuting myself.
All right. But yeah, well, you are looking to put any money on the risk when it comes to cryptos, BTC or Ethereum, because this is the first time I will be doing that because the price action is looking interesting. Because whenever I have seen the market when it comes to cryptos, it has already either making all-time highs or maybe in some kind of mid-range impulsive move. For an example, I spot it here, so or maybe I see it here. Then I say to myself, oh, it is not really a good point to buy. But here definitely it was. If I just do the analysis, we broke out, regained the structure, we pull back again, we broke this area. It makes sense actually. This kind of area, if I would have involved in, and it was like July 2025, and yeah, I will be waiting on something like similar thing here also. It can take a couple of like days, but I'm okay. So this will be the first time I will be looking at taking some trades on BTC. So yeah,
You
USDT
ask you
wise,
a- Yeah, you asked
yeah.
me if I'm have any positions in BTC. I do. But let me switch back to my screen to give you some technicals.
Mhm.
So I don't trade. I don't typically trade BTC, not because because it moves differently. I mean, TA is TA. I simply
Mhm.
just don't. But I do have longer term positions on Bitcoin, and I will give you a little bit of why I already had and why I actually start buying about 2 weeks ago. Right there. Let me show you. We had a How different is this, right? We had a established downtrend that creates the quasi, and the quasi had 1, 2, and 3 entry order blocks. The market reacted on the first one right here, reacted on the second one without breaking it, and eventually came in and reacted on the third one. And even though it didn't actually give me a signal right here on the same time frame, So on the weekly, we start creating right here a fresh order block, right? So, and that was the cue for me to actually I stepped in and started accumulating again. I already held, and I still hold from before. So I actually absorbed this whole movement. Since I have a good entry point, and I didn't want to get out. It's for longer term. These positions they're not trades. They're more investments. And that reason, that weekly order block fresh that was created after we had the reaction on the quasi and the entry order block on the quasi was my reason, because it's on the weekly, was a reason that I started accumulating or adding to my position. So yes, if that answers your question, Samir. I think it is a great area. I mean, there's no one to say that it couldn't go lower later on. I mean, that's still possible, but I don't see it as a trade. It's more of an investment. Historically, the level we are we're at great levels. If you look at from the last point we had before we pushed to that the last time we hit that high, we are below that level. That's at 71. We are
What if I
firmly,
take
well,
like,
not,
I was gonna
go
say,
ahead.
what if I take like 0.01 in some kind of MT5 or some kind of broker? Is that good, or
No,
exchange and
no.
like?
Typically, no,
Okay.
typically you will have swap rates. I don't know what they
Yeah.
are because I don't do that. But I typically on if you're taking leverage product and you're holding it
Mm-hmm.
for very long, the only way the leverage works is that swap rates will the broker needs to charge you for holding that leverage, right? So because you're taking a one position, but you don't you're putting just the margin, and the rest is leverage, and that leverage comes with a cost. So it's not a great idea to have, and especially if you do it
Mm-hmm.
with a high leverage. The higher leverage, the more the cost is, and hold it for a very long time. It does not make a lot of sense. Yes, if the market goes all it makes a huge jump, you can still make good money, but it's so against you, the swap rates. It doesn't it you shouldn't be doing that. It will eat up your position, a great deal of your. You better have a lot of edge, because otherwise you will not survive the cost of holding that position open. So yeah, that wouldn't be a great idea to hold it in on MT5. What you would do is just hold it straight out. Either, and nowadays you can buy BTC on ETFs, right? So they're very low cost. You buy them just would look just where just like you would buy a mutual fund or any other
Mm-hmm.
ETFs, and or a stock, and just hold it in your portfolio for whatever time frame you want.
Okay,
And
makes sense.
for Bitcoin, I think because it's very very volatile, it's not very suitable for a lot of people to hold in their portfolio. But I mean, a small percentage is wouldn't be a bad idea. Looking at the potential, I think there's a place for Bitcoin in most portfolio. No financial advice here, but a small percentage. Anyways, the area that I mentioned was that the market has come back from the low, the low before that all-time high, which was, I think, at 128 or 27. I'm not sure. It says here 27, but I remember it was 128. We already came below the level, right? So we already went through it, and we're recapturing that level. So that's actually not a bad moment to be buying back, or adding to your position if you're already a holder. So just something to consider. We have a lot of people in the chat. Lots of messages.
All right, let's check it. All right. Preparing for new lows on gold. Gold will crash. Easy life 1-3. Looking at the trend and the higher time frame, it is, I mean, I'm a trend type of trader. So according to me, if I just go to monthly to just daily, right now I don't see it happening. But definitely, I'm not really, whatever analysis I'm doing, it's not really 100% right or true, or the market has to do that only. The way I'm analyzing, of course, that can happen. But looking at this price action, I am thinking this was some kind of move or push to the upside. This is a pullback and another push to the upside. I'm just following a simple market structure here, nothing too complicated. So sticking to the trend here, sticking to the market structure, going to the weekly. Okay, weekly you have a deeper pullback, but we found a support, another leg started. We are seeing some kind of impulsiveness here. Oh, just I'm just marking way too many lines, but here took the support, impulsiveness again came. I think maybe a pullback and another impulsive leg to the upside. At least this can be the target, which is 48ish hundred. And price was about to hit 6,000. So I don't know if gold will hit 6,000 again. Let's see how much percentage it is. It is still like 30ish% away from this current price action or this current price right now. And looking at the trend, it is not impossible actually. But at the same time, you mentioned gold will go lower. Yeah, definitely that can also happen. If you reject from here, started to print lower lows, maybe it has the EMA. That can also be a scenario. But as a trader, I can only, rely on some kind of levels. Okay, price came here. Then I will see if price breaks. Then I will say, okay, maybe we can test these areas. But as a trader, I have to, even if I took some buys around this area as a swing position or something like that, I should not hold beyond this area, because this is the rejection area. So that's how I think I see it. If we get some kind of rejections from here, maybe another low, that can also be a possibility. But for that, let's keep it for future. If I see some price action on the daily here, because this is the weekly, maybe some kind of squeeze, cannot go higher, then I can say, okay, maybe momentum is fading away. So yes, maybe we can get pushed to the downside. But right now, I will look for buys at least to this area, which is 4850. Let's mark it a psychological area, 4850, something like that. I can mark it for you guys. 4850 will be the area I want to see. If I just see this current price action going to the 4 hour now, if I had to take a trade, where I will plan a trade, I think somewhere around here. Support turning, actually this is a support and resistance area turning into a support and push to the upside. Very simple trade. If I know this is going to be a swing type of trade, but you can go to the lower time frame and see how, if price is shifting its structure here, maybe you can get involved somewhere around here. Right now, I'm not really looking at any trades on gold. I am eyeing on NAS, which right now, let's see what it is doing on the 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour it is consolidating. I think it is waiting for the New York Stock Exchange open, which is here in about 30 minutes. So let's see if you break this area, pull back, expect me to be in this trade. I'm going to put the VWAP on. Actually, I don't have to take any more trades this week because I already have secured decent amount in my funded account. So if I have to take a trade, I will buy a new account. I don't want to touch that percentage or that amount that I've made. So that is just the way I see my live accounts. If I have made good percentage, certain amount, which I feel okay, it is good. So I don't touch that account. So I'm not gonna touch the account. Even I've deleted that account from my MetaTrader 5. So yeah, I will
like that.
just buy the new account if I have to take a position. If market is calling me, it's gonna be in the new account. because I have to manage a risk in some way, and that's how I manage my risk. No,
Yes,
I'm
it
not
is.
flexing.
I think it's a good thing. You know yourself. I know it sounds funny. I find it funny because but actually I applaud it. Knowing yourself so well that you know what you need to do in order to stop yourself of harming yourself, which is exactly what you know yourself, Samir, that you need to even delete the account from the MT5 because if you see it, it will trigger you. It will make it for you easier to open it just a little while and maybe just take one trade, and from one thing leads to another. Before you know it,
Yeah,
you are in drawdown on an account that you already thought you have decided, made up your mind that you're not going to touch that account. And I find it, um, there's that struggle, that inner struggle we all have, and you know, everyone has. It's nothing special, specific to trading. Everyone has it all the time. Do we, in the cartoons you see it with a angel and a devil on each shoulder. Do I do it? Do not do it? But it's actually true, and it surfaces in trading a lot more because, you know, what do you do? Do you how do you stop yourself? That's actually, and in order to
hmm,
be a good trader, you need to be able to stop yourself. There is no
exactly.
risk manager. We're not working at a prop firm like brick and mortar, right? Like a building where you actually have someone knocking your door and open say, "What are you doing? Close that position." No one is going to come to my room and tell me that. No one is going to come to your room or anyone who's watching, right? It's our own duty to be our own risk manager. And you do whatever is necessary, whether that's EA, whether that is closing the computer for the day, whether that is deleting the account from your NT5. You do whatever it takes to enforce and adhere to your rules. And I think because you need it, you actually need it. It's not easy, and I find it amusing, but actually I applaud it, Samir, how you know
Yeah,
you you don't trust yourself, or not that you don't trust yourself, but you don't even want to be tempted by watching that account on your MT5 because you know that there is a little chance that that could be a risk just by having it on your MT5. I think that's very good of you.
yeah. Actually, I would like to touch on this thing, this flexing point. Um, I have been open here. Like I was in a losing streak for more than a month, like 1.5 month or something like that. To be precise, I will say just 1 month, little bit, some days, above that 1 month mark, which is little bit more than 30 days. So considering that thing, I am just doing the same thing, regardless of what kind of result I'm getting. I know overall probability factor will catch me if I am doing something logical. To me, if the way I analyzed gold here and there, support, resistance, whatever analogies I mentioned to you guys, to me, those analogies make sense, or those are logical decisions that I'm making in the market. And that has caused me some losses in past month. But now probability factor is catching me. Maybe next month again, I don't know, it can be a losing month. After that can be a winning month, or I can be in a winning streak. Who knows? I was in a winning streak, I think, at the start of the year, and then again losing streak, and then again a little bit of wins, again losing streak. That was the recent one. And this month it is good actually. So as a trader, I think the results every month it will be different. You will be in a losing streak, and I posted a small tweet about it. Yeah, you have to just believe in your system. The probability factor will catch you. So yeah, 26. How old are you, by the way, my friend? PVT parts EU3ZL. By the way, guys, how old are you? If you're comfortable answering this question, please type that in the chat. I would love to know what kind of age group is watching us, or maybe every age group is watching us. I'm just curious. If you are, if you are okay answering this, please type that in the chat. And yeah, that will be, I will appreciate that. So yeah, this US 30 sells makes sense, but there is New York Stock Exchange. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, 2667. Okay, that's
Nice.
awesome. So we have 11 ham. I don't know. I don't trust ham. You are just playing with us, I think. All right. I can see like every age group is watching us. That is an achievement actually. So the 5ers has put this together, this live stream, and you are watching us from
Nice.
your home. Every age group is, learning from these kind of streams. So that is awesome. I like it. Amazing.
Nice. Yes, it is. It's nice watching back the same way we do sometimes, right? We ask where people are watching us from, which country, and it's nice to look back and see that there's a lot of viewing all over the world, and that's a nice feeling to have. We're getting to more people all the time, and why I'm saying this, I remember to ask you guys to like and subscribe our channel, because that's how our stream, our channel feeds itself. All right, looking
All
at the market,
right.
I'm gonna go through the different structures to see if there's something new that happened in the last couple of times. And by the way, Trump has been tweeting or Xing. Iran is completely collapsing. That's the president of the United States, of course. Trump on Trump's Truth Social. Let's see. We have that's the line in the sand based on the tweeter, the tweezer, not tweeter, tweezer top, based on that little area there, what we discussed before. And the market is breaking down. And when I see this, what I expect is that the market, after breaking down, goes back to retest and then continues lower. Things can change, but that would be the expectation given market's normal market reaction. And you can see that the market has been having some difficulties to pass this level, which is a 15-minute order block that's no longer fresh. It's already been mitigated right here. That's where I took my scalp. I don't touch it anymore. The market is still positioning. You can see on the lower time frame, it has an impulse, comes back to that order block, and it looks as if it wants to pierce deeper in that supply zone. And but you can also see that so far it has had not one, not two, but actually three times rejection of that level. It's a small, tiny level, I know. And it looks as if the market is eventually going to go through it, because it is, having difficulty creating a lower low. And eventually, especially if you look at different time frames, you will see that it looks as if it wants to pierce a little bit deeper. And then I suppose, at some point it will get some selling pressure coming in. Who knows? Maybe not. That's on EU. Let's check NQ. Right, so we discussed this at length before. The market is below this level, that 28, that 29, 202.75. That's the line in the sand. Above it, yes, you can see renewed buying pressure. That's what Samir was talking about, that liquidity sweep. Yes, that could happen, but so far until then, and so far so
Yeah,
long below
if we
this
don't
level.
shift the structure, then that analysis is invalidated. So yeah.
Good. You tell us. It can still happen. I mean, with the open, you can have this impulse, and on the higher time frame, the level, price action below that level would look like, just a lower wick. which eventually will push price much higher. That can still happen because the opening in about less than 20 minutes. But so far, it's not very, on the from the 1 hour, it looks like it could, I see this movement. No, that's not even good. Hold on, I'll switch back to you, Samir, for a few minutes.
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, I'm eyeing on this US 30 sell. So if I get it, that will be good. I already have explained you the analysis behind this. 4 hour structure is bearish. So I don't have to look at the EMAs right now. I'm just looking at the structure. I'm just looking at lower low, maybe a lower high, potential lower low to the downside, of course. So I'm just looking at this structure right now. I'm just following this current trend that we are printing. According to that, makes sense. And yeah, 7 Abra. I know, I know. All right. I think that we can
Yes,
fill this gap. Yeah, we,
this
we
is
are having
Dow
this
Jones.
small gap.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe we can fill this gap. Let's see how much. Yeah, I think I don't know if today it is actually 500, more than 500 points. So I don't think so. It is gonna fill today, but yeah, if we fill this gap, that would be good. But if we switch higher, then I think the structure is invalidated. We can see more highs to the upside. So right now I'm just following the structure and just continue to trade in that structure. And as I think Victor is looking at selling opportunities, or you are just waiting for some kind of good thing to print.
I'm gonna switch to mine and come back to yours very quickly. I'm not clear yet. It's not clear to me yet. As long as we're below that level, the more time we spend below this level, to me, it's just a matter of time that eventually we will be going lower. And we are, but if you look at the 1 hour, it does look somewhat promising, right? You look how the market is creating bullish order block, coming back, creating a new one. So if we can take out this level and continue higher, then I can see ourselves, see price, pushing into perhaps something like that on the H4. And if you look on the 15-minute, this is the level, right? We're creating, we have a little uptrend here, making higher highs, higher lows. So it is really trying. And to me, this is the level. So right now, this is the area that needs to be, that decides which side is clearly winning. As long as we cannot break this level, I think if we reject bearishly from this, that could be the initiation for lower prices. And if we are able to push through it, not like this time, right, where we couldn't hold it, we went back, but something that holds, maybe taking this high, coming back and retest it from above, that could be something that pushes higher, pushes the price higher. I'm using the free pencil here, but I mean, if we are able to take out this high, come back and retest it, what was before resistance, and use it as support, that would look much stronger for the market to continue. But to me, this is the level that needs to either be taken or be respected, and that will, these levels, they keep changing, right? Every hour or so there's another level, but this is right now the level that I would be looking for to get an indication whether the market has some more fuel in it to push higher, or this is it, and market opens and we're gonna be tanking, who knows, for the rest of the day. We'll see. Someone is speaking a language I don't know, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it is about the summer plan getting getting to its end. And yes, to my understanding, right, my Hindi is not that bad, right, Samir?
Yeah, you can
The summer
understand. I'm
plan,
just.
the summer
That's
plan
awesome.
is getting to an end. So actually, check it out if you haven't done so yet. It is a amazing offer. an amazing offer. So do check it out. 200K for 249 only. That's an out of this world offer, best in the industry, and from the Fiverr, the best prop firm. So do check it out because we have what less than
I
we
think,
have like
yeah,
a
it will
week.
end. It may can end at the end of August because every month we are trying to do something crazy. So maybe this offer is there till August. So if anybody's planning for a summer plan, make sure you get one and stick to the risk management. And yeah,
Yeah. And even if you don't want to trade it right away because maybe you're back testing, maybe you're on a, you just had a losing streak and you're cooling off, that's fine, but make sure you buy it and you store it away. Check with support how long you can hold it without trading it, but if I'm not mistaken, you can keep it at some time. You don't have to use it right away as long as you don't trade that one the first time. And even if you do, I don't know what the inactivation period is. I mean, how long you need to be trading it. Check the support, the channel on the
I think
website.
it is 60
Or
days if I'm not wrong.
60.
But you can
Okay.
confirm, yeah. But you can confirm with
Yeah.
the support once.
Yeah, everyone should check the support with our support agents, but you can buy it and just keep it. When you're ready, you take it because maybe when you're ready in a couple of weeks, not maybe, it is likely not going to be there. So it's a missed opportunity if you don't check it out and buy it before it's too late. Okay,
Yeah,
so that's
it is
on
60. I found
NQ.
it.
60? It is?
Yeah, I have placed a screenshot on my trading view.
Okay, let's.
So it is 6 days, guys. So if anybody wants to grab this offer, it's okay. You can play 0.01 in like 60 days. This rule will be met. If you are confident enough, then start trading right away. If you're backtesting, maybe you need that confidence. You need a little bit more data to rely
Yeah,
on. So you can
not
buy
only,
the account. Yeah.
yeah, not only that, I think the timer, the counter doesn't start until you make the first trade. So you can keep it without trading. Check your inactive days, but I don't think it will start, counting until you take your first trade. So you can leave it there for an extended time. Check with support to know exactly how long, but you can leave it there. And even if you do take a trade, you want to take a pause. That's what Samir is saying. It is
Hmm.
60 days. That's plenty. That's ample. I mean, you can go on multiple vacations and come back, and it still hasn't. Still hasn't been inactivated.
Yeah. And the market is about to open in 11 minutes. Definitely, summer plan is a great deal. Definitely, it is a great deal. And it is the first time the Fivers has, brought something like this. Actually, the whole prop firm industry, you will not see this kind of offer. So I think in the whole prop firm industry, it is the best offer. You can do your research. And the most important thing is that it is from the Fivers, the company which is here since more than actually 10 years. So yeah, since 2016 actually. So you have
It is
the
our
good
friend.
reputation, you have the good, the good offer. So yeah, you should consider that definitely. It starts offer purchasing, yeah, as Victor mentioned. So I was not aware about this thing, but now I know.
All right, gold. How is gold doing? Gold is pushing higher.
It's pushing more higher. I don't know. I think that we may can get a pullback, but at what point?
Uh,
That is
I,
a
I,
difficult thing to.
yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't go. I mean, gold pushing higher. Different assets are pushing. Really very bullish. BTC. If you look at the dollar, the dollar is quite weak. Has been quite weak since some time already. If you look on the, let me make this the DXY. We've been, lately quite weak. Um, Let me get this. Maybe I should do a little Like we did have that beautiful reaction on that entry order block. Let's see what we have. So I don't see anything here. Nothing. This area has already been mitigated. It's looking bullish, but that's it. On the weekly time frame, we had a beautiful area right here that got a amazing reaction and went straight to target. Lovely. What else do we have? We do have an extension of that same quasi, which now needs to be extended to here. So there is an area below us, and this is not an entry order block because it's above the 50% retracement, but you can use this level as also a line in the sand, which is, let me mark it, 98. .676. Right, that's the line. That's the 50% retracement. So you want to be aware of that. All right, so what else do we have? We have a entry order block weekly on a bullish one on much lower, but the market is totally favoring lower prices by the looks of the structures recently formed on the weekly. So what else do we have? Let's check here. There was a little area here. You have those tweezer. They're not equal in body, but you can clearly see this is something you want to be looking at, a double bottom on the lower time frames. So that could push price a little bit higher. Okay, what else do we have? Do we have a reversal pattern? So that's the area, so that means we don't have a quasi there. This would be the head. All right, fresh order block. That's the only thing we have. H2. Nothing interesting there. All of these are above the 50%, so not interested. All right, so we got a little area here on the H1. That could be useful for a target and actually for an entry as well. But it has no H4 reason to get in. So where does that leave us? There are two areas of interest, one which does not have the H4 and the other one that does. So this area would be nicer to go long from, and this one as well, but you know, a smaller opportunity that is. And you can use this is the XY, right? So you can use this to trade any other pair that is, you know, traded against the dollar. So EU, GU, just mash, you know, you merge this with your TA on that. So if you want to go long or long dollar, you want to be going short the other ones, right? The you know, EU or GU, depending on where the dollar is. If it is dollar yen, then you want to go long. If you're going long dollar, that will be a long on dollar yen as well, right? Because the dollar is in front. All right, so that's DXY. I only see a few demand zones that are interested, but nothing else. I think because of the, on the higher time frame, this candlestick combination, you can have a little bit of a pop at least to, who knows, I mean, closing that little gap, something like that, maybe even less before we continue lower, because the momentum is to the downside, right? You can see clearly, look at that big candle. It's likely, we had a huge drop, some kind of retrace, and then continuation lower, which is what I would expect. Let's take a look. On EU, nothing happening. On GU, we have an area here that has an entry order block on the daily time frame. And do we have reasons to go short here on the H4? We actually have a quasi on the H4 with a entry order block on the 1 hour. We do have a couple of reasons to go short there. So that's a beautiful reaction. Look at that. On the level, that this is the H1 order block, entry order block, and you can see how the market reacts to it many times. And now, right now, getting ready to go lower. Beautiful reaction there. Let's see, do we have, so we have a 4 hour, which is valid. We don't have an H2, we actually do. We do have an H2. So really, is that an entry? Let's check here. We're getting close to the end of our stream. So I gotta, look at that. Gotta make sure 1, 2, all right, none of them were hit. Understood. So there isn't a quasi here on the 5 minute that can be used. But what can be used is if we use this. So we don't have anything from the left. But we can use all of these have been taken out. So this is one entry order block. And is it valid? Let's take a look. What's the high on this? 48.9. Okay, so this expands. Okay, so this is one. It's already reacted, and there's a couple of them waiting for us to be reacted, perhaps, if price doesn't look like price is going to come back, but there, that's the reaction. And the last one is this one, but I don't know if it is. Yes. All right, so there is, the last one is this one right here. There. And the the market's already reacting on one. Trade is, as the market on the lower time frames, on the 1 minute or so, put your stop there and target something that makes sense to you. That could be something like that. Or if it doesn't break it, wait for the continuation. I mean, not the continuation, the break on the higher time frame, on the lower time frame, not the higher. Wait for the quasis on these time frames, something like this. Break of that structure, come back, and you get in there. Put your stop above, and then target the same levels on the lower time frame. And this is without the breakdown, which is actually looking at a higher time frame, if it's going to break down, it's easily it could go to that in consolidation and a little bit lower as well on a higher time frame. We are out of time. Samir, how did that happen? Explain it to me.
Yeah, we just was in love with the markets and our chat, so we forgot the time. We lost the track of time. But don't worry, guys. We will be back tomorrow, same time. And yeah, let's see what market provides us today. And NASDAQ is going
You've
lower. Let's
you've
see if I
closed
see
it.
that structure shift. That will be good. Expect me to be in the buys. If I don't see the structure shift, then we'll see. I don't want to sell. I want the structure shift and then I will buy. That is the only scenario for me. And now, guys, you will be redirected to our futures channel. So, yeah, there is futures host that will take care of you. If you have anything regarding any question regarding futures, that is the channel that you need to go. And that's it from our side, guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. If anything Victor has to say, you can. And from my side, thank you, guys. Take care.
Perfect. I would like to, we here at the Fivers would like to thank you for your attention, for watching, for sharing this moment with us. It's, as always, it's a pleasure having you with us. Don't forget to check the summer plan. It is on its last few days before it is canceled or discontinued. So it's an opportunity you don't want to miss. Very, very good value for your money. Even if you're not going to be using it right away, check it out, put it on the shelf, and have it ready for you when you are ready to trade again. We're going to have, as Samir said, you're going to be redirected. But later on Discord, we're going to have a session we have every weekday here at the Fivers, where we're going to try as much as we can to help you with advice, with tips and tricks, and sometimes just having a good time after trading, because we know trading is lonely, can be lonely, and can be difficult, right? Can be taxing on your psychology, on your mind. So come join us, and let's have some fun together in the Discord community. You're all invited. That's it for us. Thank you very, very much, all of you, and we're gonna be coming back at you the same time, same place. So that's it for us. Bye bye.